Israel to be an apartheid regime in 2021. Amnesty International declared Israel to be an apartheid regime.
Don't fucking stop me while I'm cooking, you baboon in a suit. The chef is in. Better give you a fucking Chelsea Green, you donkey. Donkey.
Listen to what I'm saying, and you will understand, perhaps, what I'm trying to imply.
Patronizing.
Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the fuck you are, and you're over here chirping all the way from fucking London about you want to fucking free Palestine, but also simultaneously you're talking about both sides are fucking fine. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything, okay?
Who the fuck is this pink-haired twink?
Dissolve the apartheid
So what would you like to
allow
see happen,
Palestinians.
Hassan?
Do you not understand the English language?
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from not sunny, but instead gloomy, 62 degrees and cloudy California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. We are live directly from stolen Tongva soil. That's right. We're live. We're alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Tuesday, and let me tell you, folks, I'm feeling pretty good because I'm back. I'm back in the homeland. Okay, it's it's a cause for celebration. Let's be real. I'm glowing a little bit. My new housemate is a pig, and he asked me for a name and DOB. What the FX? Okay, I don't know what that means. IDL merch. I'm wearing a Bad Bunny merch. Bad Bunny. Does you being at home mean we get a Chroma Gaming? Dude, I might get crazy with it. You never know. You never know. At this point, anything is possible, because I'm in a pretty good mood, because I'm finally back where I'm at, where I'm comfy and cozy at. Okay. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, it is Tuesday, Friday 10th, 2026. We're live. We're alive. You already know what it is. You already know what's going on. I'm back in fucking California, Los Angeles. I'm feeling pretty goddamn good. I got the Bad Bunny merch on. Okay. Things are looking up overall after a 6-hour flight. Super duper early in the morning, I'm finally back on the timeline, the correct timeline, restoring the timeline in the way that I am comfortable with. Okay. But in any case, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi by agreement between the time period where I press the stop streaming button, press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm gonna do. That's exactly what I'm gonna do right now. Kaya acknowledgement. While I was gone, my team put in a new light that makes Kaya look even more angelic now. She has a top-down angelic light, as you can see. She got the heavenly lighting. Yeah, she's glowing. She has a quest waiting for you. Yeah. Ah, yes. Heavenly. You made me download Twitch again? Hell yeah. Brother, sister, the emperor, whoever you may be. Congratulations for doing that. Sorry for the brain rot ahead of time. Anyway, folks, personal news wise is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. And yesterday, as you guys know, I ended the broadcast after Mahmoud Khalil, the interview I conducted with Mahmoud Khalil. And vibe test from Mahmoud Khalil was very different. Okay, we went from very different vibes because I went to Funny Moms. That's right. Hold on, I'm gonna post this thing real quick. Hold on, I just have to post it on my Instagram story because there it is. I was on Funny Moms. I was on Funny Moms chat. Did you do a set like Adam promised? Yes, but it wasn't really a set. It was my first time ever on stage on a stand-up setting, and I didn't even think that I was gonna actually do it. Adam literally fucking brought me on, and peer pressured me in front of a crowd of people, comedy enjoyers in general, and there it is. That's your boy. I just posted that. That's what I did last night. I went on stage and I said Tony Hinchcliffe was Jewish. I made a joke about how, you know, my only experience with comedy is comedy podcasting. Kill Tony. And Adam is my gay Jew that's gonna critique my comedy. And Adam was like, Tony Hinchcliffe is not Jewish. And I was like, well, can you blame me? Both of those got thunderous laughter and applause, for the record. They fucking killed. But I think people were being very nice. Start touring Lamount. Dude, I'm not funny. And then I kept it going by talking about how it's actually quite impressive that I'm live for 8 hours a day. I never shut the fuck up, and I'm barely ever funny. You know, that got some laughter too. But it was like a haha. Like, it was like, we're trying to be nice to you laughter. Like, it was very obvious that, like, they knew that I had never done this before, and I was actually very nervous. You're mentioned in the China Maxing segment? Hell yeah, baby. I like that China Maxing. I like that I'm known as, like, the China Maxer. Okay? Do a rival comedy. Adam is also not gay. The fuck? After the DSA slate, did you wonder that if all the people in the world were leftist nerds, you'd be the best comedian in the world? Yes. I mean, in my community, I'm the funniest guy of all time, because everyone in my community is pathologically unfunny. Okay, you're definitely funny looking. Respect. That's good. Did you say end joke after every joke you made? Yeah, I did. I had people in my lab totally unaware of you saying I'm at a very Chinese point in my life. Yeah. You mentioned China in April. Yeah, I'll probably be going back. To be fair, you're quick-witted funny, not stand-up funny. Yeah, I mean, I don't even think I'm quick-witted funny. I'm dim-witted. But in any case, ladies and gentlemen, that's what I did last night. I'm quitting streaming. I'm gonna pursue stand-up comedy. That's what I'm gonna do. So cheers. This is the last stream. You needed haters in the audience to unlock the anti-bad chatter, Rose. If you made a simple joke and spent 10 minutes explaining it, you would have unironically killed. Yeah, people love when you explain your jokes. Anyway, so yeah, I did that. I hung out a little bit with Alex Press as well, with Adam, with the fans that were there. Met a bunch of HasanAbi heads that went to Funny Moms to listen to the comedians there to enjoy comedy. Comedy is back. Yeah, when I get canceled, I'll become a right-wing comic, like a shock jock. Comedy is legal. Comedy is back. Oh yeah, comedy is legal. Anyway, so yeah, I did that. I did all of that and more. But what else was I going to say? What else happened? That's it, actually. I went to sleep. I woke up. I had the worst banh mi of all time, which was very disappointing. Had the worst banh mi of all time. And then I went to bed and woke up super freaking early. Got on a goddamn flight from JFK. Almost didn't make it on the flight. Had a pleasant surprise with the JFK flight, because some of these so with the flight situation, it's hit or miss, right? Sometimes they're not. Sometimes they are lie flat, sometimes they're not. Luckily this time, the flight that I was on was actually lie flat, and I didn't think it was going to be lie flat, so I got to actually sleep on the flight, which was really good. You know, I got like at least like 4 or 5 hours of sleep total, so that's good. And yeah, woke is so back. New solution for
Charge billionaires taxes.
HasanAbi, if he was Chinese. Oh.
Pero debí tirar más fotos de cuánto te tuve. Debí darte más besos y abrazos las veces que pude. Ojalá nunca se muden. Y si llaman baracho pa' que me ayuden. Cuánto te tuve. Debí darte más besos y abrazos las veces que pude.
Someone said, this is March if he was Mexican. He's not Mexican. He's not. March is not Mexican. He is Asian. Okay? Don't you dare. Don't you dare come after my boy like that. It's funny because, like, he's, like, Bad Bunny put Latin America on the map. Let's be real. I mean, it was already on the map, but he put it on the map in a big way. Is March more Chinese than you? No. Yes.
哭起来，有小树狗狗呀，朋友啊，我们起。
Yep. Dude, this would be goated. I think I think we would cause Republicans to commit mass suicide if like the halftime show was Chinese. I think most Republicans would kill themselves. I mean, it's like it basically would be like a self-inflicted cultural revolution. No struggle sessions, no red guard, no like, oh, are you an engineer? That's like bourgeois, that's counter-revolutionary. None of that shit. It would just like automatically, it would be a problem taking care of itself in real time. It would just be like every conservative that saw that would just kill themselves instantly. And then it's over. No more rightists in the country. No more reactionaries in the country. It's just the most woke country of all time. Something to think about. Something to think about. Something to consider. Okay? Red Sun in the Sky Super Bowl 2027. Yeah. You were great at Funny Moms last night. Hell yeah. See, there were chatters in the building. There were chatters in the building that were watching. My funny mom said, yeah, I'm a comic now. It's not a big deal. It's like, you know, I just don't make a big deal out of it. But yeah, I'm a bit of a comedian now. I'm a bit of a comedian now. Hey, it's all good. It's all good, baby. Paid chatter. Yeah. One of the chatters that I bought lubricant for in Socialismus was there, and he bought me a drink. You were at Funny Moms. You're neither funny nor a mom. It's true. See, this is the type of memeing that we do here. Bad Bunny has permanently altered the way Canadians will be pronouncing their own country. Canada. Anyway. Who wrote your jokes? Austin? No. What is this link? Stop. Don't even. Why are you showing me that, bro? I was in such a good mood, and you just ruined it by reminding me that the fucking state of Israel still exists. Oh my God, I was having such a good day, and then I'm reminded that Israel exists still. Oh my God, so devastating. I hate that. Sometimes I forget that the state of Israel exists, and I'm like, wow, I'm in such a good mood today. And then one of you motherfuckers send me a link like that, and I'm like, no. Can't wait for you to go on Joe Rogan podcast, Mr. Comic. Yeah, no, that's not happening. I'm never doing it again as well. I'm also dog shit. Sorry, but at some point today, you must see what Ethan K said in his last podcast. It's extremely racist and insane. Wow. You mean to tell me, you're just now telling me that Ethan Klein was extremely racist? This is news to me. I don't care, man. I'm going to be honest. It's like, hey, how about you inform me on a much rarer occasion when he's not being racist? Going forward, I only want you to inform me about Ethan Klein's behavior when he's not being racist, when he's being anti-racist, actually. Okay? Because I know that is a much rarer occasion. It will be unique. It will be exciting. We will only discuss it at that point. Okay? Because he's being racist towards Israelis and Jews, which is unique. Also doubtful, but whatever. In any case, like I said, you don't inform me that you go into your kitchen, you open the drawer, and there's forks in there. You know, you don't feel the need to let me know about that. So why would you let me know about this? Yeah, we got the right is calling for Bad Bunny to be investigated. Yeah. Okay. To investigate for what? Why he has so much swag? Is that what they want to fucking figure out? They're like, how does one man have so much swagger? Wow. OG Angel hat goes dummy. Hey, I know. So I will be covering the news. That's all the personal news I have for you. I slept this morning on the flight. I got in. I'm very excited to be back home. You can probably tell, like, I'm really tired, but not only am I'm really tired right now, but you can still probably tell that I'm in a really good mood, and that's because I'm back home, and I do love home. Is that a Pepe on your sweater? This is a Bad Bunny merch that I got before the Super Bowl, but it only delivered while I was gone, so I wasn't able to wear it. Why not cross stream to YouTube? Too clunky, or why? Yeah, too clunky. If there's a fight over Candace Owens at the Trump's Religious Liberty Commission, oh hell yeah! Oh, I love that, bro. You were in Doha. It's been a while since you've been home, and I think you also leave again for Canada. Yes, Canada, which is a part of America. Okay, the continent, not Unidos Estados. Okay, but Canada. I will be in Canada this week. Estados Unidos, not Estados Unidos. Did I say Unidos Estados? I don't fucking know. I don't even care, dude. That's how little I care about America, that I don't even say it correctly. Okay? That's how little America is done. It's fucking over. It's so over, I'm not even saying it correctly. The True North didn't ban you. The dude wants to be Bad Bunny so bad. Yes. Except he wants to be me with the fucking shoulder pads. I don't know. I don't know if you guys saw that, but, you know, I'm not the one who's trying to look like he has a tiny head with a broad shoulder. He is the one doing that. So, I mean, he needs to chill. He needs to chill. Anyway, I'm back in LA. We're doing Hogwatch today, obviously. Hogwatch, delicious, culture loss, tears, Epstein files, unredacted. Woke is here. We are starving Cuba. GHISLAINE pleads the fifth. Bad Bunny didn't get weave mogged and joke mogged on the same day on his cortisol levels are normal. It's true. Once again, right too early with a big shoulder, small head look. Yeah. Nueva York. Can you say Nueva York? Yes. Everybody want to be Latino. Elon Musk is boosting Asmongold's harassment initiatives, which is the least surprising thing on the planet. How about you fucking worry about the Epstein files, big dog? Anyway, we'll talk about all of that and more. Let me blast off real quick. Wants to ramp up harassment. Exclusive Trump says he might send a second carrier to strike Iran if talks fail. Barack Ravid. Okay. Yeah, we'll do all of that. Do we have a blast off meme? Okay, we do have a blast off meme. China maxing is the blast off meme. Are you still manifesting today? I don't even know what that means. What was I like, even as a joke, manifesting? I forgot. Chatters that are sending me that Chinese brand are so funny. Because old heads in the community remembered the good old days way back in the day when I was already a fan of that brand and was promoting it like when it first came out. This brand that a lot of people are encountering for the first time ever, called OSCL or whatever. First of all, it doesn't exist anymore. Okay. And secondly, a lot of you don't know this, but when it first came out in like 2019, I was a early booster of it and was trying to acquire it. Yeah, this is not new. And unfortunately, this brand doesn't exist anymore. This is old. But because we are all China maxing now, a lot of people are China maxing now. They're just encountering it for the first time ever. And I think they should bring it back. There was a HasanAbi head at the fucking protest that I was at. This is the button up that he was wearing. If you remember, I called it out. When we were at the LA Ice Out protest, there was a HasanAbi head who was wearing this button up. And I saw it and I said, that's the Chinese brand. That's the Chinese like communist brand. And he was like, yep. And what's funny is I have promoted this brand like in 2019, way back in the day when it first came out. What is this? Leftist Spanish Twitter knows that user is a LARPer. He was selling real estate in China a few years ago just to get a buck from China enjoyers. Who? This brand? Is that who you're talking about? This Twitter account or something? I don't know this Twitter account. I'm just saying that like the brand that this guy is promoting on here is no longer available. It doesn't exist anymore. But because it's like, it's kind of like when things are popping, when there's like certain things that are, popping off and influence, they like bring it back again. Unfortunately, as far as I know, this brand no longer exists. In any case, you were in New York for multiple days. Why did you not go to the Yuri Cafe? Do you hate the gays? Are you not a fan of Yuri Nation? I have no idea what that is, but yeah. Do a reverse Uno and steal the Chinese clothing designs for your merch? I mean, it's too late. It's just that the cool stuff about that merch is also the cuts. And I have very big limitations on what kind of cuts that I can allow, unfortunately, because of my because of the limitations I have with working with union manufacturers. Yuri Cafe was sold out anyway. I don't know what that is. You made it onto the China Maxing story on Fox News. Yeah, I heard. We'll get started on China Maxing first, and then we'll get to the news.
Committee holding a hearing to look into claims that foreign actors may be secretly influencing U.S. nonprofits. A report alleging that the far-left group Democratic Socialists of America has foreign ties that are working to undermine federal authorities under the guise of protests, saying they found, quote, the DSA's rhetoric matches the anti-U.S. propaganda.
This is so funny. It's like, yeah, it's because the anti-U.S. propaganda coming from foreign adversaries is correct. It's not anti-U.S. propaganda. It's just correct. Like, for example, when, I don't know, like the Chinese government or the Russian government, regardless of their own personal moral infallibility or whatever aside, right? Like, they're not obviously infallible. But like when they actually adequately address some of the issues that are taking place in America, that's not propaganda. That's just a reflection of reality. And it's ironic because a lot of people don't know this, but back in the day, during the civil rights struggle in the United States of America, the USSR would boost a lot of protests. The USSR would routinely talk about the instability in the country and talk about how, you know, the American government was actually mistreating black people and brown people. And this would be reflected in their propaganda. This would be reflected in the state materials that were being released. The reality of the matter is, it's just the truth. It's not like you can say this is commie propaganda or whatever, but it also happens to be the truth. The solution to that from like a national security standpoint is not to just complain that this is propaganda, but actually to address it so that foreign adversaries can no longer use this as a dunk on us, you know? Yeah. Fidel Castro visited Harlem, met with Malcolm X. These are things that happen throughout our history. Does this mean that like the civil rights struggle was incorrect? No, it was correct. In any case, let's continue.
Of foreign adversaries. Xi Van Fleet, a survivor of Mao's revolution, joins me now. And the report goes on to state the documented facts support recommending a limited fact-finding FARA investigation to clarify the nature of DSA's relationships with Venezuelan and Cuban government-linked entities and its engagement with political environments involving the People's Republic of China. So are foreign adversaries, namely China, actively behind the push towards socialism here in the U.S.?
Yes, absolutely. You see it everywhere. And then the recent thing is what's trending is called China Maxim.
This lady is my favorite. She hates me. This lady is like, I survived the Cultural Revolution, and you know what's just like the Great Leap Forward? Columbia University. like I love these sorts of people that come in and they're just like, yeah, whatever current thing that's like frustrating, I don't know, 75-year-old boomers in Iowa is exactly what it was like in the Chinese countryside. Okay? Yeonmi Park does this with the DPRK, obviously, as you guys know. This is my favorite person. Like, I love her. This is my favorite contributor to Fox News. She routinely talks about me as well. She's the best. She is the best. Let's see what she has to say.
Even though it's basically, you see it on the TikTok, but I also see it on X. And that is absolutely, there's the hallmark of CCP's publicity department and United Front.
Yeah, survivor of Mao's revolution is so funny. Yeah, you ain't unique. There are 1.4 billion Chinese that also, quote unquote, survived Mao's cultural revolution. Okay, and the Great Leap Forward. It's not exactly a unique predicament. Okay, it's the most populous nation on the planet. What are you talking about? Oh, it's so awesome. Yeah, you know who else survived? Xi Jinping. Like this is what a lot of people can't comprehend, where they're like, oh, well, you know, people were being sent to the countryside. People were being punished vehemently. Okay, you know who else also got punished vehemently and even like got kicked out a couple times? Deng Xiaoping. Okay, you know who else got fucking punished? Xi Jinping. So you ain't special. Do you think she's an op? Oh, no, she is an op. Yes, she's a major op.
Work department operations. The first one is about propaganda. The second one is about influence. And
it's pretty funny to say this also about China in general, because they are in my opinion, far too disinterested in doing soft power. I mean, that's changing a little bit, but like up until this moment, they straight up were like, no, we're just going to sell to our own market. Like, we have a massive consumer base in China. We're just going to make cultural works that only Chinese people will consume, which I think is a massive mistake, because soft power is the name of the game. America's cultural dominance, America's hegemonic superpower status, in large part is due to the cultural imperialism, the soft power that comes from Hollywood, right? China doesn't do that. At most, they've done, Confucius Institutes, and I guess like what is it called? Ne 2, and Black Myth Wukong. Korea has K-pop, Japan has anime, Japan has manga. They have a lot more movies and shit like that. These things matter. These things actually play a big role. They also, I mean, I guess China did the Labubu thing too, but
influence work is something that CCP is expert of. They will capture the elite. In this case, they capture a lot of the influencers in social media, especially in TikTok. And most of the people who are influenced have no idea that they are the target. And some, of course, they do because they get paid handsomely. And one of the example is Hasan Piker. He went to China for 2 weeks and come back a Chinese, now leading the China magazine on the social media.
Yes. Hey, Michael from Pennsylvania. Notice how she said I'm Chinese now? Oh, look at me. I'm Michael from Beijing. No, you're not. Hey, yo, did you hear that? Let's run that back. She said I'm Chinese. Let's go.
They do because they talk. And most of the people who are influenced have no idea that they are the target. And some, of course, they do because they get paid handsomely. And one of the example is Hasan Piker. He went to China for 2 weeks and come back a Chinese, now leading the China magazine on the social media. But there is a more important question to ask. Why the Chinese influence is able to capture the American audience, the young people especially. And I think it is really because of the educational system.
I think you're right. You're 100% right.
Yeah.
But you mentioned China maxing, and you kind of given a little detail on it. I want to explain a little bit more to the audience of what China maxing is. You mentioned it's on TikTok. It's the newest craze. And basically, it's young Americans romanticizing and glamorizing living in communist China. Quote, China maxing isn't just a lifestyle trend. Many of the young influencers praising Chinese culture are actively denigrating America. They're aesthetically, morally, and politically defecting to another superpower. And she, as somebody who lived and fled the Mao Revolution, what's your message to those who romanticize communism, especially young Americans who grew up here with every advantage in the world, now saying, I want to live under communist rule? What's your message to them, Xi?
Yeah, my message is you have to learn history. We have to teach our children real history. And this, I watched a few podcasts about this topic. They say, Chinese people and we are the same people. It is cool to learn their culture. It's not cool. Chinese people are different from American people. Chinese people are not free. And this is something that we have to teach our young kids. And this is so not funny. About learning another culture. This is about...
Bro, she's so funny. She's literally like, Chinese people are different. Chinese people are different. It's like, okay, well, you're Chinese. Like, what do you mean? It's not cool to learn Chinese culture? Oh, God, I got so much Chinese shit, dude. It's crazy. I always keep that motherfucking thing on me, too. Speaking of Chinese state materials that are inherently anti-imperialist in nature, that exclusively and specifically talk about uplifting the third world, uplifting countries that have been dominated by colonialism and imperialism. Here is one of those works. So, something to consider, something to talk about. I worked at a tattoo shop that was owned by a Chinese national who felt exactly the same way as this lady. Yeah, there's many such cases, many such instances. I don't personally care. Who cares? Who cares? Whatever, let him chirp. As conditions deteriorate in the United States of America, and it becomes unavoidable, the American condition becomes an unavoidable reality as the trajectory of the Chinese development becomes glaringly obvious. You think they're going to be able to fucking hide it? Brother, I'm going to tell you something, okay? Also, where's your Governance of China by Xi Jinping? Fake glaze. Oh, God, you keep chirping, keep chirping. Central Committee, okay? More like free market capitalism. That's what you should change your name to, honestly. Laissez-faire. Michael from Pennsylvania, not Beijing. For years, I was the only glazer. You're a latecomer. That's a crazy statement to make because I just fucking went through how I was glazing the all the way back in like 2019 or 2018. I was glazing the fucking Chinese, the communist fucking fashion brand, talking about how I wanted it. Your visit to Canada also made it to the news. A lawyer came on the show to explain your rights. But yeah, here's the problem, okay? You want to know something? I happen to believe that Pizza Hut did play a role in the fucking fall of the USSR, okay? Let's keep it $1.50. And I think the reverse of that is going to inevitably happen with the dynamic between China and the United States of America, okay? People wanted the blue jeans, okay? This is not just a thing that you hear from your parents. Like, people were craving the fucking commodities, okay? In the USSR, people wanted the treats. And unfortunately, the USSR's anti-treatlerite principles partially led to its demise, okay? But the reality of the matter is the abundance of goods that were readily available to all people in the United States of America, as opposed to like how things looked like in the USSR, especially post-80s or, post-70s and 80s, I think also accelerated the USSR's demise. Dog, they literally voted to keep the USSR intact, though people can crave commodities. That doesn't mean it caused the USSR's fall, which was illegal and undemocratic. All of those things are correct, and yet you are utterly coping if you think that there wasn't a real. I mean, people fucking revolted over not getting coffee. Okay, this is a real problem. I think it's silly to assume that you're taking it's silly to act like you're taking a principled stance here, to not actually recognize some of the failures. It's like there's excesses, there's failures. This is one of those issues. Now, we can talk about why it was virtually impossible to deliver treats readily available to all. We can talk about what the industrial focus looked like in the USSR, and perhaps there should have been maybe a little bit more of a focus on developing commodities rather than just like industrial production of steel and military. But the reality of the matter is, you got to give people shit. You got to give people treats. My point was that the abundance of treats in the United States of America, as opposed to the Soviet bloc, definitely was, agitating people for sure. People are stupid. People are silly. People don't always have an ideological commitment to a better future and want to like go through the process of development, go through the process of collectivization and all the pain that comes along with it. There is one country, however, that actually came out on the other side of that, and that country is China. The reason why I'm talking about that is because China has been able to go through this process and has come out successful on the other side, right? And because of that reason, now, when you look at the Chinese trajectory, the Chinese state's trajectory, and compare it to the American state's trajectory, it becomes increasingly clear that, one country is going up, one country is developing, one country has a prosperous future, and the other is the exact opposite. So if there was a similar analysis to be made leading to the fall of the USSR, the illegal dissolution of the USSR, if there was analysis to be made there about like what some of the issues were, I think you can make that same analysis now as to why it's virtually impossible why it is virtually impossible for the American youth to avoid China maxing.
Rejecting our value, our culture, and it is, as you said, romanticized communism.
Yeah, like they can keep chirping about the big red menace and all of this stuff. Meanwhile, all of our elites are pedophiles. Okay, all of our elites are pedophiles. The cost of living has not been solved at all. It's getting worse and worse for people. There's so much poverty. There's so much debt. There's so much destruction all around us. All we know how to deal is lead around the globe. And then people have this expectation that you're supposed to sit there and love what you're experiencing because like the alternative is far scarier. But people have the capacity to see the alternative with their own two eyes, partially as a consequence of the social libertarianism that like Western countries have as far as like free speech, free flow of information. Regardless of the propaganda efforts, people can still see what's going on over there and go, well, that seems pretty good to me. I don't know. Maybe we should try that shit. That's it. That's all I'm saying. This is the next, next anti-comedy segment be like, former Viet Cong speaks out. That's funny. The reason why my parents hated communism is because they didn't have treats. They were told that the reason they don't have treats, no blue jeans, no rock is because of communism. It never went deeper than that. When you have a communist state with treats, that kind of propaganda don't work law. Exactly. That's like a major issue. I think a lot of people don't factor in different ways of governance because all matter of governance is authoritarian inherently. Okay. That's what the government does. It's authority, right? And what a lot of people don't realize is that like treats are a major fucking part of this process. They're a major part of the struggle. If a government actually offers commodities and treats, it gives a sense of comfort and security. A government must offer the diversity of choice, even if it's like fallacious, even if it's not real, even if the choice is actually coming from like 3 fucking producers overall. The very fact that you feel like you have a choice to begin with is what makes people comfortable. These are things that you have to keep in mind. And I do like, these are the things that people have to keep in mind. And I do like that, like, these are the reasons as to why China has been seen in the way that it's being seen currently. Anyway, Ro Khanna dropped the names of the redacted pedos. We're going to be talking about that. Obviously, there's a lot going on in the world. Let's get into it. So much happening. Yeah, Ana Lilia Mejia is officially the candidate for the Democratic Party in New Jersey 11. Tom Malinowski has endorsed Ana Lilia Mejia, which, by the way, respect to Tom, because normally establishment Democrats would have fought. They would have come back into the battle. They would have tried to fight in the general. They would have fucking ruined the chances of like a Democrat being on that seat. And I'm glad that like in the post-Zoran mayoral victory, establishment Democrats, at least guys like Tom Malinowski, are just saying, no, it's over. It's done. Shouts out to AIPAC. You fucked it up. And you fucked it up for every single person. But, we're going to continue. So that's good. He's not doing the Cuomo route, which I appreciate. Not everybody's Cuomo. What do you mean? What do you mean not everybody's Cuomo? Everyone is Cuomo. Let's be real. Establishment Democrats are exactly like Andrew Cuomo because their fucking primary goal is to make sure that what happened at New Jersey 11 or what happened in the New York mayoral race never happens again. Okay? They don't want that. They don't want that to happen. Yeah. And as soon as obviously the race ended, right? As soon as it ended, a sequence of endorsements follow through. New Jersey Dems backing Mejia in April special and June primary. Governor Mickey Sherrill, State Dem Party Chair Leroy Jones, Senator Cory Booker's, Representative Bonnie Watson-Coleman, Representative LaMonica McIver, Representative Rob Menendez. We could do without that one. That's fine. 4th place finisher in the special, Brendan Gill. Her close opponent in the special, Tom Malinowski, if AIPAC backs someone running against her. So that's it. It's over. AOC connecting Gaza and Cuba is huge. I know. It is huge. Respect to AOC. She did it. She done did it again. This is why it's important to, while being critical of our politicians, it's important to make sure that, you cherish the moments where they can have impact, and they use that moment in the spotlight for decent impact. Okay. And no, I will not be hearing this nonsense right now. I don't care. Okay. I'm sorry. I don't fucking care. I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do this with you. I'm not going to do this in general. Okay. If a politician comes out and directly connects the colonial violence and the siege style death and destruction that Israel has done to Palestinians in Gaza, to what America is doing in Cuba, I'm not going to sit there and be like, wah, well, she wanted to fund defensive weapons for Israel. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. We moved on from that. We're not having that conversation right now. This is a different conversation. Okay? That's it. It sounds to me like you are romanticizing communism a bit too much, though. Not having Western capitalist treaty was definitely not the biggest problem with the USSR. I never said that that was the biggest problem with the USSR. I was talking about like the people's discontent beyond, an environment of surveillance and all this stuff. That certainly played a role in it, especially because a contemporary example of a communist one-party state that's like currently dominating, that has tremendously high approval ratings that are literally that have never existed in the Western world, pretty much, is China. And perhaps there's a reason for why the Chinese are so happy with their government, regardless of the fact that their government also has, surveillance initiatives and things like that. One must ask the question, why? And that is the answer. I'm giving you the answer to that. There's like tremendous development, a lack of interest in engaging in any sort of even defensive anti-imperialist initiatives around the world. I don't even like that China is very agnostic about the countries that it deals with, but that has been fairly. That has helped in China being able to develop. Anyway, Graham Plattner is skyrocketing popularity. That's not surprising. He is the candidate for the moment, even with like all of the things that people like myself or this community would consider to be, ridiculous and awful. Graham, all of those things are perfect for him in the market that he's running in and the audience that he's trying to captivate. Like all of the reasons as to why we don't like Graham Plattner, or we might have criticism of Graham Plattner, is the reasons why people like him. When are you having him on? He's not. I don't think he's going to come on. He wanted to come on. Initially, his team wanted to bring him on, but y'all yelled and cried so much and pissed and shitted in your pants and farted that I couldn't even have a fucking conversation with him about his background and get to know him better and get to understand where he was coming from. I don't think he's ever coming on because, 100%. See, but this is it. Dan, we made fun of a Nazi. Brother, you have to be a little bit more tactical about this stuff, okay? You have to, I would have liked to have a one-on-one conversation about that and numerous other things. I wasn't going to, fucking glaze him. And that's now the reason why he's not coming on. It's all good, I mean, I don't really give a shit. Like I said, it's out of my hands. We're Pills Mafia, baby. We're Pills Mafia. Graham Plattner is literally the liberal Donald Trump people have been looking for. Yeah, no, he is the candidate for the moment. He is the leader of the American woke chud movement, okay? Straight up. We're Janissaries, but as Janissaries, we understand that, being moderate and all this stuff. Oh, God, I'm skipping the Nancy Guthrie stuff. I know there's a lot of, there's a lot of interest in the Savannah Guthrie, Nancy Guthrie story, but I want to get started with Ghislaine Maxwell. Is that all right? Can we do that? Because there's a lot of news to cover, and I do want to. It's a little petty on his part. No, he has nothing to lose by coming on. It's your show, dog. Why do you ask? I don't know. I try to have as democratic of a process as possible, even if it leads to L after L after L, a sequence of L's. You got AOC's UAW speech on the docket. I watched pieces of it. It was really good. Hasan heads clashing with our ops is gold. What is this? Oh yeah, I mean I retweeted this a while back. This was I guess they deleted the clip, but it was Aiden Ross literally being like, "Oh, Hasan only says free Palestine and abolish ICE because it's fashionable now." And then someone was like, "Hasan has literally been saying free Palestine and abolish ICE before everyone. Aiden Ross might actually be the dumbest person on the platform this size. His closest second is Nick Shitley. His brain cells are struggling trying to fight back against Piker." How many times have you said this isn't a democracy? That's why I said I try to maintain a democratic process to the best of my abilities. Okay? Even people who don't like Hasan didn't fall for that clip. I know. I think something very funny is happening in the utterly irrelevant, like centrist Democrat content creator circle. Okay? There is there's something very interesting going on where people are just like, you know who the real issue is? You know who the real op is right now? Not Donald Trump, of course. I mean, we all hate Donald Trump, but like the real op is Hasan Piker. I've been seeing people come out with that narrative more and more, and it's always like K-hivers. And it's really funny because like on the one hand, the K-hivers are like too busy trying to prop up Jasmine Crockett. On the other hand, they're trying to, they're spending their time wisely. On the one hand, they're propping up Jasmine Crockett. On the other hand, they're coming after someone like myself saying, Hasan is not a real Democrat. Okay, yeah, I'm not. I'm not a real Democrat. If you're what a real Democrat is, no wonder the fucking party is failing. Okay, suck my dick. Hasan has not demonstrated sufficient loyalty to the Democratic Party. Yeah, of course not. Of course I have not, because I have political goals. Do you agree with those political goals or do you disagree with them? That's the real question. Do you disagree with an expansion of social safety nets that already exist? Do you disagree with socialization initiatives? Do you disagree with nationalization initiatives? We can have a conversation around that, but many of these people don't want to have that conversation. All they want to talk about is personalities because they are utterly devoid of policy. And that's why they're perfect defenders of the current institutionalized rot that is the establishment Democrats. Because if they were to have a conversation around policy, they would recognize something that many Americans have recognized, including lifelong Democratic Party voters, which is that the Democratic Party oftentimes fails at delivering their agenda, right? I am interested in finding out why. Now, of course, we're going back to the real bipartisanship here, the real duopoly bipartisanship here, the real both sides are kind of the same sentiment with some notable exceptions here. Jeffrey Epstein. GHISLAINE Maxwell is pleading the fifth before lawmakers. Now, what's interesting about this is that GHISLAINE Maxwell has obviously spoken about some of these things that she's been asked about in this instance publicly before. So I don't even understand how like pleading the fifth works in this circumstance. I think you can be compelled to reveal more information if you've like previously talked about certain things. Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein's most loyal soldier, who is the primary like principal witness on the Epstein saga, was sent to a much nicer prison by the Trump DOJ, and in this quid pro quo scheme that Todd Blanche, the Assistant Attorney General or Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, who previously was Donald Trump's defense attorney, had this closed-door 6-hour interview with Ghislaine Maxwell. In the interview, she basically turned around and said, Donald Trump was a wonderful gentleman. Every time I was around him, he was sexy, he was hot. But now that she is being called in front of Congress one more time, as the Epstein files are being unredacted. Shouts out to Thomas Massey and Ro Khanna for that, by the way. Now that those files are being unredacted, Ghislaine Maxwell is being asked questions again, and she's pleading the fifth.
This morning, new video showing Jeffrey Epstein's convicted co-conspirator Ghislaine Maxwell refusing to answer questions from lawmakers, pleading the fifth.
I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to silence.
Maxwell appearing virtually before the House Oversight Committee from a Texas prison, where she's serving a 20-year sentence for trafficking minors to Epstein.
Have you ever facilitated the sexual abuse of any minor or adult woman by Mr. Epstein?
I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to silence.
Dude, it's like you're currently in prison for that. Like, I don't understand. Look, I'm not a lawyer. I know there's some lawyers in the chat. Maybe you guys can like help me with this. But isn't she already in prison for that? like it's like asking Ted Bundy if he actually killed people. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Hasn't she already answered these questions? Yes. And she already was found She already had perjured herself. Okay, she had already perjured herself in court. She lied in court. Okay, when she was answering these questions, she lied in court, and the only reason why they dropped the perjury charges is because they had already hit her with the fucking with the other stuff anyway. They had already successfully prosecuted her for committing the crimes in general. She will only speak if Trump gives her clemency, her lawyer said. Oh my God. Ghislaine Maxwell's lawyer says the client will only speak if Trump grants her clemency. Ghislaine Maxwell invoked her constitutional right to silence this morning before Representative James Comer and the House Oversight Committee. Here's the statement I gave to the committee explaining why. Members of the committee, on my advice, Ghislaine Maxwell will respectfully invoke her Fifth Amendment right to silence and decline to answer questions today, even though she would very much like to answer your questions. If this committee and the American public truly want to hear the unfiltered truth about what happened, there's a straightforward path. Ms. Maxwell is prepared to speak fully and honestly if granted clemency by President Trump. Only she can provide the complete account. Some may not like what they hear, but the truth matters. For example, both President Trump and President Clinton are innocent of any wrongdoing. Ms. Maxwell alone can explain why, and the public is entitled to that explanation. Oh my God. Oh my God. We are led by a nation of charlatans. It's coming. I need you guys to understand. I need you guys to understand that this is probably going to happen. Ghislaine Maxwell is going to, oh God, shit that I joke about ends up becoming reality, and I fucking hate it. I hate this. Okay? Like a couple months ago, this was a joke. I was saying this as a joke. Now they're saying it openly. They're saying it out loud. They're like, yeah, give us clemency, free Ghislaine Maxwell from prison, and she will tell everybody how innocent Donald Trump and Bill Clinton actually are. What a psychotic situation. And it's wild because, like, everybody knows what's up. Everybody knows what's up. Everybody knows what's up. They've been asked this question for months. If they wanted to rule it out, they'd have ample opportunities. They clearly see something benefit. They see some benefit in dangling a part in front of a convicted sex offender. Yeah, they do. And the benefit is called having her lie about Donald Trump's infallibility and innocence. And perhaps even Bill Clinton as well. I would be really interested in finding out if there was like an additional, closed door meeting that took place where they were like, listen, mutually assured pedophilia destruction. Obviously, don't fuck up the game here. Let's just get Ghislaine out. Let's have Ghislaine basically say openly that, we're both innocent. And then, and then have the CIA wrap it up later. You know what I mean? When she's a free woman, right? Have some QAnon guy walk up to her and fucking dome her in a crowded street, and then we go, oh, how could this have happened? Activate a CIA sleeper cell like a fucking Thomas Crooks type person. There's like a million of them in America. Good old heart attack gun. No heart attack gun necessary. Gun violence is such a constant in American society. Why couldn't they kill her right now? You're literally seeing why they haven't killed her, chatter. Because she is the principal witness and co-conspirator to all of these crimes. She is the linchpin that remains. Because Jeffrey Epstein was not suicided, obviously, but fucking murdered. We know that, right? I mean, come on. Remember all the people that were trying to tell me, like, oh, no, Jeffrey Epstein was, like, really, really sad. Okay, why the fuck did the FBI actually say that he committed suicide a day prior to his actual fucking murder? The reason why Ghislaine Maxwell is currently alive is because she has played ball. They probably have more confidence in her playing ball. I mean, she literally did try to defend all these people like Alan Dershowitz, Donald Trump, and many others in a court setting. She didn't just leak all of this information in an effort to get some sort of innocence scheme, in some sort of scheme where she would get like a lighter sentence or anything. So the reason why they're keeping her alive is because she can come out as the principal witness and play a major role in this propaganda that Donald Trump and Bill Clinton and all these elite pedophiles aren't elite pedophiles at all. They played no role. Comrade, he's still alive? No, dude. The Jeffrey Epstein is still alive. Shit is a distraction. I feel like a lot of people want to purposely lean into the wrong shit here, and I don't like it. Okay? I find that to be unproductive, unhelpful. No, Jeffrey Epstein is not alive in Israel. You got duped by you got duped by what do you call it? Like fucking AI photos, like Gemini AI, generative AI photos. Okay, it's the same. It's the same role that like the Pizzagate style conspiracies play in this stuff, where like these people are openly mentioning that they're like doing pedophilia over and over again in broad daylight in all of these correspondences, and people go, "Oh, what about cheese pizza?" It's like, no, you are purposely trying to find some sort of deep hidden meaning behind the stuff when they were pretty clear, right? When they were pretty clear. Blink if the IDF has you. Yes, you guys got me. I'm actually a fucking Mossad agent. And that's why I've spent the last 10 years talking about fucking Jeffrey Epstein. That's the reason why I am the #1 op of Israel on the internet, more so than fucking Nick Fuentes ever could be. You know, that's the reason why I'm actually Shin Bet and Mossad and IDF at the same fucking time. You guys caught me.
Silence.
Her lawyer says she'll answer questions fully and honestly, but only if granted clemency by President Trump. Then adding both President Trump and President Clinton are innocent of any wrongdoing. Miss Maxwell alone can explain why.
Yeah, this is the reason why she's not dead, okay? This is the reason why she's not dead. If you're wondering why they haven't burned her, this is why, okay? Your prediction was wrong. You said thousands of times. Yeah, Raskin. Trump in the unredacted Epstein files more than 1 million times, Raskin alleges. I mean, I'm sure he was being hyperbolic. Or maybe he wasn't. I don't fucking know. I mean, 38,000 is pretty high. It's a pretty high number, don't you think?
The Republican Speaker of the House says she's clearly just trying to cut a deal.
She's pleading the fifth and trying to make deals. She needs to tell the truth. It's long overdue.
But President Trump has not ruled out a pardon for Maxwell. And this morning, there are new questions about what Trump knew about Epstein's inappropriate behavior and when. Buried in the 3 million pages of Epstein files was this FBI document from 2019. First reported by the Miami Herald. A former Palm Beach police chief who was investigating Epstein said Donald Trump called him in the mid-2000s as word got out that Epstein was charged with sex crimes. Police Chief Michael Ryder told the FBI years later that Trump called the Palm Beach Police Department to tell him, "Thank goodness you're stopping him."
Dude. This is the funniest one that like all of the fucking groypers are using to declare Trump's innocence. Dog, this document's from 2019 after Jeffrey Epstein was arrested. Okay? Miss me with this bullshit. Okay? People were like, oh, see, he knew about it in 2006. It's like, oh, really? So why did he speak only in 2019? Huh? They're trying to play fast and loose. This document is not from 2006, chat. This document is from 2019. It's bullshit. And I've seen a lot of people like America First, the AF Post or whatever, posting this shit. You got to ask yourself why. Why is AF First posting that? I know why. Because at the end of the day, they know where their bread is buttered, okay? They are still not in defense of the truth. They're not working to arrive at some like real conclusion. Their first principles revolve around defending the conservative movement, defending the Trump administration, even if they are in the pocket of like elite pedophiles who are Jewish, which you're supposed to hate if you're a Nazi, right? Like it's one of those things that like is adding insult to injury from the perspective of a fucking white nationalist anti-Semite, right? Yeah. This is from, this was in 2019, Trump told Palm Beach police chief everyone knew about Epstein that Maxwell was evil. This also makes it a little bit harder. In a 2019 FBI interview with Ryder containing the Justice Department's Epstein case files, an interview conducted in October 2019 and not previously reported, has shed new light on Trump's involvement in the early stages of the 2006 Jeffrey Epstein investigation in Palm Beach, Florida. It also raises questions about how much Trump knew about Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell's crimes. So what it makes this really strange for the record is that if Trump in 2019 said Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein were fucking evil, why did he in public say that he wishes Ghislaine Maxwell well? Because if you remember, Trump, when asked about Ghislaine Maxwell, when Ghislaine Maxwell was also being prosecuted, said, "Oh, I wish her well." Remember? That was strange. He's also floating a pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell. That's strange. That's weird. That's odd. There's a major inconsistency here. How odd. In the past, I used to think that the real dead man switch that exists was not in the hands of Jeffrey Epstein, but potentially Ghislaine Maxwell, and that's part of the reason why she's still alive. I'm beginning to think that it might not just be the dead man switch, but also beyond that, as the principal co-conspirator and key witness to all of this stuff, Ghislaine Maxwell holds all the cards now in terms of maintaining Trump's innocence and all these other psychotic pedophilic elite and their innocence.
Everyone has known he's been doing this. The FBI report also states Trump told Ryder that he was around Epstein once when teenagers were present, and Trump got the hell out of there. Trump was one of the very first people to call when people found out they were investigating Epstein. Trump was friends with Epstein for more than a decade. He has repeatedly denied any knowledge of Epstein's crimes. Here's what he told me back in July.
I don't think she, quote unquote, kills herself in prison. I think if that were to happen, it would have happened a long time ago. And the very fact that it hasn't happened up until this very moment means that she either has some assurances, like some post-mortem assurances where there's a dead man switch or something, and it just leaks all of this data, all of the fucking hard evidence that these guys are all pedophiles, videos and stuff that are impossible to combat, right? Or because they know she's capable of playing ball, whereas maybe they didn't have that same assurance for Jeffrey Epstein. Maybe Jeffrey Epstein flew too close to the sun, right? That's what I think. How did Epstein not have a dead man switch, or was that Maxwell? I think Jeffrey Epstein thought he had a dead man switch, and that dead man switch was Ghislaine Maxwell. I think Ghislaine Maxwell burned Jeffrey Epstein. Ghislaine Maxwell always had long-running ties to first the OSS through her father, then to the CIA and Mossad, of course, and all of these other elites. I think if I'm putting my tinfoil conspiracy hat on, I'm thinking Jeffrey Epstein thought his dead man switch was Ghislaine Maxwell. And Ghislaine Maxwell never used that dead man switch once Jeffrey Epstein was killed. Also, there are files showing the FBI purposely fucked with the cameras and hard drives in the prison. Of course they did, because they killed him. What are we talking about? Hello? I mean, none of this stuff is even new. We just have even more information now. But we knew that we knew that was the case, right? That was part of the reason why I kept saying, I don't give a fuck what the New York Times says. Jeffrey Epstein did not kill himself. Jeffrey Epstein was assassinated. This is ridiculous. And a lot of people would try to fucking argue with me on this. It's totally ridiculous. Or if that 4chan post is real, they switched him out. No, they didn't switch him out. They killed him. Most responded to emails clearly showing him asking Epstein to come to one of his parties by doing the trying to find the real killer shtick and manically tweeting about Epstein 24/7 is the guiltiest thing of all time. No one's ever been more caught. It's telling that Dershowitz, Musk, Hoffman, Clinton are all doing the I demand the release of all the Epstein files PR move of getting caught, being friendly with Epstein, then spinning around with the angry masses, grabbing a pitchfork and playing and saying, let's get the bastards. Blood thinks he's on the team. Yeah. Occam's razor, he is dead and he was assassinated. Yes. If he's dead, then who's playing Fortnite on his account? I already told you. It's most likely his son. He had many children. And it's really interesting that we don't know anything about how many kids he had and where they are, because they were all, they were all, I don't know what how I can, what's the best language to use here, but they were all produced through medical coercion, rape, with sex trafficked victims. He was obsessed in the same way that in the same way that Elon Musk is with producing as many kids as possible. You're reaching, bud. Intellectually incurious, sad. How are you drawing that conclusion? Which one? Which one do you think I'm reaching on? The fact that Jeffrey Epstein undoubtedly was murdered, rather than escaped to Israel and is playing Fortnite on his fucking Fortnite account, or the fact that read more? What do you mean read more? What? Your comments? I'm asking you a question. I've read more than you on this, I promise you. Simply just through the passage of time. I've been reading for years and years at this point. My fans in the FBI are coping. Yeah. The code words. Oh my God. Oh my God. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Oh God. I hate these motherfuckers so much. Oh. Yes, dude, you're the real communard, schizoid, parapolitics poster, okay? You're the real deal. We're all fake. We're all phony. It can't the narrative that you are able to pull through with all of these revelations can't be exactly what it is. There has to be a different, there has to be a layer past the things that we know now. I understand the endless investment and interest people have, but sometimes if these guys are openly saying like they want to fuck kids, okay, in the emails, but control the narrative about me from a few comments that disagree with you. Oh my God, I'm just the regular dude. Sorry, bro. I don't know. You hate Kyle K. The code word secular talk. What are you doing? Why would I hate Kyle Kalinske? I'm friends with Kyle. I don't know who you are. Just take an hour off, man. Oh my God. This motherfucker immediately is like, I've actually pulled the strings and I figured out that you, one, hate Kyle Kalinske, who you've known for a decade plus and love and are friends with and talk to with regular frequency. I've also pulled the strings of conspiracy to figure out that you hate me. You know who I am and you hate me. It's like, I don't know who you are. You're a random chatter. No disrespect, but like, I don't know who the fuck you are. And all I can do is like try to understand what your worldview is from the couple different posts that you made in the chat. But you choose to use the moment in the spotlight to be vague posting, you know.
You said that Jeffrey Epstein stole people from Mar-a-Lago. At the time, did you know why he was taking those young women, including Virginia, who was just 16 at the time?
I would figure it was ABC fake news that would ask that question, one of the worst. But no, I don't know really why. But I said if he's taking anybody from Mar-a-Lago, he's hiring or whatever he's doing. I didn't like it, and we threw him out.
Meanwhile, on Capitol Hill, the fallout only growing as lawmakers get their first chance to review the unredacted files at the Department of Justice. Two lawmakers telling reporters they reviewed those documents for 2 hours.
Kyle thinks pizza is possibly a code. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. We can have disagreements on that. You know what I mean? It doesn't mean I hate a person. Like, it's so fucking stupid that people just make something so much larger out of this kind of like reasonable disagreement that we might have. All right, I gotta
Found
pee.
several names of men they say should be revealed without redaction.
There is no reason in our legislation that allows them to redact the names of those men.
The DOJ says that they are committed to transparency, insisting they have nothing to hide and accusing those lawmakers you just heard from of grandstanding. A DOJ official also telling us this morning they are not aware of any corroborating evidence that President Trump called law enforcement 20 years ago. But Robin, this storyline and the questions surrounding this are not going away.
Not anytime soon, and rightfully so. Rachel, thank you.
Yesterday, Congressman Massey and I went to the Department of Justice to read the unredacted Epstein files. We spent about 2 hours there, and we learned that 70 to 80% of the files are still redacted. In fact, there were 6 wealthy, powerful men that the DOJ hid for no apparent reason. When Congressman Massey and I pointed this out to the Department of Justice, they acknowledged their mistake, and now they have revealed the identity of these 6 powerful men. These men are Salvatore Navora, Zorab Mikoladze, Leopig Leonor, Nicola Caputa, Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem, CEO of Dubai Port, and billionaire businessman Leslie Wexner, who was labeled as a co-conspirator by the FBI. Now, my question is, why did it take Thomas Massey and me going to the Justice Department to get these 6 men's identities to become public?
Yep. Pretty weird. I thought we were only getting the redactions on the victims. Oh my God. It turns out it's not just the victims whose names were redacted. It was co-conspirators. One must ask the question why the FBI was hiding and sheltering the names of co-conspirators. One must ask the question why they were sheltering the names of co-conspirators who weren't even American citizens, as a matter of fact. Todd Blanche was posting vigorously last night, but only made himself look like an idiot. They admit he unredacted it, and then said, we're hiding nothing. You just said you were. I know. I saw it. The document you cite has numerous victim names. We just have the unredacted Les Wexner's name from this document, but his name already appears in the files thousands of times. DOJ is hiding nothing. Yeah, the co-conspirator document is redacted, though, dumbass. Just because he is unredacted in other parts of the fucking tranche of data that is readily available in the Epstein files doesn't mean that, like, this is not a profoundly important aspect of the document that you redacted. This is ridiculous. Okay? Yeah. Yeah, we know Les Wexner is all over the Epstein files. We also know Les Wexner was directly involved with Jeffrey Epstein publicly. That's not something you can hide. Why do you hate the people who pay for your luxury house in one of the highest cost of living areas in the U.S.? Says Haas, calm down. I don't know. I just hate him. I hate you. It is what it is, you know? Put the subscription in the bag, little bro. No, we'll unredact this guy too. Gizmo Max, no, don't ban him. I want to hear from him again. I want to hear what he has to say. I'm sure he has like brilliant takes in general. Let him type on his main account. Yeah, I don't know why he's typing on this account. Who are these people that Ro mentioned? Like Les Wexner is the owner of L Brands, Victoria's Secret, and is the reason why he has a tremendous amount of money like Jeffrey Epstein does. He doesn't want you to check his admin logs. Yeah, I know. That's probably the new meta now, right? I do hate you is a wild accusation. Chatter, I don't know who you are. You know that, right? I guess you don't. But I don't know who you are, okay? I don't know who you are. I can't possibly hate you. I don't know you, right? But you hate me anyways? No, I'm memeing, okay? I need you to understand. I'm memeing. I know it's difficult for you to comprehend stuff. I would have to know who you are to develop an opinion about you. You know everything about me because you watch me all the time. So you think, oh, he's in my living room. He's talking directly to me. Okay? Please. You are talking directly to me. Oh my God. Now I am. Okay? Now I am. But throughout the day, when you develop this initial perspective that I hate the people who pay for my luxury house in one of the highest cost of living areas in the US, like you develop that perspective thinking that like I have some kind of enmity, some kind of hatred towards you and all these other people in my own community. Okay? This is the problem. I'm responding to the first post that you made. This is a baby who has no understanding of how the internet works. He's a child. I don't know if this is a child. I think it's sadder than that. I think it's like I think it's more so a adult with a baby brain, you know? You scream at your chat constantly? Yeah, of course I do. Why do you think people are so much more understanding of that process though? Why? It's because people like yourself make alt accounts, sock accounts, specifically to come in here and cry and whine and say stupid things. And they do it over and over and over again. And throughout the day, there are moments that are, you know, perfectly appropriate for yelling, where inevitably I just fucking get mad and yell. Do you think there's 32,000 people in this community right now that are all like, well, he hates me, but I'm still in here because I love him regardless? Or do you think people are like, yeah, I hate that motherfucker too. I hate that motherfucker he pulled up as well. I would love to know who his main is and figure out when you yelled at him. I don't know. But what's so crazy about it is when people turn around, so just ignore chat, you're using to engage. You're just rude to people for no reason. Everyone on the other end of this chat is a person with feelings too. Chatter, I'm gonna be real with you. I'm not gonna yell at you right now, but probably 32,763 people in the chat hate you right now for doing just that. Like, you are the example of what I'm talking about. Like, if I were to yell at you right now, the rest of the fucking community would be like, oh no, that's like super valid. They're probably yelling at their TVs right now for me to fucking move on because you're selfishly and narcissistically derailing the conversation as we're talking about, you know, the elite pedophilic cabal. In your mind, you think you're holding me accountable. The reality of the matter is you're just being a fucking nuisance. You're being annoying. You're going, me, my feelings. And there are a shit ton of people who think you probably should shut the fuck up, you know? Anyway. Haas, calm down. He's rage baiting you. I know, but it's not working. I do like when I unban people like that, because if they can't succeed in rage baiting, they increasingly become more and more unhinged, you know? Why am I a narcissist but you aren't? I never said I'm not a narcissist. I do have narcissistic tendencies. I'm a content creator. What the fuck do you mean? I think all of the content creators are narcissistic in general. The reason why I say you're being a narcissist and self-centered in this situation, however, and this is the last thing I'm going to address, and then we're going to get back to the story. The reason why I say that is because there's a shit ton of people that are coming in here to learn about what's going on in the news, and you are choosing to try to change the dynamic, change the coverage back to yourself. This is selfish, right? That's it. That's the reason why we're all calling you narcissistic. Show chat what 30,000 people look like. Yeah. This is literally the chat right now. Okay. This is the chat, or this is the chat. Sorry. That's 20,000 people. This is This is 30,000 people. Anyway, it's a really unique point in time where you can have this many people in one room and then laser focus on one person's like desires. And some people like to abuse it. But we're going to continue now.
And if we found 6 men that they were hiding in 2 hours, imagine how many men they are covering up for in those 3 million files. But the story gets worse. The reality is that Donald Trump's FBI scrubbed these files in March, long before Thomas Massie and I passed the Epstein Transparency Act. Now, my bill is clear. The Epstein Transparency Act requires them to unredact those FBI files. And yet the Justice Department said to me and to Congressman Massie, we just uploaded whatever the FBI sent us. And guess what? The FBI sent scrubbed files. That means the survivor's statement to the FBI naming rich and powerful men who went to Epstein's island, who went to his ranch, who went to his home and raped and abused underage girls or saw underage girls being paraded, they're all hidden. They're all redacted. It's a little bit of a farce. They're inviting all the members of Congress to go to see the Department of Justice, quote unquote, unredacted files, but they've got all redacted files from the FBI. And it's not the fault of the Justice Department attorneys. They were just told upload things that Donald Trump's FBI had already scrubbed. It's a blatant violation of the Epstein Transparency Act, but it also asks a fundamental question. Who are they protecting? Why are they protecting these rich and powerful men, people I call part of the Epstein class? Why are we in a country where there is no elite accountability for people who do the most heinous things? You have in England the king now calling for an investigation and possible prosecution of his own brother. You have in Norway the princess who no longer has support to be the queen. And yet in the United States of America, we have someone in the cabinet.
True. It is a pretty big L that you have monarchs that are showing more backbone than the supposed American democratic process here. It's pretty wild, man. It's pretty fucking wild. It like European nation states demonstrate more competence in their governance than we do. We don't feel the need to do so. Yeah, it's startling how much a bigger impact the Epstein files is having in Europe than the U.S. They react in a more normal and more transparent manner to the Epstein revelations than we have. We just straight up look at the Epstein stuff and we're like, oh wow, I guess we all, this is a moment of vindication for everyone that kind of knew that we have an elite pedophilic cabal that's basically running the country in a bipartisan manner, and they're connected through this one specific pedophilic sex trafficker who works for both the state of Israel and also the United States of America, definitely CIA and Mossad. There's not really much we can do about it. It is what it is. Like, that's the attitude overall, and it's fucking crazy.
Cabinet, Howard Lutnick, who is all over these Epstein files, who allegedly had business with Epstein after he was convicted of pedophilia, and he still is in the cabinet. We need to ask ourselves, are we in America going to have elite accountability? Are we going to call on rich and powerful people who broke the law or cavorted with a pedophile, a convicted pedophile? Are we going to call them to account? Are we going to have prosecutions for billionaires who went to this island and either raped underage girls or saw underage girls being raped and didn't say anything? Are we going to have investigations? I'll tell you what this is about. It's not just about the 1,200 survivors. It's about 2 tiers of justice in America. It's about people who can accumulate wealth and power and don't have to care about the rest of America. They have destroyed so much of this country. Income inequality is at a 60-year high. Workers' salaries are less than they have been for 75 years as a part of GDP. Somehow this country seems to be working for the rich and powerful, but it's not working for ordinary working class Americans.
And it's all held together with elite relationships through pedophilia. It is crazy. relationships to the nation state of Israel, relationships through pedophilia, sex trafficking of minors. Like, I don't even know what to say, man. Have you heard about the other guys other than Wexner and the Sultan? Yeah.
I say enough. It's time to begin with accountability for the Epstein class. Hold them in front of Congress, those people who visited the island or did business with Epstein after he was a convicted pedophile. Investigate them, prosecute them, and let's return to democratic accountability in the United States of America. Let's return to one system of justice in the United States of America. Let's return to a place where every American has a stake in this country.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm under the penalty...
A rare window inside the Texas prison where Ghislaine Maxwell is serving 20 years for sex trafficking. The new video shows Maxwell appearing yesterday via video link in front of Congress.
Dude, how can we make fun of France or England ever again and call them like pedophile island or anything like that when, you know, not only is the American elite just as pedophilic, but also at least their populations have been more frustrated with the elite pedophiles than ours has been. Or even when we are frustrated with the elite pedophilia, the pedophilic cabal, there's nothing that takes place. There's no push, there's no motion, there's no momentum to enact justice.
In a closed-door meeting. For survivors, it was a moment for answers. Instead, this.
Ms. Maxwell, were you a close friend and confidant of Jeffrey Epstein?
I would like to answer your question, but on the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer this question and any related questions. I therefore invoke my right to silence. I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to silence. I invoke my Fifth Amendment right.
As expected, Maxwell exercised her right to the Fifth Amendment, meaning she can choose not to give evidence that may incriminate her. However, her lawyer said Maxwell would be prepared to speak fully and honestly if granted clemency by President Trump.
I'm going to have to assert my Fifth, Sixth, and 14th Amendment rights, sir.
If it all sounds familiar, that's because it is. Survivors say it reinforces a pattern that they have long described from both Epstein and Maxwell: self-preservation over accountability.
Well, Ghislaine Maxwell certainly has critical information that would help us understand exactly, what happened and who was there at varying times. Some of that we've been able to piece together through the information from other witnesses, et cetera. But she was definitely at the center of this. The problem is she will never tell the truth.
Maxwell's appearance comes as Congress members criticised what they called the over-redacted Epstein files.
What I saw that bothered me were the names of at least 6 men that have been redacted that are likely incriminated by their inclusion in these files. What we're after is the men who Jeffrey Epstein trafficked women to. We want those names published.
It's been more than a week since the US Department of Justice released millions of videos, texts and emails in connection with the Epstein scandal. A drip feed of information exposing a mapping of...
The problem here is also like the unredacted files. So they basically designed like a SCIF style area in Congress where you can go as a congressperson and like look at the unredacted files, right? And the fear that I have is whether or not the unredacted files are the full complete files there, because we have no assurances. Like right now, one of the only ways that we can figure out whether or not these are all of the actual files is because of Gmail, right? Gmail instantly will download and then re-upload all of the files that the government releases, right? And you can check the metadata to see like what kind of Gmail, okay? It's this effort made by random people that got together and took all of the Jeffrey Epstein vacation emails that were released that will automatically download and then upload all of the files that the administration is putting out there and then deleting. What's crazy about Gmail is that it's currently the only way that we can even figure out whether or not the administration is actually taking out some of the files. Because like initially the files that they're releasing will be like, oh, here it is. Initially, initially the files that they are, and they basically made it easy to like go through it, right? They have the primary emails that he has sent. You can also see like you can also search through people like, you know, Elon Musk and Ehud Barak and all these other like notable figures. But what's interesting, the fuck is this page? It's like a fake. It's a fake email system that they created to make it easier to browse through Jeffrey Epstein's emails and things like that. Basically, this just makes it easier to fucking browse through all of this information, right? All emails from the January 30th release are now browsable on Gmail. Shout out to Reducto AI for support on large-scale record processing. Now, what's interesting about it is that they also upload all the data from the redacted Epstein files that the FBI, the Department of Justice, has released. And right now, when they release files, people browse through them, people scour through those files and find certain compromising files, and then the DOJ will go back and delete those files from the fucking website. And Gmail, because they immediately download all the files that are released at first glance, is one of the only reliable ways that we can figure out like what they're actually deleting from the redacted files as well. My point is, it's quite difficult. It's virtually impossible for these like old boomers that will go to these like go to the unredacted files inside of Congress and identify what they've manipulated, right? Trump's FBI scrubbed these files in March. Yeah. Trump's FBI scrubbed these files back in March. Documents Justice got had the redactions the FBI had made back then.
For you and Congressman Massey said there are at least 6 men whose names have been redacted who should be incriminated by their inclusion in the files. Can you elaborate more on that? I mean, is it clear was that part of the group that was redacted in the first place?
No, that is not part of the group. It doesn't look like that was part of the group that was redacted in the first place. There are certain documents that say there are 10 co-conspirators, 15 co-conspirators. In that document, some of them were women. Now, I don't know if those women were survivors or not survivors, but...
Can you speculate why those 6 were redacted? There's more than 6. 6 is just people that they know of as co-conspirators. 6 people, 6 redacted names are co-conspirators that they've identified. There's probably a fuck ton more, Chad. Okay? These are just co-conspirators that the Department of Justice also identified as co-conspirators. This is a tiny, tiny sliver, like 0.001% of the overall documents that they've been able to look at. There's just too much information in here. And that it took them like 2 hours to go through all this stuff. So when they say 6 people that should have been unredacted but were hidden from the public as co-conspirators, they're talking about some high-profile individuals that they were able to identify. The real number is probably way, way higher than that. Who would be a shock to you if they were in the files? No one. At this point, no one. No one at all would be a shock to me. America is the greatest superpower on the planet, and America and Israel are in cahoots with one another, and therefore Jeffrey Epstein touched every single person. No pun intended. That's precisely the reason why you see him with like high-profile celebrities every now and then. Like, there is not a single person that would shock me. It depends on the level of connection that they had to Jeffrey Epstein. Okay? That's it. Like, when you say, oh, if Michelle Obama was on there, I'd be shocked. Like, how is that shocking to you? Jeffrey Epstein was in these circles. Michelle Obama could have easily been at an event that Jeffrey Epstein was at. You know what I mean? I mean, Zoran's mom was at an event that Jeffrey Epstein was at. Hello? There's a difference between being mentioned in the files and being a co-conspirator, or the level of involvement that you had and the frequency in which you met Jeffrey Epstein. For example, the Obamas are not in the files directly, right? Like, they are mentioned in the files, of course, you know, because Barack Obama was the president. However, Barack Obama's close associates are directly involved with Jeffrey Epstein. And the same goes for Joe Biden. Joe Biden, as far as we know, did not have like a direct contact with Jeffrey Epstein at all. And yet there are a fuck ton of people that are in close vicinity, close proximity to Joe Biden that are all up and down the Epstein files. They're constantly talking to Jeffrey Epstein. There's constant back and forth. There's constant correspondence. So it shouldn't be shocking to see like certain celebrities that you love that have been connected at some point with Jeffrey Epstein by way of just like being at the same event or something. That's normal. But like I said, it's not remotely surprising to me if we see anyone and everyone on there.
We give the benefit of the doubt to justice. Maybe those were survivors who also happened to be co-conspirators and they appropriately redacted them. But there are 6 men in those documents, some of them foreign-born, a couple of them in the United States with their pictures, and there's absolutely no explanation for why they...
I mean, you're saying, like, what about the Chinese officials? There were some Chinese officials in the Epstein files. They apparently were saying to one another, be careful of the Jewish dog when referencing Jeffrey Epstein. So even, of course, there's going to be members of the, Chinese government that are going to be in here. Jeffrey Epstein is literally a fucking agent of the CIA. Yeah, the only famous celebrities that you won't see in there are only not in there because they're too young to be in there. You know what I mean? I mean, think about it this way. Mehdi Hasan is mentioned in the Epstein files. But the reason why he was mentioned in the Epstein files is because someone was sending Jeffrey Epstein an email with one of Mehdi Hasan's debates about Islam. Okay? Norm Finkelstein is mentioned in the Jeffrey Epstein files. But the only reason why the Young Turks is mentioned, wait, really? So they're, oh, I didn't know that. I mean, it's not that surprising though, because they were looking at everything, right? Zayn Malik was in the Epstein files, even though he's relatively young. But the reason why he was being mentioned is because he was identified as an anti-Israel celebrity. So not every mention is the same. The Hadid sisters were mentioned. Epstein emails discuss the Hadid sisters' modeling career. He's discussing he alleges they did sexual acts and their father paid modeling agencies to attain their success as models. Epstein, because they follow directions, is that simple? That's gross. What's up with the Imran Khan mention? And them claiming he's more dangerous than like Xi or Putin? Is that even geopolitically cogent? Yes, because Pakistan is a nuclear armed nation and an incredibly important country that America must maintain control over through its intelligence connection. The military runs the country, and the military is basically the CIA. Imran Khan would have developed sovereignty for Pakistan, regardless of his other issues, right? He would have developed sovereignty for Pakistan, and that was unacceptable. It would have destroyed a major part of America's global war on terror initiatives, because as former defense ministers, current defense ministers have mentioned over and over again, Pakistan has played a major role in modern terrorism in the way that we understand it. They have, by way of the CIA, basically developed all of the terror cells that you know. Without America's stranglehold over the ISI and the Pakistani military, who knows what kind of information you would learn about. Who knows what kind of information we get out of Pakistan, and Pakistan, a nuclear armed nation, would be directly aligned with China. What's wrong with Imran Khan? What do you mean there's something wrong with him? I mean, these guys are these guys are heading major nations. There's always going to be issues with like self-governance. There's always going to be like domestic issues, right? That's what I mean. Like whether it be like the treatment of the Balochistan independence movement people. Imran Khan is seemingly an angel in comparison to some of these other figures, but like ultimately there's still going to be issues. I'm saying my expectation is not that they're infallible anyway. I'm simply saying that there are issues, but they're inconsequential in comparison to Pakistan. Like he's not in prison for those reasons. He's in fucking prison because he is considered a major threat to American interest in Pakistan. Okay? Something that a lot of people refuse to comprehend when talking about these sorts of things will be like, well, fuck him, he was bad on this, or fuck him, he was bad on that. It's like, okay, well, those aren't the reasons why he's in fucking jail. Okay? Anyway.
They were redacted. Now, we just discovered 6 men in a 2-hour review. My guess is there are more of those people, and we are going to petition the Justice Department to release that. That could have been incompetence and a cover-up. The broader cover-up, though, that I'm concerned about is the scrubbing that took place in March in the FBI files, where all of this redacted information was then sent to the Justice Department. I think U.S. attorneys looked at it in good faith, but they were looking at documents that were already redacted. So when I said to the Justice Department person, who was very nice, helping me search through the documents, I said, why are these redacted? He said, well, sir, we got them this way. So we just are putting them up in the form we got them. And that is the big issue that needs to be addressed.
Yeah, the torture video was from the UAE guy. The CIA, the Pakistani military, and ISI hand over a random Pakistani prisoner and gave Trump claiming rights that he caught the Abbey Gate bomber and therefore got justice for Biden fiasco in Afghanistan. Supposedly, CIA wanted Trump to side with the Pakistani military over Khan. Yeah. Serious question, big bro. If they deleted some stuff entirely, if they could, why not delete most of them? I mean, I think they can't go super heavy-handed because obviously there are methods of figuring it out through the metadata, and that's the reason why they are figuring it out. It could also be because there's so much information out there that through this faucet of info, it's pretty hard to pick apart like the discernible parts of this. That's one thing. It makes it much harder to go through all the files and figure out exactly what's wrong, exactly what's taking place. You also run into the problem with, this chatter is correct, there's rank and filers. Because when you have a conspiracy, not a conspiracy theory, but a conspiracy to keep something from the public, there are going to be, the larger the number of files are, the larger the number of agents that are working on the files, whether to redact them or to investigate it, right? And that means the likelihood of someone whistleblowing increases. This is why certain conspiracy theories are automatically considered ridiculous, like the moon landing, right? The amount of people that would have participated in creating the fake, like the staged moon landing, is so high that it's mathematically impossible for someone not to come out and reveal what actually took place. And I think like some of the Epstein revelations is the same as well, because so many people have played a role in the investigation. So many people have played a role in the cover up that if they were to like not follow through on the law, I suspect that there would be some naysayers that would come out and be like, well, here's where the government actually fucked up, right? That's why you need blackmail, which a lot of these secret societies do. Yes, but when there's too many links that hold a chain together, that's an endless amount of opportunity for the link to fucking fall apart. You can't blackmail every single person. It's crazy though. That's all this time, literally no whistleblowers have come out of someone leaking. Yeah. People in the intelligence community know that secrets have a half-life. Depending on how big the secret is, they can be kept probably for only up to about 10 years with most secrets. It's all a matter of timing, and these are volatile assets. Moon landing is definitely real, and there's no ice wall or flat earth or firmament. Yeah. Yeah. What is this? I mean, definitely for something, but this Epstein shit shows how long it can go before it all unfolds. You're kind of wrong, dog. Wait, what? You're watching it unfold right now, chatter. What are you talking about? And also, half of the stuff that we now know, for many of you, this is your first encounter with Jeffrey Epstein's like crimes or all of the connected people to Jeffrey Epstein. For someone like myself and for many others in this community, this is just a confirmation of things that we already knew. You understand that, right? That in and of itself means that there were weak links in the chain that have allowed us to learn about what Jeffrey Epstein was up to. You know that, right? Like, Les Wexner is not a new person. And the reason why they can't keep redacting Les Wexner's name from the entirety of the files is because we already knew for decades that Les Wexner was Jeffrey Epstein's primary financial benefactor. That's not a new piece of information at all. If anything, this kind of stuff coming out is just more evidence to something that we knew about already. But aren't we seeing how long this has gone on before it actually unravels? No, all of this stuff is just additional confirmation. Most of the things that they're talking about most of the things that we're finding out in this revelation of the Epstein files saga is just stuff that we knew about already. Like, we knew Ehud Barak was deeply connected. We just didn't know exactly how connected he was or what the conversations look like. Like, these are suspicions being confirmed. or in many instances, additional information being revealed about things that we already knew. Like a lot of the stuff we knew about already. We knew that Jeffrey Epstein was a Mossad agent. Okay. But there wasn't this much confirmation before. There was evidence here and there. Yeah. Knowing an actual legal and evidence, knowing is different. Chatter is right. Yes, you're 100% right about that. But doesn't this show the severity of how easy it is to cover up even crazy ass shit like this? Not necessarily. I think it proves exactly what I'm saying. When you have this many people, when you have this many people involved, it's virtually impossible to keep it a secret. And that's precisely why we knew so much. There's a lot of obfuscation, and there's also an opportunity to like deflect the attention away. And that's why I rail against people. That just regularly say like, oh, it's the Pizzagate conspiracy real, shit like that. Because that's also playing a role in further obfuscating the truth. The real problem right now is not that like we don't know the full details. The real problem right now with the Epstein files is we know a lot more details now, a lot more evidence, and yet there is no accountability that comes after it.
Men in power across the globe. And a pop star who severed ties with that world order. A mic drop moment as Grammy award-winning star Chappell Rowan, who sings about a safe place in hit Pink Pony Club, became the latest star to leave her agents after their founder, Casey Wasserman, was named in the Epstein files. Wasserman had exchanged flirtatious emails with Ghislaine Maxwell over 2 decades ago and has since said he deeply regrets it. From pop stars to politicians caught with their trousers down, the Epstein files have almost brought down the British government. And as tens of millions watched, the victims of Jeffrey Epstein had this message broadcast at the Super Bowl.
This girl deserves the truth. Because she deserves the truth.
Using the most public platform.
I think one of the wildest things is Michael Treacy, the preeminent contrarian Michael Treacy, doing everything in his power to defend Jeffrey Epstein right now, defend Noam Chomsky, defend Jeffrey Epstein, and constantly fucking tarnish the victims. And I feel like he's not even doing it for some, additional insight or access to, espionage facilities or anything like that. Like, he's not even a state asset. He's literally doing it purely for the love of the game. I cannot, like, it's unbelievable that for my first reaction to Michael Treacy was when he came to the Young Turks. He was a colleague of mine back in the day. And one of the first big things that he did was talk about how anti-Semitism ain't shit, right? He was like, anti-Semitism is totally fake. It's totally made up. It's irrelevant, all this stuff. And a lot of people got mad at him, right? A lot of people got mad at him at the time for doing that because he was the OG contrarian, okay? And now at a moment of like, at a moment of conspiracy that kind of corresponds with what he was saying at the time that, you could have even presented as like anti-Semitic, like this like Jewish cabal, all this stuff. This should be a moment of vindication for many of the anti-Semitic conspiracists that want to take advantage of the Jeffrey Epstein saga and say, see, this is a Jewish pedophilic cabal. See, we told you. He has taken the opposite position. He's taken the opposite position. And he's now saying, actually, all of these people wanted it. All of these people got paid. All of these people got like fantastic vacations. He's doing major victim blaming. It's incredible. It's incredible how much this guy loves being a contrarian for the sake of being a contrarian.
To ask simply for the truth, while Maxwell used hers for silence and not for the first time. And joining me now to discuss all of this is Charlotte Proudman, barrister and campaigner specialising in violence against women and girls. Charlotte, thanks for joining us. I mean, what sort of message do you think this sends to survivors watching Ghislaine Maxwell on this very public stage, refusing to answer questions?
I think it's a real slap in the face for survivors who we know from the emails that have been disclosed have suffered some of the most horrendous torturous events perhaps imaginable, from rape, sexual assault, deep forms of harm, that being girls and women. We know that Maxwell herself was involved in the trafficking of women, and yet here she is one of the only people that we know has had a direct role in the abuses inflicted by Epstein and other very famous, powerful men, and refusing to provide any information.
Now, survivors say Maxwell's silence sort of reflects a pattern of self-preservation over accountability that they've seen time and time again. I mean, is that something you've seen, Charlotte?
Absolutely. I mean, we do tend to see where there have been abuses of power, that perpetrators will still focus on their own self-preservation and making sure that they won't be held accountable for any further crimes. But often what we tend to see sometimes is that perpetrators will hold others accountable and will suggest that they may not be responsible, but other people are. And what we see in the Maxwell cases, effectively not telling the world, certainly not survivors, who else is responsible.
Now, Congress has criticised the Epstein files for, in their words, being overly redacted. I mean, in your view, are these redactions protecting national security, as some claim, or are they protecting powerful individuals?
I think one of the ironic things about the redactions is that we hear from victims that their privacy has been invaded because the files have not been appropriately redacted. So it's quite easy, I'm told, to get hold of victims' names, potentially their medical records, social security records, and so forth. And yet when it comes to perpetrators, we see that their names are redacted. Of course, not all of them, but very many of them are redacted. Now, what is the purpose of those redactions? Surely it can't be national security. And there is, in my view, and certainly what would outweigh that, is a public interest in holding those perpetrators accountable.
I mean, with your barrister's hat on, legally now, what are the routes, do you think, for survivors? We've seen that, you know, justice appears to have stopped with Maxwell. Are there other paths that they could pursue?
I mean, I would like to see those that have sent emails to Epstein who are directly implicated or indeed themselves have perpetrated sexual violence upon women and girls investigated by the police and by law enforcement agencies, whether that's in the UK or the US. For example, I think it would be only right that Andrew Mountbatten Windsor is investigated by the police. Why hasn't he been investigated? Yet Mandelson, who supposedly leaked confidential information from the government to Epstein, a convicted paedophile at the time, has been investigated by the police. Why is it that survivors...
I mean, they both should be. And also, the investigations should also lead to Keir Starmer resigning in disgrace as well, and every single Labour Party Blairite that played a formative role in knifing Jeremy Corbyn, who is perhaps the most vindicated politician in England. There should be in a just world, and we do not live in a just world, but in a just world, Keir Starmer, Mandelson, all the Labour Friends of Israel, all of these people that were either directly or indirectly connected to Jeffrey Epstein would be sufficiently investigated, and would be brought to justice and would be forced to resign in disgrace and possibly go to prison. Because the only way that you can analyze what took place in the Labour Party against Jeremy Corbyn is foreign intervention in British democracy. Foreign intervention at the behest of the United States of America and Israel. That's just the reality, because that's precisely what happened. Jeremy Corbyn was seen as a threat to American imperialism, was seen as a threat to Israel, and Jeremy Corbyn was destroyed from within the party by direct collaborators of Jeffrey Epstein. I think the public deserves to know exactly what that relationship looked like. That should be investigated. And if there was any sort of real competence, here, they would do that. They would demand this investigation. They would try to push for this investigation. Yeah, I saw the dad shot daughter after arguing about Donald Trump. And before people say, oh, well, Keir Starmer's demise would lead to a reform growth. I mean, you have the Green Party right there. So you're wrong on that front either. I mean, you're not right on that front either. Let's be real. Haven't seen any videos of the broadcast media harassing Mandelson outside his house. Was constant during Corbyn leadership and indeed for some time after. I'd say curious, but it's because basically the whole broadcast media except GB News swings New Labour. No, that's overreach. Corbyn would at most not participate openly. No, I'm not saying Corbyn would do it. So reform can take the throne as well as the AFD. There is already an alternative out there that has actually grown past the point of Labour right now in popularity, and that's the Greens. And I can't believe I'm saying this because normally I'd be very skeptical of like any sort of green initiative, but as it stands currently, your party is non-existent. Labor has fallen apart. Labor got all of its wishes. Okay, it became a newer version of the Tory party. It's spectacularly unpopular, and now there's at least one group that is rising from the ashes. Have you heard about the Revolution Party in Canada? I think it's becoming what the Greens here never could. I don't know. Also, the alternative is what? That you don't punish people that were undermining liberal democracy in the UK and the United States of America at the behest of two foreign nation states, the United States and United States and Israel. Like that's like these the elite pedophilic cabal and its affiliates should not have their reputation tarnished, should not be investigated. Really? That's your argument here? Like, I personally don't care. Anyone and everyone that is involved with Jeffrey Epstein, Democrat or Republican alike, should be properly investigated, should be punished. Okay? There is no electoral calculation I'm making here. If we can't say that people that are related to an elite pedophilic cabal should be punished, then there is no, it's over. You know what I mean? There is no need for democracy. We just live under this this strange system that presents itself as a democracy, but there's no democracy at all. There's no democratic process at all. It's ridiculous.
And indeed their right to bodily integrity, to freedom of violence, are not taken seriously. It just shows to me that the policing priorities are not right.
I mean, you talk of consequences, you know, from politicians to pop stars. We are seeing a sort of severing of ties after individuals are named in the files. I wonder, do you think that reputational pressure and damage can succeed where the justice system has failed?
I used to think so. I think particularly during the Me Too movement, I did think that reputational damage perhaps can sometimes outweigh and indeed perhaps even grapple with some of the challenges and barriers within the criminal justice system in terms of holding perpetrators accountable. However, what we saw post Me Too is that very many men were able to effectively embark upon a PR exercise.
I don't know how you can connect the dots of the GHISLAINE pardon, but you can't see how there could be other conspiracies about the United States and the world. I feel like you're looking past what I previously was trying to say. I'm not trying to be a conspiracy nut, but for real, you cannot argue the fact that the current Epstein files are showing how much power they have and how they can manipulate any single person they want. Like, for real, dude, just open up your mind a tad in this direction. What are you talking about? I don't even disagree with you. I think you want to disagree with me for the sake of disagreement. Like, what is the take? Like, what have I not opened my mind up to? Like, how do you look at everything that is unfolded and then go, you know what? We must go deeper. They're actually all lizards or something, and the earth is flat. Like, what? Like, what is the take here? Is it the moon landing? It's because you think the moon landing is real? That's what you think? That's your problem with my assessment is that, like, if they could keep the Jeffrey Epstein stuff under wraps, even though they literally couldn't, not only right now, but also even before this very moment, a lot of the stuff that we are finding out about, as I'm saying over and over again, is things that we knew about already. Things that you would have heard from me all the way back in 2019. None of this shit is new information. What's new is direct confirmation. That's new. But we already had circumstantial evidence. We had hard evidence like photos, financial entanglements, things of that nature, but we just didn't have the direct emails, the direct back and forth, for example, or we didn't know how deep the connection went.
Of making sure that in some way their PR was rehabilitated.
Do you think things have progressed since the Me Too movement? You know, we talk about it as a kind of colossal moment, but seeing this sort of global...
Oh, it's all about the Pizzagate was true and those who believed it were right before everyone? Yeah, except I was very actively covering the Jeffrey Epstein saga, and I did not offer credence to the Pizzagate conspiracies.
Mapping of power. Are we moving in the right direction in your view?
I think incrementally there were some changes with the Me Too movement, but I also think there was a huge pushback, and perhaps one of the most powerful examples of that is the election of Donald Trump. It shows that when it comes to the public, that's views on morality, particularly violence against women and girls, I think there's still predominantly this.
Like, the Pizzagate stuff reminds me of the Wayfair conspiracies, okay? People make up or people believe certain conspiracies and they just won't let it go. They will be like, I need confirmation for this thing that I believed already. Yeah, so you were way off? No, I wasn't. The fuck are you talking about? Oh, they're using code words. You're clearly wrong. Yeah, the code words are young nubile teen. That's not a code word. They're just openly saying it. Oh. One of the things that we found out is that Jeffrey Epstein may have been directly involved in 4chan Poll's creation. And these people still look at 4chan and 4chan created conspiracies like QAnon, like Pizzagate, and go, no, that's real actually. How do you not understand that the actual evidence from the files shows that there is a very high likelihood that all of those fucking conspiracy theories that were created and concocted on 4chan were possibly created as a way to distract you from the actual evidence of real conspiracy, not a conspiracy theory, mind you, but real conspiracy of a global pedophilic cabal. You're still fucking leaning into the distraction. That's my argument. Okay? Were they actually sex trafficking minors in broad daylight? Absolutely. Were they doing it through Wayfair.com by ordering fucking furniture? No. Let it go. Same thing with like, were they actually sex trafficking minors? Absolutely. Were they doing it through the basement of a pizza shop? No. No, they weren't. I have no reason to defend some random fucking pizza shop in Washington, D.C. Jesus Christ. These guys were in the emails literally being like, I would like a 14-year-old to sex traffic. And there are still people who are going, but what about the cheese pizza side? What about the Comet Pizzeria aspect of this? What about the QAnon aspect of this? Yeah, you're right, dude. It's actually fucking Tom Hanks that is sex trafficking minors to Hillary Clinton. I'm telling you, this is Brace's fault, Lamount. No, Brace doesn't fuck with this stuff either. That's what's so frustrating about it. Flesh Simulator is melting people's brains. Oh my God, it is that Flesh Simulator guy, isn't it? My issue is, especially in this day and age right now, when there's so much evidence that's readily available, people that are like hyper focusing on confirming their priors here are actually playing a role in the deflection. They're playing a role in pursuing avenues that are unproductive. Okay, they're pursuing. They're going after. They're going after the wrong thing. The real thing is right in front of you, and you're like, nah, all this stuff is whatever. It's too blatant for me. I have this endless desire to actually find different threads to untangle. Like, focus on the real shit, please. I think some of these guys are feds, but I don't think they're all feds. I think some of them are just duped. Confirmation bias, in my opinion, plays a big role in the way that people refuse to think critically about all this stuff. You know, people just want to confirm their own theories. And I know people will say that about me as well. They'll be like, oh no, you were just like anti-Pizzagate, and that's the reason why you're just fucking continuously saying it's fake, it's phony. And not because I'm thinking critically about the likelihood of having this elite pedophilia ring operate from Comet Pizzeria or something versus operate at Jeffrey Epstein's island. It's just so strange. I don't know. I feel like it's purposely, if anything, if you want to see a conspiracy here, I think the conspiracy is that they are dropping, like, the initial Pizzagate conspiracy and the QAnon shit, like, they were all concocted at 4chan specifically so that when the real conspiracy comes out, you think the old fake shit that is going to lead you astray is the real shit. It's the same reason why I've always said Alex Jones is an op, is a federal government agent. Or if he wasn't a federal government agent, the federal government would have created an Alex Jones. A guy who actually says there's mass surveillance happening, a guy who says, you know, that they're going to start kidnapping people, right? And all this stuff. A guy who says, you know, they're making the frogs gay, who then turns around and says these guys are vampires, interdimensional space vampires. That basically makes normies think, oh, everything Alex Jones is saying is fake. No, everything Alex Jones is saying is not fake. There are real things that Alex Jones is actually dialed in on, okay? But it has a tendency to discredit the real information. because it's packaged in this like insane point. Obviously, Epstein wouldn't care if random loonies hated him. The point would have been to create a smokescreen around the issue to distract respectable outlets and dissuade people from taking the idea seriously, which is what happened. Whether or not he had anything to do with it, the obvious reason for an intelligence service or him to instigate Pizzagate QAnon was so that the concept of elite pedophile cabal would become immediately associated with fringe loonies and not the actual elite pedophile cabal. Exactly. That's it. And a lot of people don't understand that. Okay? A lot of people don't understand that. They think like, oh no, QAnon was actually on the, or QAnon was right. Okay, why are the QAnon conspiracists right now not dialed in on the Epstein stuff? Why are they not connecting Jeffrey Epstein to Donald Trump, even though Donald Trump has been mentioned in the files thousands of fucking times? Perhaps it's because QAnon is serving its fucking purpose, which is to disparage the real conspiracy with a metric ton of fake conspiracy theories, so that the ones who are supposed to be leading the calls for justice are too distracted, and they're focusing on random shit like Tom Hanks being a cannibal. Okay? Nobody's distracted here. No distracted. You're distracted. We understand that. Nobody's distracted. Stop encouraging your chat to accept reality as is laid out for them. Wait, what? Questioning everything is a good thing, chat. Don't listen to him on this. Yes, questioning everything is good. And it is because I have questioned the veracity of QAnon and the veracity of Pizzagate. That is the reason why I've arrived at the position I've arrived at, which is that QAnon and Pizzagate are simple distractions from the real conspiracy that is unfolded. That's it. It's so frustrating to have to do this over and over again. Whatever. If you want to fucking believe Pizzagate is real, go ahead. I don't really care. I'm done. I'm done. Okay, you're right. Okay, yeah, you got me. You have won the war of attrition. If you want to fucking keep believing that, like, Pizzagate is real, then you can if you want to. But don't bring that shit in here, please. Controlled opposition? Yeah, okay. It's so crazy that this, like, moment of utter vindication, and I still have motherfuckers going, nah, there's something behind. There's something behind the curtain. I'm like, yeah, I'm showing you what's behind the curtain. And you're saying, no, there's something even behind the person behind the curtain.
Sense of male entitlement, that it's permissible for men to abuse women, I'm afraid to say, and for men not to be held accountable and certainly not suffer the career consequences that they perhaps should.
And just finally, tens of millions of people were watching when Epstein's survivors used the Super Bowl to ask for the truth. Maxwell used her platform for silence. I mean, what message do you think that sends?
I think the fact that Maxwell has used her platform for absolute silence and to attempt to evade justice through her lawyer suggesting that she would only speak if she were granted absolute immunity is just extraordinary. It's not holding her accountable. Who knows if we'll hold anybody else accountable. There's not going to be any meaningful change unless perpetrators are held accountable. No one will have any confidence in the criminal justice system, I think, after this, when we see millions of pages of evidence and zero arrests.
Charlotte Proudman, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Why did the Epstein files show you coordinate?
Yeah, now we're going to talk about Howard Butlick, who, is all over the Epstein files, obviously, and did lie to the public. Another person who lied to the public. I must say, as a Turk, I'm ashamed that you're my representation in American. Dog, your name is literally wife beater. The fuck do you mean? Who would you rather have as better representation than someone like myself? Also, you don't have to own it. You know what I mean? You can just be like, yeah, no, we have much better representation in Turkey. Mehmet Öz, is that what it is? Sorry, I'm not beating wives out here. Yeah, why haven't you launched a vengeance quest against the Armenians that live on U.S. soil in the same way that Dr. Oz is? You really need chat for your next stand-up set. It'll go so well. What is this? Did you see Rick Scott's comments to your prior comments? What response to your prior comments?
Any person.
What the fuck? You're so dumb. Dude, he looks so shiny. I mean, look, if you want to believe lizard people are real, I can't really argue against that, especially when Rick Scott exists, right? He is a feral ghoul for sure. That's a man whose veins run on the fumes of Medicare fraud, if I've ever seen one. Yeah, he hasn't done one in a while, so he's like losing his life force, you notice? He's like, I need to do more Medicare fraud, otherwise I will die. Is lizard people an anti-Semitic trope? Can be, yeah. In many instances it is. I just mean like literally he looks like a lizard. Also, he's not Jewish. Many of the people that we're talking about here are wasps. Okay? He just looks like a lizard. I mean, look at him, dude. What do you mean? Look at him. Sometimes the lizard person just looks like a lizard. In this case, that's the situation in front of us. He just has lizard-like features. The Les Wexner Epstein story never made sense, says Stephanie Rule, which, again, ridiculous, okay? But Dropsite News has done extensive reporting on this. The same year Wexner gave Epstein personal control over his vast fortune, Wexner formed the Study Group, a group of ultra-wealthy Jewish entrepreneurs who develop philanthropic initiatives to fund support for Israel. Meister's wife, Wendy, also introduced Leslie to Abigail Koppel, a young Israeli-American attorney, 25 years his junior. Epstein was named the trustee of Wexner's philanthropic foundation, and he supervised the drafting of Leslie and Abigail's prenuptial agreement before they were married in January 1993. Yeah. Jeffrey Epstein not only had a power of attorney over Les Wexner's entire fortune, but he also had complete command over Les Wexner's study group, which was a philanthropic initiative to fund, support for Israel charities, things like that in the United States of America. Yes, the guy from Victoria's Secret. Yes, Les Wexner is an Ohio native that is the founder of L Brands, which is and L Brands is like the umbrella corporation that owns Victoria's Secret and numerous other successful businesses.
Ghislaine Maxwell, is the president going to rule out a pardon for her? In her testimony, deposition yesterday, her legal team seemed to be making a case again for a pardon from the president.
Again, this is not something I've discussed with the president recently because, frankly, it's not a priority. He's focused on many of the issues that the American people are dealing with and providing solutions to those issues. So I haven't spoken with him recently. Last time we did speak about it, he said it's not something he's considering or thinking about. Go ahead, Bloomberg. Their loss.
Ghislaine Maxwell.
He also owned Limited 2/Justice, which were for tween-age girls, and transferred those companies to Epstein's financial trust company. Yeah. You keep saying Victoria's Secret, L Brands owned Limited 2 and Justice? Yes. I'm just saying Victoria's Secret because it's the most famous one, chatter. Hello? You're trending in D.C., home of FBI headquarters? What? Not anymore, I'm not. The real place to look at is Israel, dude. That's what I always wonder. Let's look at worldwide first. Past 12 months. And the top places are Canada, United States, Ireland. Canada's number one more than the United States? That's crazy. Let's see. And then let's look at Israel. It's like all Shocktober. Tel Aviv district, Jerusalem district, Center district, Haifa district, North district. Go back to YouTube, you biatch. Bro, I'm never disparaging Canada again. They're my strongest warriors. Bloomington police announced arresting sex trafficking bros. Rashad Johnson out of Maple Grove. This is the most disturbing arrest that we've had here. He's a backgrounder for ICE, Homeland Security, and federal agencies. Oh, wow. This is the most shocking revelation of all time. Just in the past few months in Minnesota, there have been as many ICE employees arrested for sex trafficking as there have been people executed by ICE agents. Interesting. And for the people who are asking, how the hell did he pass a background check, which he had to have been to be hired by them? ICE is a kidnapping operation. Of course they want sex traffickers to work for ICE. Also, they don't really do any background checks anyway. So if they did, that wouldn't stop them from hiring this guy. They'd be like, oh, dude, we should actually elevate your position of prominence in the agency because let's be real, we really need a guy with your skills, okay? We need a guy with your skills for the job.
A meeting and planning a visit with Jeffrey Epstein on his private island in December 2012.
Thank you for the question. I'm glad to be here to make it clear that I met Jeffrey Epstein when I moved to a house next door to him in New York, right? And I met him then. Over the next 14 years, I met him 2 other times that I can recall, 2 times. And that is none for 6 years. So 6 years later, I met him. And then a year and a half after that, I met him and never again. Probably the total.
Howard Nutlake is so compromised on the Epstein stuff. It's kind of crazy that he even has the audacity to lie about this shit. We know in broad daylight exactly how how connected he is to Jeffrey Epstein. We've seen the emails of him being like, these are the children that are coming to your pedophile island, Mr. Pedophile. He also bought, like, he literally bought, I think he bought the fucking house. He bought a house from Jeffrey Epstein, if I'm not mistaken.
And you've seen all of these documents, of these millions and millions of documents. There may be 10 emails connecting me with him, probably about 10 emails connecting me with him over a 14-year period. I did not have any relationship with him. I barely had anything to do with that person, okay?
Secretary Lutnick, I think you understand the root of concern here. It's the way you described very emphatically your first encounter with him.
Bro, he lived next door to Jeffrey Epstein. He sold him a house for like nothing and then he flipped it for like millions. Sketchy as fuck. Yeah. He lived next door to Jeffrey Epstein. Howard Lutnick, also a big yearner, big 9/11 recipient, let's say. 9/11 was a major boost to his financial profile. Every single person pretty much died in his financial business in the towers, and he was the one who made out like a fucking bandit. He successfully sued the airliners after 9/11, and then instead of distributing the funds, the trial awards that came from the successful litigation from the airliners, he literally distributed the funds by way of shareholder percentage, which meant he got the majority. Like, he got a massive chunk of the awards from the successful litigation. He fucked over everyone in his company and their family members. He robbed 9/11 victim families. Yes, the firm is called Cantor Fitzgerald. He's a crazy guy. I mean, I've talked about all this stuff too.
In his apartment, said you were disgusted, would never have any contact with him again. Did you, in fact, make the visit to Jeffrey Epstein's private island?
I did have lunch with him as I was on a boat going across on a family vacation. My wife was with me, as were my 4 children. And now,
Bros, that makes it worse. That doesn't make it better. That almost makes it seem like you were using your kids. You were using your kids as bait, bro, as pedo bait. You don't understand, sir. I was trafficking my own children and the children of my close friends to the international pedophilic sex trafficker. Why did you, in the email correspondence with Jeffrey Epstein, write out the ages of your children and your friends' children? Because he did that. Think about how fucking insane that is. You know he's a pedophile, and you're like, hey, Mr. Pedophile, I would love to go to Pedophilia Island. I just must let you know ahead of time, I will have young children with me. Here are their ages. Not only my own personal children, but the children of my, immediate friends as well. And here are their fucking ages, dude. We're landing in St. Thomas early Saturday afternoon, planning to head over to St. Bart's and Gia on Monday at some point. Where are you located? What is the exact location for my captain? The Sunday evening for dinner sound good. I have another couple, Michael and Marcy Lerman, with me on my boat. And each of us have 4 children, 2 16s, 2 14s, a 13, a 12, an 11, and a 7-year-old. Thanks, Howard. This shit was worthless. What you really should be looking for is pizza toppings, not like wanted. Yeah, I know. I'm noticing that he didn't mention pizza in this email, so I think we should just cast this aside as irrelevant, right? What do you guys think? I think there's no pizza references in this, so it's probably irrelevant. Fuck it. Let's move on, you know?
I had another couple.
Any mention of furniture names? Yeah, he doesn't mention Wayfair. So obviously this is not that significant. This doesn't play a significant role in the conspiracy.
They were there as well with their children, and we had lunch on the island. That is true, for an hour, and we left with all of my children, with my nannies and my wife, all together. We were on family vacation. We were not apart. To suggest there was anything untoward about that in 2012, I don't recall why we did it, but
Mr. Secretary, again, as I said, there's not an indication that you yourself engaged in any wrongdoing with Jeffrey Epstein. It's the fact that you...
It's like, you're protesting a bit too much there, butt lick.
Believe that you misled the country and the Congress based on your earlier statements, suggesting that you cut off all contact when in fact you had not. When you visited the private island, did you see anything inappropriate during that visit?
The only thing I saw with my wife and my children and the other couple and their children was staff who worked for Mr. Epstein on that island.
And you realize that, you know, this visit took place after he'd been convicted, right? I mean, you made a very big point of saying that you sensed that this was a bad person in 2005. And then, of course, in 2008, he was convicted of soliciting prostitution of a minor. And yet you went and had this trip and other interactions. Did you have a dinner in Epstein's New York City home in 2011?
No.
So the information that suggests that there was a dinner with Woody Allen and Woody Allen's spouse at the Epstein residence, there's nothing to that, is that right?
I actually don't know what you're referring to. There was, look, I looked through the millions of documents for my name, just like everybody else. And what I found was
Everybody
there was a document that says that I had a
I don't think
meeting
everybody
with him
else did that.
On
like me, for example, when the Epstein files came out, I wasn't like, oh shit, how compromised am I? Okay. Like, no, I'm pretty sure everybody that you know probably did that, but that's more so a damning indictment of who you run around with. I literally don't know a single person who was like, wait a minute, how bad is it for me? Like, come on, who amongst us, Congress member, hasn't immediately fucking panic Googled their name and the Epstein files? Everybody I know, all the fucking vampire, pedophilic vampires I know, they all did it. It's a big club.
in May, I think, for an hour for
unintentional clip though. I don't know. My comments would cause that much of a spike in cortisol. What? Yeah. Howard Lutnick, by the way, is having a cortisol spike right here, where he's like, "Come on, everyone Googled themselves in the Epstein files."
5 o'clock.
Okay.
Not dinner or otherwise, for an hour at 5 o'clock.
All right. There's also a reference to the fact that Epstein had expressed an interest in meeting your nanny. Do you know whether Jeffrey Epstein ever met with your nanny?
No, I saw that. I had no idea what that was about. It had nothing to do with me.
I don't believe him at all, by the way, especially here. I think, given his track record so far of consistently lying about the relationship that he had, the extent of the relationship that he had with Jeffrey Epstein, there is no reason to fucking believe him here, okay? Especially considering that lying under oath in a congressional hearing offers zero accountability and zero punishments. We know this because Kash Patel, the director of the FBI, literally went in front of a congressional hearing and lied his goddamn face off. A fact that Thomas Massie and Ro Khanna keep repeating now over and over again, with the hopes that like maybe there can be some sort of impeachment or some sort of like indictment. Because he went in front of Congress, Kash Patel went in front of Congress, the least trustworthy man in America, and straight up said, oh, there's no co-conspirators. Oh, it's everyone's making shit up. Everyone is just making a lot of hay over nothing. A mountain out of a molehill, okay? Guys, please stop looking at the Epstein files. I looked at it, okay? I scouted it. I looked at it. I saw nothing, okay? Your Honor, everyone's innocent. No co-conspirators at all. Really interesting, because we now know that was 100% a fucking lie.
No interaction involved with him.
No, as far as I know, no.
Would you, Mr. Secretary, be willing to ensure that the file is complete to share with this committee and the Congress your own records, any records you have that relate to Jeffrey Epstein?
I will surely talk about that. I hadn't thought about that. I have nothing to hide. Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so. I have nothing to hide. Really? Kind of feels like you acted like you had nothing to hide beforehand, and then it showed that you objectively have a lot to hide, and we just have to keep like clawing this information out of you with new revelations. This is funny. The peasants protecting their king. Nutlig obviously has no relation to the accursed Jeffrey. Yeah, no, none whatsoever. Yeah, there's no files at all. It's just what's a file? I'm illiterate. I don't even know how to correspond with people like that. I can't type, Your Honor. I have nothing to hide. Guy who is hiding a lot. Yeah. Patel must be low IQ. No way someone with a higher IQ with a history like him wanting the files to be exposed would make such an obvious lie. No, dude. Well, first of all, he's not the most intelligent guy at all. We know that to be true. Having said that, however, the primary directive for guys like Kash Patel is to defend Trump unconditionally. He's playing out that role, which is part of the reason why he hasn't been fired yet, right? Even if that makes him look like a fucking moron in broad daylight, it doesn't matter because he's still playing the role he is supposed to be playing, which is to defend Donald Trump. Loyalty over all.
How long have you known about Andrew and Epstein? Have you?
Look at this fucking gammon, dude. Shut up! It's the bloody king, you fucking bastard. Let him do a little bit of pedophilia. Let the prince do pedophilia, you fucking wanker. My lordship's good reputation must not be tarnished. It's his divine fucking right, you bastard!
Have you been protecting Andrew from prosecution?
Fucking hell, you stop with the nonsense accusations. It's a light bit of paedophilia. It's allowed. Journalist popped off on BBC Question Time on Epstein and UK politics.
I'm generally a pretty forgiving person, and I think our politics is poorer for its lack of empathy. I think most people should not be defined by the worst thing that they've ever done in their lives, and most people deserve a second chance.
Yelling like it's a royal medieval decree. I mean, sometimes you got to go back to the old ways, okay? We'll stone him in it. We'll fucking stone yous.
Really a pretty forgiving person, and I think our politics is poorer for its lack of empathy. I think most people should not be defined by the worst thing that they've ever done in their lives, and most people deserve a second chance. I do, however, have some moral boundaries, and one of them is that I think it is wrong to have sex with children, and I wouldn't want to be friends with anyone that did that, and I certainly wouldn't want to work with them. If I did, I think you'd all be asking me questions.
Ollie Dugmore can be a lib, but he's pretty fucking good. I mean, I'm glad that, like, even liberals are like, hey, guys, I think it's good to have some standards. Perhaps it's time for us to put our foot down and say no to pedophilia, okay? I mean, seriously, the fucking bar is in hell, dude. And there's still motherfuckers who can't clear it. I need you to understand. There are still people who cannot clear this incredibly low bar.
And they'd be valid ones. That is apparently now a fringe position for some people at the top of the Labour Party, which is an extraordinary thing to be able to say. I don't know about you. I don't know any paedophiles. I don't know anyone that's run a global sex trafficking ring. Like, these are extraordinary things that we're talking about here. And not only that, and I should be clear, like, that there's some brilliant journalism that my colleagues at the New Statesman have done over the last couple of days. Our political editor, Alva Ray, has reported that not only did the people at the top of the Labour Party know about this, and that's because this information was available on Google. They don't need the security services to tell them it.
When you say this, because there's a whole slew of information coming out, but I think you're referring specifically to the fact that there were photographs of Mandelson's
with Epstein,
and the fact that he stayed in his house
whilst he was in prison. Whilst he was in prison. And they didn't think that that was disqualifying.
I think that they should literally arrest every single Labour Party member that is connected to Mandelson. That's what I think. I think there should be a royal decree and a day of apologies for Corbyn. Okay, I think it should be a national holiday where every single person gets out to the streets. Instead of wearing those little poppies, they find something else to wear. And by royal decree, they get out and they apologize to Jeremy Corbyn for being the most vindicated person. Okay, it's incredible that, like, basically half of the current Labour Party is like this. Okay, Mendelson is directly connected to so many key figures. Struggle session, but for Corbyn only.
They thought, actually, this is our guy. This is our guy that we're going to...
Yeah, one must ask the question why that was their guy. big part of the reason was because UK politics is directly connected to the United States of America and to Israel's interests. And that is the reason why a guy like that was allowed back into the Labour Party, was able to do whatever the fuck he wanted in the Labour Party, played a formative role in casting out Corbyn alongside many others, you know, Keir Starmer being one of the people that I'm thinking of right now, was because it was foreign intervention. Isn't it ironic that the Brexit conversation was all about national sovereignty, and the people that actually you know, casted out Corbyn and the Corbynites, like all 8 of them or whatever, by creating controversy within the ranks of the party, by constantly creating hurdles, by playing a big role alongside the British press, okay, that then secured their power back and turned the party back into the Blairite party that it once was. All those people did that, denying British people their sovereignty. Like, they did that because they wanted to play ball with America and they wanted to play ball with Israel.
Elevate to the most prestigious diplomatic posting that we have. We're going to make him our man in Washington. And not only that, we're going to bring him back to London every so often to advise us on cabinet reshuffles. And actually, when we're choosing our candidates for the 2024 general election, we're going to let him input on that too, because we think he's a great judge of character. Like, come on.
Student loans be the next mis-selling scam.
As a minimum, we should scrap interest charged on student debt. Okay, that's good. Wes Streeting released private WhatsApp message between him and Peter Mandelson. Wes privately admitted that Israel was committing a war crime. He only published this thinking that it would make him look good, but it actually does the opposite. Wes Streeting, I fear we're in big trouble here and I'm toast at the next election. We just lost our safest ward in Redbridge, 51% Muslim, Ilford S, to a Gaza independent. At this rate, I don't think we'll hold either of those 2 Ilford streets. There isn't a clear answer to the question, why labor? The government doesn't have an economic philosophy that is then followed through in a program of policies. No growth strategy at all. I'm sure this will come up in the coming days, so I wanted to check in with you on recognition of Palestine and the domestic politics of it. Keir's statement today was excellent, but Macron's statement tonight ups the ante. Morally and politically, I think we need to join France. Morally, because Israel is committing war crimes before our eyes. Their government talks the language of ethnic cleansing, and I have met our own medics out there who describe the most chilling and distressing scenes of calculated brutality against women and children. Politically, a commons vote will be engineered in September, and we will lose it if we are not ahead of it. There are no circumstances in which people like me or Shabana could abstain or vote against. Conference will be a sea of Palestinian flags, and even moderates will be waving them. I have never been a shrinking violet on Israel. I've supported LFI, Labor Friends of Israel, for 20 years. Labor Friends of Israel is another... Who was the guy who was at the head of the Labor Friends of Israel that was outed as a pedophile, by the way? This is not even fucking Mandelson. Very hard to find. For the record, I just want to point to something here. When you go Labor Friends of Israel pedophile, the only SEO dings that come up is a Middle East Monitor Facebook post. Okay. And when you scroll down, the top non-Facebook post here is literally Labor Friends of Israel's own fucking article that highlights Hamas's sexual violence. How interesting. This is the article I'm looking for. Former Labor MP arrested during pedophile sting months after being suspended from the party. Huh. Interesting how you had to scroll down like 8 different things, some of which are literally the Labor Friends of Israel's own website itself, talking about Hamas's sexual violence, to get to the actual fucking article I was looking for. A social media video reveals a man who identifies himself to be the ex-Labor MP Ivor Kaplan being handcuffed by the police. Sussex police have confirmed they've arrested the 66-year-old man on suspicion of engaging in sexual communication with a child. In May last year, Kaplan was suspended because of undisclosed serious allegations, which he denies. Video footage of the arrest has been posted online, and a man wearing a black trench coat and a red cap can be seen being held by police officers. It's just weird that so many of these people that played a major role in the ouster of Corbyn from the Labour Party are, you know, either directly affiliated with pedophiles or are pedophiles themselves. So strange. Strange. Weird. Weird. Thank you for covering UK news, by the way. I know it's hard for you, but it's helpful for us. I mean, it's not hard for me. I cover UK news all the time. Yeah. With news, Zionist Labor MP Dan Norris has been arrested for child sex abuse. Seems judicious to share my interview with Greg Hadfield on whether there is a pedophile scandal within the Labor Party concealed at its highest levels. That followed the arrest of Ivor Kaplan, a longtime Blairite minister, for soliciting sex with children online. Kaplan and Dan Norris worked in the Labor Whip's office at the same time, apparently shared a close and personal bond. Great result, Dan. I had no doubts that you would win again. Good to see you back in the Commons. Anyway, getting back to West Streeting, having a private conversation with Peter Mandelson, okay, Jeffrey Epstein affiliate and close and personal confidant and best friend, Peter Mandelson. Here he is basically revealing that Israel's doing heinous shit, and the only that they're totally aware of the backlash that they're receiving from the public. What's interesting, of course, is how they correspond with the public, regardless of this knowledge. Because if you would look to their public statements about Israel, oftentimes this kind of private communication that indicates that they knew exactly what the fuck Israel was up to is never brought up. So no, this doesn't actually show that West Streeting is a good guy at all. This actually shows that he is a duplicitous, two-faced lizard person himself, rotten to the fucking core, friends with pedophiles, and totally invested in defending the horrifying, monstrous crime above all crimes, the genocide that Israel was committing at the time, knowing full well at least a decent amount of the depravity of Israel's actions, and still choosing not to speak on it. And the only thing that they were trying to do was find a reasonable landing ground for this controversy because of the unlimited amount of backlash that they were getting. Due backlash, totally justifiable backlash for their inaction. I can see all this, but I worry that such a gesture could now blow a two-state solution out of the water if Israel decided unilateral recognition justify further West Bank annexation, which the U.S. would be powerless to stop or reverse. That would be the end of it. We need a practical means to get a two-state solution, not quickly but realistically. A reformed Palestinian Authority with new leadership could advance this with Arab, U.S., and European support. The alternative is a further deadlock death spiral on an even greater scale. You're underneath my seat again, little lady. We need practical means to get to a two-state solution, not quickly but realistically. A reformed Palestinian Authority with new leadership, blah, blah, blah. The alternative is a further deadlock death spiral. West Streeting. Israel is doing it anyway. This is rogue state behavior. Let them pay the price as pariahs with sanctions applied to the state, not just a few ministers. He's handpicked a few messages himself, and he's now denying he's maced with PD or one of his boys. He also deleted his Peter Mandelson tweets. Yeah. Saying this stuff in private while publicly endorsing a genocide doesn't actually show that you're a good person. It shows that you're an even worse person. It shows everything that we suspected of you. Okay? We suspected that you were a bad guy, that you knew the truth. The Guardian did not approach me or my team with these claims. Had they done so, I would have said this is categorically untrue. Streeting still intent on deposing PM, despite United Front say allies. Did you have sexual relations with Peter Mandelson, though? This is what we knew already. Again, utter vindication. And seemingly no accountability will come from this vindication. So this vindication is hollow. It's meaningless. Yes, Kaya has a spotlight now, chatters. Yes. Like, think about it. The British government so far has issued far more severe penalties to people holding up a fucking placard that says, I support Palestine action, than international pedophilic cabal enjoyers. How is this in any way, shape, or form not making people revolt? The majority of the British public is aware of the crimes of Israel, and they're angry about it. There are tens of thousands of people that are taking it to the fucking streets in England, and the government's reaction to that has been to increase the penalties. Not against Israel, of course, not to follow through on the democratic demands being made by large majorities, but instead, it's to penalize the people who are taking it to the streets. And it's crazy that these people that are doing the right thing have been punished more than the people who are demanding this censorship and are connected to people who are directly profiting off of Israel's genocide and connected to them through a pedophilic cabal. What the hell? It's POG all the way down. It's not ZOG. It's not Zionist occupied government. It's POG. It's pedophile occupied government all the way down. Mind-boggling. Anyway, let's look at this dumb ape. Joe on the Epstein files and the guests who tried to introduce him to Epstein. Now,
it is.
This is oh my God, I can't believe RFK Jr.'s wife, Cheryl Hines, is on the Joe Rogan Experience. Okay. The fuck are you saying? You sound like the chatter saying, why don't you just kill Congress? You Americans have guns. Wait, what? What do you mean? Mobile chatter, by the way, I don't even understand. The UK chatters? No, I'm just saying keep applying pressure. Keep applying pressure. I will never Fed post. Okay? I'm saying British chatters, just like American chatters, just like our American comrades, British comrades should be making a big fuss about this and demanding accountability, taking it to the streets to demand accountability, right? Abe Lovely, another West Streeting tweet. Stop. A former labor counselor, Liren Velleman, pled guilty to child sex offenses today. The offenses occurred while he was in office and he resigned months later without explanation. He said, take it to the streets. This was getting bold as fuck. Yeah, I said, take it to the streets. I said, protest. Apply pressure. Make your demands be known. Demand accountability. Demand that Keir Starmer resign. You know? Anyway.
They took the blue pill.
Is there such thing as a black pill?
Yes.
What is the black pill
mean?
mean?
We're doomed and we're fucked and everything's... They think it's all pedophiles and Satanists are running the government. And then the white pill is people who think everything's going to be great.
Oh. Can I get the white one?
Yeah, the white pill would be a good thing to take, but I don't think it's accurate. I think you want a gray pill. If they should have a gray...
By the way, what's really funny about this is that, one, Joe Rogan has had every single elite billionaire that is Jeffrey Epstein affiliated on his podcast and has done his best to whitewash and launder their reputation, from Andreessen Horowitz or whatever, the egghead, the egghead in charge of Andreessen Horowitz, Mark Andreessen, to Peter Thiel, to, I think, did he have Bill Gates on there too? I mean, I'd be surprised if he had Bill Gates, but like, yeah, Larry Krause, all these people, like, this is basically Little St. James Island, okay? Little St. Joe Rogan. Little St. Jamie, the Jeffrey Epstein experience, whatever you want to call it, right? And what's really ironic about it, Elon Musk is another one. But what's really ironic about it is that while he was doing this like reputation laundering for elite billionaire, the elite billionaires that are directly connected to the pedophilic cabal, the conversation that's taking place is with the wife of a guy who is also Jeffrey Epstein affiliated. RFK Jr. is directly affiliated with Jeffrey Epstein. RFK Jr. volunteered this information that he actually went on Lolita Express when he was running for office. He came out and he was like, I went on to Jeffrey Epstein plane. We went on archaeological digs together. Like, wife killer, Jeffrey Epstein affiliate, RFK Jr.'s wife, Cheryl Hines. So even the fucking conversation that's taking place right now is taking place with a person who is also linked up with Epstein in a meaningful way.
Gray pill that gets you like, hey, there probably are a bunch of Satanists and pedophiles in positions of high power.
Yeah.
And then there's also probably a real good chance that we'll pull through this. And
yes, support the Piker Broadcasting Service, chatters. Your subscriptions that could be $6 a month or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime are the only meaningful mechanism to support the Piker Broadcasting Service for tomorrow's news today. Your subscriptions help me maintain my editorial independence at the Piker Broadcasting Service. Please subscribe. You can also gift subs to others. Made Freed Art, thank you for the 20 community gifted subs, allowing 20 people to no longer see ads, except I don't run ads.
Will be better than we've ever been before. That's possible. There's a lot of exciting possibility about the future of human beings. And I think the good thing and the bad thing about the internet is the free distribution of information. There's a good thing about it that I try to focus on is that more people have an understanding of how things are really working than ever before.
Yeah.
Like this Epstein file thing, right? That was a big eye-opener for a lot of people. When you see how many people after 2008, after he was arrested, after he went to jail, were actively taking money from him. MIT took money from him and tried to hide it and said make sure that any donations from Jeffrey are listed as anonymous. So you find out like people are like they referred to him as Voldemort. Like,
bring on Coffee Seller. Anybody who isn't currently running cover for the Epstein class. Joe having a monologue with himself while the guest says, yeah. Joe, what about Peter Attia? Oh, that's another Jeffrey Epstein affiliate. Peter Attia. Peter, eating pussy is 0 calories, Attia. Peter, I went and hung out with my personal best friend, close and personal best friend, Jeffrey Epstein, while my firstborn was in the hospital, Attia. Yeah, Peter Attia, more like pedo Attia. Bring Alex Jones back. He was right about all this. Oh, my God. Oh, you're a fucking idiot. Alex Jones is running cover. Yeah, Alex is definitely on Trump's side and was denying the files a month ago. Get the fuck out of here. You are so delusional. Super compromised Alex Jones is. They need Eddie Bravo and Alex oh God, these guys are so fucking stupid. They remind me of the chatters in here that are like, oh, talk about the pizza. Talk about the pizza angle. Alex Jones is the most compromised man in America. Read the files, Joe. You'll find a lot of your guests in them. I like how she's pretending she's never heard of any of this, despite being in Hollywood her entire life.
Couldn't say his name.
Wow.
There was a lot of people that met with him and did business with him and traveled with him after he was arrested, after he went to jail.
Do you spend a lot of time reading them?
No, I try not to. I try to have experts come on.
Bro, drop it then. Drop what? I'm dropping it like it's hot.
Try to read. You can't change it.
Yeah.
And it'll fuck with your head.
Yeah, it's
like
toxic.
You will really get.
It'll stick with your. And I know I've tried not to.
Yeah.
I haven't read any of them. I do see things on the news, and I'm not saying, oh, if I don't hear it, that means it didn't happen.
Yeah.
But it is such a toxic situation that I think it would be hard to.
It seems very dark.
Very
because
dark.
It seems like it was this.
I love that Joe's doing the Tim Robinson bit. Like, we're all trying to find out who did this, right? He crashed a hot dog car into the storefront. He's in a hot dog suit, and he is surrounded by other hot dog suit wearing elite pedophiles. And he's like, come on. Who's doing this? Like, can we find out more information about this stuff? It's like, I don't know, Joe. Maybe if you were a little bit intellectually curious, you would have asked some of your guests what the fuck they were doing with Jeffrey Epstein. You would at least be held accountable to your own audience and be like, hey, it's kind of odd. It's kind of odd how many of these elite pedophiles that I've hung out with, that have come on my show, that I've like defended and done reputation laundering for, kind of odd.
Bizarre blackmail influence.
If I may offer insight into why you have an influx of Pizzagate-style comments in the chat this entire past week, Asmongold's been playing into it, and the most unhinged, clearly false leads and tips, playing old Pizzagate and Seth Rich content. Even Kyle is playing into some of the baby cannibalism stuff, I hate to say. Wait. Oh, my. So Asmongold, who is a Trump dick rider, is basically following the leads that are moving away from Donald Trump, is causing people to also move away from Donald Trump. And not a single person here has gone, perhaps this is, I don't know. Perhaps this is a weird conspiracy to tug at. They're not people, they're Europeans. Oh, he was super serious months ago about the Epstein files. Now it's only Pizzagate slop and how funny it was that Epstein was banned on Xbox. And no, his entire chat is going along with it. Yeah, because his chat are a bunch of fucking morons. My chat is not supposed to be a bunch of fucking morons. Asmongold is literally in direct correspondence with Elon Musk, who we know is directly affiliated with Jeffrey Epstein and lied about his involvement with Jeffrey Epstein. Why the fuck would you go to Asmongold? It's like going to Joe Rogan and being like, hey man, can you crack this conspiracy, please? The whole point of anything and everything that Asmongold does is to offer ample enough distraction to the people so that he leads them away from arriving at a fucking a point of, he's been covering the files more than you. Bro, stop this shit. You want to make everything about Trump? Brother, I didn't make the Jeffrey Epstein files about Trump. Trump did, okay? By being mentioned at least 38,000 times in the fucking Epstein files. Yeah, of course, this is just cope for all of you fucking pedophilia defenders. It's just cope for you. Oh my God. You just don't want to fucking think about your favorite president's involvement with the elite pedophilic cabal. It's not. Yeah, you're a fucking moron. You're a fucking moron. Go, UAE's at the top. Oh my God. Who the fuck do you think UAE is working with? You think they're independently affiliated? What's next? You're going to tell me that Israel is not affiliated with Jeffrey Epstein too? It's just the UAE? You were going to drop it? Stop with the fucking pizza shit. Your community doesn't believe in it. It's all baiters and you're biting by reading everyone. They don't care. They want attention from you. One should ask the question to Asmongold why he has dick rode both Elon Musk and Donald Trump into oblivion, two people that are entirely compromised by the Epstein shit. Okay? Why are you shifting your attention? UAE is compromised. Absolutely. UAE is Muslim Israel. The fuck are we talking about? It's crazy to me that every single person that looks at the Epstein saga and says anything outside of this is a fucking Mossad CIA operation, anyone that moves away from the American elites that are directly up the asshole of Jeffrey Epstein every step of the fucking way is straight up doing the bidding of the same elite pedophilic cabal. Okay? You might as well get a paycheck. You might as well get a fucking paycheck from these people. And maybe some of the commentators that you're going to are getting a paycheck from these people. I've been covering Jeffrey Epstein with a lot of frequency since 2018. Okay? When Asmongold was fucking doing World of Warcraft raids or whatever the fuck he was doing, I was talking about Jeffrey Epstein. One must ask the question why he's, moving the attention away from Elon Musk or Donald Trump and how connected and how affiliated these guys are and how much protection Donald Trump has offered to Jeffrey Epstein and how much Trump's current DOJ is presenting hurdles upon hurdles in the revelation of these Jeffrey Epstein files, even to this fucking day. Asmongold's purpose here, whether he is aware of it or not, is to basically move your attention away from that. Because the people that he gets his notes from on Twitter, the conspiracy theorists on Twitter, their goal is to move the attention away from Donald Trump. Yeah, here is a tweet on 2019. So we're all in agreement that we think someone's going to kill Epstein before he gives up names, right? Any prison that doesn't put Epstein under 24/7 surveillance and solitary confinement right now is also responsible for him getting assassinated. You know who the president was then? Donald Trump. And lo and behold, a couple days after this tweet, Jeffrey Epstein was assassinated. So don't fucking come at me with this shit. Info op, drive conspiracy, obscure Trump's guilt. Yes, that's precisely what's fucking going on, dude. That's precisely what's happening. That's why I am trying to do my very best to stay on message, to stay on course. Yeah, August 10th, 2019 is when Jeffrey Epstein was assassinated. These people are so shameless too. They're so fucking shameless. They will literally defend all of these elite pedophiles over and over again, continue to defend these elite pedophiles and make it seem like now that everyone else is aware of their of this pedophilic cabal, they turn around and be like, oh, I actually hate that these guys are elite pedophiles. Elon Musk is doing that right now. Elon Musk is doing that on the timeline nonstop. First, he lied over and over again about his connections to Jeffrey Epstein, thinking that it would never be revealed. Once it was revealed, now he's turning around and saying, oh, I want the truth to be out. I want the truth to be out. I want the truth. Where is the truth about Jeffrey Epstein? He's like, bitch, you know the truth about Jeffrey Epstein. You were there. You participated in the fucking parties. And people who dick ride Elon Musk like Asmongold, people who dick ride Elon Musk and dick ride Trump like Asmongold will take advantage of the algorithmic boost that they will get from covering the Epstein files and will lead you astray. They will move away. They will shift the attention away from the actual people who are currently still defending Jeffrey Epstein. Okay? Defending the pedophilic cabal. Donald Trump's Department of Justice is currently defending the pedophilic cabal. This is the fucking story. Thomas Massie, a Republican congressperson, Ro Khanna, a Democratic congressperson, are actively fighting against the Department of Justice. Anyone that is pro-Trump that's trying to talk about the Epstein stuff, you should be a little bit more skeptical over. What does Asmongold gain from defending the number one pedophile cabal? He gets benefits in the form of viewership, something that he cares about, by playing the regime's mouthpiece. That's it. He gets clout, he gets money, his YouTube videos do well, he gets decent placement in the algorithm, he has influence in right-wing circles. That's the reason why he's doing it. For him, it's just a game. He doesn't give a fuck about what he's saying. He is nothing but a prostitute for power, okay? He will never say anything that will offend the sensibilities of those in power. He will constantly tell you his battle is against woke, okay? That's not battling against any sort of real power center. That's deluding you into thinking that he's fighting a just battle. That's all this is. That's all he does. Yeah. It's for this purpose, okay? The whole like culture war shit and the battle against woke is distraction after distraction. And unfortunately, because a lot of dumbasses are totally on board, there's no better distraction than this. Look, Elon Musk, elite pedophile Elon Musk, responding to a Grums tweet. Asmongold says we need to be even more aggressively hostile against woke because they will do it to you and have. I often say the biggest tactical error is not to believe you are in a war when the other side is eagerly warring against you. Elon Musk goes, he's right.
Hasan, oh God.
Did you check out Emiru's apology? No. Yeah. I haven't seen the Emiru apology stuff. I was going to talk about it because like Asmongold apparently, like Emiru got yelled at because woke is bad. One day, some people from Asmongold's community will recognize it, but it'll be far too late by the time they come to the recognition that like these guys are actually leading them astray. That's it. That's it. Back.
We do have to do something about this.
Yeah, right.
And I will continue. Like, I think I might ramp up my hostility towards the people online that are pushing these woke narratives. I think we might need to ramp it up and be even more militant and aggressive at these people.
Yeah, woke narratives like what? That you're fucking butt buddies, that you love getting DMs from, that you love communicating with, whether it be JD Vance, Donald Trump, or fucking Elon Musk. Probably not Donald Trump, but he is the defender of Donald Trump. All of those people, you are actively defending. Not defending directly, but defending indirectly by moving the attention away to other shit. Yeah. Woke. He's fighting against woke. Like woke people saying, hey, there's an elite pedophilic cabal, and all these people that you love are affiliated with it. All these people you defend are affiliated with this elite pedophilic cabal. This administration that you love is actively setting up hurdles against this pedophilic cabal being indicted.
We do. I think we have to be a lot more militant and aggressive at them. 100%. Because if you're not, they'll do it to you. I'll link you guys like one of our Twitter communities. So there it is. They're used to being militant and aggressive. Yeah, well, we have to be even more.
He's currently pushing the narrative that Trump was the original Epstein whistleblower. Yeah, because he's a fucking bitch. Straight up. He is a bad person, okay? He is a bad person who only cares about continuing this fucking right-wing grift. And the continuation of the right-wing grift implies that he has to defend Donald Trump, because every single person on the right is unified under protecting Donald Trump. Donald Trump is a pedophile protector. By transitive property, Asmongold is also a pedophile protector. It's that simple.
Aggressive. We have to be even more aggressive, even more hostile. And
he's saying Donald Trump is a pedophile for a great reason.
Is this the example here? If I can find it. We're at 40,000 people. We have made 40,000 people. 40,000 people in this community. We have to be more aggressive with these people, because you don't want to have them go around and bully and try to enforce their worldview on other people. That's what we need to do. I feel like you're just alienating moderates by being more like the left.
Yeah. Everyone should be asked. Everyone that openly reveals that they are an Asmongold fan should be asked, why are you a pedophile protector? Why do you love the pedophile protector presidency? This is a question I have for Asmongold as well. Why do you love pedophiles? Why do you protect pedophiles? What is the reason? Aren't you supposed to be an independent thinker? At which point, as an independent thinker, will you say, hey, I don't really appreciate that Donald Trump and his Department of Justice under his command is actively tampering with the public learning the deep entanglements that many of our pedophilic elite had with Jeffrey Epstein. It's unbelievable that there are still people who think that he is somehow representative of the truth or invested in finding out the truth at all and not doing everything in his fucking power. Look, this is what I mean. Look, Muslims go with underage girls. Literally, massive pedophilic cabal conspiracy. And this guy's like, you know who's actually the real pedophiles? Muslims. What is it? Are you just like, are you carving out a space for, Christian and Jewish pedophiles and you're just only focusing on Muslim ones? Is that what it is? Is that what is going on here? Awesome. Let's look at, she's a nutter. Oh, again, another fucking Euroid. Another Euroid chatter. Yup-based electric chair. Classic Euroid chatter.
Thing that was going on.
What aboutisming and pedophilia is at an all-time low? Dude, it's crazy, okay? Are all these viewers really just European Lamau? Yes. Because I'm telling you right now, the motion that like the pro-Trump train has, especially on the internet, is nowhere near what it once used to be at. Okay? Yes, the majority of his audience are fucking European LARPers who LARP as though they are American MAGA. It's the majority of his audience is European. It's fucking crazy, I know. What the fuck are you saying? What the fuck are you saying? Tampering? They don't release the files. They redacted the names. They don't investigate. Man, left-wing rhetoric is weak. What? Left-wing rhetoric?
For a long
For
time.
so long.
A long time.
Through different administrations.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's so unbelievable about it.
It's
how
dark.
long it was going on.
I'm
and
in
how
the
many
files for
people.
not going.
Huh?
Yeah, I'm in the files for not going. 'Cause Jeffrey Epstein was trying to meet with me.
Oh, I did see that.
Yeah, and I was like, what?
I'm like, no thanks.
Yeah.
Aren't
I
you
was like-
glad?
Yeah, but I would have never went anyway. It's like, it's not even a possibility that I would ever went.
But did you-
Especially after I Googled him. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? This was like 2017.
Isn't it ironic that 70% of my audience is American and 60 to 68% of Asmongold's audience is European, and he's the one who represents himself as like the true patriotic American, and I am the one who is actually a foreign actor? Isn't that fucking ironic? His entire community is foreign actors. Mine is all American. It is mind-boggling that Republicans and right-wingers have basically created this fucking narrative that they care about what's right for America when they are actively undermining Americans. Okay? The best interest of Americans.
One of my guests was trying to get me to meet him. I was like, bitch, are you high? Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
For what reason would you? What would be
If I was a guy who is like sucking up to the rich and powerful, if I was really interested in hanging out with rich and powerful people.
You know, it's crazy. That's so crazy. But yeah, some people
People get intoxicated by being in a circle of rich and powerful people, even if they're not, like, they don't even have any ambitions of being one of those people. They just want to be around them. They want to be around Nobel Prize winners. And because this guy what he was doing was very clever in that he was getting all of these very powerful and very respected people together.
Yeah.
And you would figure like, oh, it's
if that
safe.
guy's there, if that lady's
Clinton's
there.
Does this mean bro does it for free? No, I don't think bro does it for free. I mean, he got linked up with like the intellectual dark web, Peter Thiel and all of their affiliates a long time ago, which got him a lot of positive coverage, got him a lot of prominence, or at least it increased his platform, increased his prominence, which led to a $200 million Spotify deal. So yeah, there is definitely money involved here. It's just not like directly exchanging hands from Peter Thiel to Joe Rogan. Peter Thiel is not like, here's $1 billion, defend me.
Here. This is fine. Clinton's here. How could this be bad?
Yeah.
Look, it's Steven Pinker. How could this be bad?
Yeah.
You know, he's a genius. Like, and so you would go, I would imagine, you would go to these, because like, there's people that went to these, like, he had parties in New York, like, he brought in celebrities and comedians. Didn't Louis Black get invited to one of those? I think he's talked about it. I know Chelsea Handler went to one of them. It's like he would bring all these people in, and he'd like to be around famous people and entertainers and a lot of intellectuals and professors. And Noam Chomsky was famously deeply involved. So it's like you would go, I guess, to these places, and that was how he would convince everybody that everything is going to be fine. Like, have you ever been invited to a party and someone tell you, hey, you should go to this party, Brad Pitt's going to be there? Like, they'll tell you that to try to get you to go. They'll tell you.
Yeah, he's basically defending why he was even invited or why his friends went to those parties without openly saying that virtually all of my latest guests have gone to these sorts of events and are directly connected to Jeffrey Epstein. And he's basically defending why they did that without saying their fucking names.
About the famous people that are going to be there. Like,
You call out your boy Noam? Okay, first of all, I have fucking railed against Noam Chomsky since the first revelation. Give me a goddamn break. There's a difference between me and Joe Rogan, okay? Your boy is funny.
Oh, I don't know. I should go.
Oh, I didn't know. I didn't know.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Yeah. It is weird. Some people are really driven by that. Really love.
Your husband, RFK Jr., is one of those people. What do you mean, some people? What is happening here? Is there a guy that gets invited to Joe Rogan nowadays that isn't in the Epstein files? Like, is there anyone? Oh, these other people, not anyone I know.
The parties and the invitations.
And blindly ambitious, right?
Yeah.
They're
Elon Musk, an esteemed guest of the Jeffrey Epstein experience, begged to go to the parties. Will you ask him why? Did you send him a text message, Joe? Did you turn around and go, hey, Elon, remember when you said publicly that you had no connection to Jeffrey Epstein whatsoever? And then it came out that like you were begging on the morning of Christmas to go to his fucking pedophile island? Why did you lie about going on the island? What made you want to go to the pedophile island?
Willing to like put aside, you know, all the possibilities of what could be awful about these people and get together with them without even a cursory Google search as to who you're hanging out with.
You can't have your assistant Google something.
How about you just do it? Just go,
it doesn't take long.
Like, hey, look what I just found out. This is kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. But what's more bizarre is that there's probably in this. I talked to Mike Benz about this. He was like explaining how this guy rose to prominence and how he got this kind of influence that he had, and he was like, "There's probably a bunch of those going on right now that we don't know about."
What people that are
like that, like same sort of Jeffrey Epstein type situation, just someone else and doing it somewhere else, and they just haven't been caught yet.
Yeah,
like I'm gonna keep repeating this. Anyone and everyone that talks about the Epstein stuff without talking about the Trump administration's involvement in hiding the truth, okay, in setting up hurdles in front of the public, learning about the deep entanglements, the financial entanglements, and the deep connection between the elite pedophilic cabal. Anyone that does not mention that is a liar. You should not trust them ever again. And yes, this means Asmongold. Asmongold is complicit in the pedophilia protection, okay? He is a Trump booster. He's a Trump dick rider. He loves J.D. Vance. He loves Elon Musk. All of these people are directly compromised. And his coverage, as long as it does not reflect on the direct entanglements that the Trump administration currently has and all the initiatives from the Trump Department of Justice that is stopping people from learning the truth about Jeffrey Epstein, if he does not bring that up, he's doing that deliberately. He's running around saying that Trump was the original whistleblower on Jeffrey Epstein. Okay? He is compromised.
He didn't get arrested. Let's think about this.
Yeah.
Because his particular perversion, the darkness of it, was that he was into underage girls. He was into young girls. Imagine if he wasn't. What if he was only into girls that are in their 30s? Like, you would have never heard anything about it. What if he just hired these adult ladies to come to these parties that were already sex workers?
Right.
Would you have heard anything about this?
I know.
And that's the thing. Like, is that happening right now?
Right.
Did you hear about how this started in 2005? I think this is
Yeah, famously, people that are into adult sex workers don't get a lot of mention on the Joe Rogan experience. Oh, wait, that's right, Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden was the number one talk of the town on the Joe Rogan experience for years and years. So I don't think that's the case, Joe. You love talking about Hunter Biden. Oh, he's doing crack. He's hanging out with prostitutes and strippers. Oh, what the fuck? Also, rape and sex trafficking is still illegal, which is what Jeffrey Epstein was doing. You know, sexual assault is still sexual assault, even if the victims are adult women. Jesus Christ, what a fucking take from Joe Rogan.
But I'm glad you're saying that because I'm.
This is crazy.
Two girls fighting.
So it started between a fight between two teenage girls at Royal Palm Beach High School in Florida. Here are the details of how the event triggered the investigation. Early 2005, two girls at Royal Palm Beach High School got into a fight during which one girl repeatedly called the other girl a prostitute or hooker. Following the fight, school administrations and parents investigated, searching one of the girls' purses and finding $300 in cash. The confession. The student initially claimed the money was from working at a fast food restaurant, but later revealed she had been paid for massages by a wealthy man, later identified as Jeffrey Epstein. This revelation led to a police investigation in March of 2005 when the stepmother of one of the girls reported the molestation to the Palm Beach police. Wow.
Wow, that's in 2005.
That was the first arrest.
And now listen to this. It says they identified the Royal Palm Beach High was identified as a focal point for recruitment, where, according to investigations, at least 15 students were lured into Epstein's Palm Beach home. Holy shit.
That's so crazy.
Now
That's in 2005.
Imagine if those girls didn't get in that fight. Imagine if that didn't happen.
Yeah.
It's dark.
It's dark.
Yeah, but if that guy was not into that, if he was not into...
This chatter is on the money, by the way. Asmongold was privately speaking to Bannon. I believe this because he didn't mention Bannon when watching the Epstein interview. Bannon ran a business in China selling wild gold in 2006 or so. Bannon probably has been eyeing Asmongold for a long time. That's my theory. I don't think you're wrong about that. If he's not even mentioning Steve Bannon, which Elon Musk is now daggering, then I wouldn't be surprised if one of the people that he said is like high up and connected that he's talking to in the administration is Steve Bannon himself. Yes, Steve Bannon is very aware of the WoW meta. If you read The Devil's Bargain, it extensively lays out Steve Bannon's connection to like Gamergate and what he did with Breitbart after his time at Goldman Sachs when he invested into Chinese WoW gold power farmers. And he personally says like that was when he found out about gamers in general and how much they can, how much prominence they can have. How much prominence gamers can have in manipulating dialogue on the internet. And he very openly, when he went to Breitbart, very openly used that by highlighting the Gamergate narratives. Steve Bannon, of course, is deeply involved with Jeffrey Epstein, filmed him for hours and hours, and he actually wanted to do PR for Jeffrey Epstein. He's also directly all over the Epstein investigation, all over the Epstein files, for the record. You deny Pizzagate but believe this shit? Exactly. Think. Because I base my analysis off of available evidence. There isn't a lot of evidence between, Asmongold being involved with Steve Bannon. That's purely speculative. There is a connective tissue between Steve Bannon and a possible relationship with Asmongold. I mean, there is outward, we know that there is a relationship between Asmongold and Elon Musk. You just sound stupid trying to connect Asmongold to Bannon, seek help. Play the clip. Oops, seems like you touched a nerd. Yeah, play the clip of Asmongold saying, he's connected to people. Dirty Goyim at Zagrar. Can't even say America first. No, they are not R word. Arab are only 10% Goyim. 10% of Muslims are Arabs Goyim. Put Cash in jail. He sold out. This guy is, what is this guy? This guy's just a shit stirrer in everyone's chat. It's crazy that he's watching both me and Asmongold at the same time. And he's like yelling at Asmongold and then yelling at me. Does anyone have the clip of Asmongold saying he is in direct talks with people in the administration? Double dipping is crazy. There's a lot of the Euroid chatters that go in there and oftentimes will say, oftentimes we'll go in there and be like, I love you, Asmon. You're the fucking best. You're my goat. And then turn around and come in here and are like, fuck you, Hasan, you fucking piece of shit. They try to defend Asmongold's honor. Can't be Bannon then, not an admin. These are also Reddit LSF upvote farmers. Yeah, this is what I was referencing.
Oh, obviously. Got retweeted by the vice president. It's a good day for me, huh? How about that?
Remember, most pro-Israel administration, most pro-Epstein administration. You should remember that when you are thinking about Asmongold celebrating being retweeted by JD Vance.
Yeah. How about that, bro? We're bringing it back. Real recognized real? Yeah. Thanks, bro. I appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Y'all got to take that 2% idea I had. Y'all got to think about that. You're going to get those in the fucking, what do you call it? The mental institutions back. They do. That's fucking funny. Oh, my God. I got retweeted by the vice president.
Yeah, this is when he was defending Renee Good being shot and killed.
That's nuts.
Asmon has direct ties to Musk and Vance, so why would Bannon be such an outlandish theory? It's not. That's why I think it's silly to think that this is an outlandish theory. I mean, it's purely speculative, and I'm admitting that. Yeah, right? I'm admitting that it's purely speculative, but I think that there is like enough ties that he has openly revealed he has to the current administration and the power players in the administration that it's not that shocking.
How about that? Think he's watching right now? Maybe, man. Maybe. That'd be fucking funny if it was. And yeah, winners win. I guess that's the case, right? No, the fuck, that's crazy. I mean, the thing is that I don't really talk about this a lot because I think that it's kind of like an ego thing. I know there are other streamers that like talking a lot about how, they get mainstream credibility and mainstream approval. There's a lot of guys that are in really high places that I've spoken to and communicated with, and they're really nice guys, and some of them really appreciate what I do. And so, yeah, I don't really talk about this. I don't go on news stations or anything like that, but I just go out and do whatever the fuck, right? So, yeah, it's not a big deal. It's not an ego to me. It's just that's the way it is. I mean, I look at it, it's cool to see, but yeah, it's about it. And how's it feel? I mean, it feels good. I mean, the thing is that, and this is what I said too, wow, it's almost as if the thing that obviously happened because it was recorded from multiple angles and analyzed by the whole world on a frame by...
Anyway, hilarious that Asman doesn't know he's being played. I think you're giving him too much credit. I don't think he gives a shit. It's a mutually beneficial relationship. He also admitted that Mark Andreessen's A16Z reached out to him on multiple times and even praised Mark when he was brought up in Bannon's Epstein interview.
High school girls.
Right.
Like, if he was just into grown women who were sex workers and he ran the same operation exactly the same way, it could probably go on to this day.
Yeah.
And if everybody kept their fucking mouth shut, and if all these guys, you know.
Oh, yeah. I mean, look at
According to the
some
FBI
people that
today,
are in the...
There was nothing going on, so.
Oh. FBI concluded Jeffrey Epstein wasn't running a sex trafficking ring for powerful men. File show.
So, there you go.
Oh, there you go. Who says that? What's that source?
Yeah,
It's just so strange. It's just so fucking strange that these guys act like, oh, well, you know, you can't trust the government. Bitch, your guy that you endorsed is the fucking president right now. Who's FBI? Yeah, Elon Musk also posted his DMs with Asmongold. We already know. We already know that they talk to one another. So it's not like that. It's not that crazy that another Jeffrey Epstein affiliate, Steve Bannon, would be directly corresponding with Asmongold. It's plausible. Once again, it's purely speculative, but it is plausible.
It's going around I just found the place that was showing the headline. It was going around the internet today.
Oh, today?
Yeah, the AP is the AP reporting it. Yeah.
Today. Oh, I thought that was that was from 2005.
This is like the FBI stating
I was like,
That's the gaslightiest gaslighting shit I've ever heard in my life.
Whoa.
What do they think is going on? Just a bunch of fun? Bunch of guys hanging out?
That is...
Being fellas? Having cocktails, talking about
They're
science?
still looking into it, but they don't have any evidence.
Oh, look into it. Maybe you should get Eddie Bravo on the case.
I'm looking into it. That is
the name of his show.
Crazy.
Look into it. Oh, it's so crazy. It's.
Her husband is in the admin. Her husband is also in the Epstein files, much like many in the admin. What is this conversation? Where's the outrage? These motherfuckers were 10 times more upset at Hunter's laptop. I know. I can't believe it. Asman bragging about being a government asset is funny to me. Calling it now, when they're done with him, there will be a news article about how he hung himself. What? No, that's not. You're crazy. I don't think the government is going to fucking assassinate Asmongold. You're out of your mind. No, he will pull out the ripcord and pull away from the government far before this place falls out of favor.
But there's probably a lot of that's gone on forever.
Yeah.
And it's also probably a way that they can secure business deals and make sure that people do things they want to do. They have a little something over them. They do a little bit of this, do a little bit of that.
Yeah. Come
in the street.
Yeah, 10 years down the line, he'll be talking about how he was always against it. You know, deep undercover asset, all this shit. The director of the UAE Permanent Committee for Human Rights, Hind Al-Owais, the very first Emirati woman diplomat, pimping her little sister out to Epstein, makes me think of a Pasolini quote from Salo. They have no idea the bourgeoisie has never hesitated to kill its children. This is heinous shit, for the record. Are you in town? My sister is here, and I've told her so much about you. I want her to meet you. Let me know when. Kisses. Any day until son, would you like to come to lunch on sat with her? Hi, already in discussions with Bleep on time. I am so excited to see you and introduce you to my sister. She's even prettier than me. Also related to the Dubins, Selena adult video shoot 2/8/12. It seems abundantly clear that Eva and Glenn initiated their daughter into the pedocratic capitalist elite by pawning her off to Jeffrey Epstein for a baptism by fire as a teenager. Dozens of photographs of floppy disk CDs and photo albums were published in the first tranche of Epstein files, suggesting he had an obsession with documenting his life and those around him. These people are monsters, dude, that would absolutely sell off their own in order to get a fucking leverage position, in order to get an upper hand, in order to be a little bit more connected to the fucking pedophilic elite. Yeah, also ironic that they said it was an obsession when it was his job. According to the FBI, Donald Trump told the Palm Beach police chief, thank goodness you're stopping him. Everyone has known he's been doing this, in a phone call about Epstein. This comes from an interview with the FBI in 2019. FBI conducted an interview with Michael Ryder, the former police chief, in 2019. Ryder's name is redacted in the release document, but a summary says the interviewee became the police chief in 2001. The date of the phone call between Ryder and Trump is not noted. Trump described Maxwell as Epstein's operative to Ryder and said she is evil and to focus on her. The president also shared that people in New York thought Epstein was disgusting, and he once was around Epstein with teenagers present, but got the hell out of there. Now, what's really interesting about this CBS News data dump, of course, is the fact that Donald Trump publicly has basically said very pleasant and very nice things about both Jeffrey Epstein back in the day, and certainly about Ghislaine Maxwell as well, including but not limited to wishing her well. I wish her well. Interesting situation. That was Ana Lilia Mejia. We'll talk about that as well. Newly released Epstein documents reveal FBI agent purposely removed hard drive from jail video recording system, intentionally erasing all prison footage during the time of Epstein's death. Did Trump call the chief in 2006? Look, it was a phone call that may or may not have happened.
Called the chief in 2006. Caroline, did he call the chief?
Look, it was a phone call that may or may not have happened in 2006. I don't know the answer to that question. What I'm telling you is that
You could ask your boss. I don't know if we could trust him, you know?
President Trump has always said is that he kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of his Mar-a-Lago club because Jeffrey Epstein was a creep, and that remains true. And this call, if it did happen, corroborates exactly what President Trump has said from the beginning. And I'm sure many of you...
Dude, I love that. It's like, oh, if it did happen, it actually exonerates him. He is a white hat pedophile. He's a white hat pedophile. That's what it is.
Alleged FBI report...
But maybe it didn't happen. Who cares? Look away.
Probably thought to yourself, wow, this really cracks our narrative that we've been trying to push about this president for many years. So we're moving on from that. Reagan. Miles.
Does anyone have the finished reading this article? Can you send me the paywall removed article link? Because I can't. The Miami Herald has paywalls. Oh, wait, maybe this one doesn't. Writer who retired as chief in 2009 confirmed to the Miami Herald that he was interviewed by FBI agents in 2019. He said the conversation with Trump happened in July 2006. An FBI official denied that Trump called Ryder. We are not aware of any corroborating evidence that the president contracted law enforcement 20 years ago, the official said. The new information about Trump's 2006 comments comes as Maxwell was summoned to appear by video Monday before the House Oversight Committee. Maxwell, 64, is serving a 20-year sentence. So they got Michael Ryder to be like, oh, yeah, Trump called me. And he was like, look into Ghislaine Maxwell. And then fucking what, 20 years later, Donald Trump is defending Ghislaine Maxwell? It makes no sense. The white hat pedophile... the white hat whistleblower pedophile angle does not make sense at all, especially when you judge what Donald Trump's current DOJ is doing right now. Because if he was actually a white hat pedophile that was Epstein affiliated and knew Epstein's heinous crimes, he would not be standing in opposition to the revelation of the Epstein files. He would not be directing his FBI to redact both himself and everyone else that is directly involved, all of his buddies that are directly involved that are in his cabinet from the Epstein files. He is striking the record on purpose over and over again. He would just say, I was affiliated with Jeffrey Epstein when I found out his heinous crimes. I dropped them. I told the police that I dropped them. And also now that I'm president, I can actually reveal all this information, including all of the trove of Epstein file data that is readily available to you on the website. But he's not doing that, right? He's not doing that at all. So that doesn't make any sense. Trump has not said whether he would or would not pardon her. When asked about her arrest in July 2020, Trump said, I just wish her well, frankly. Maxwell's attempts to appeal her conviction have been unsuccessful, but she's filed a legal petition arguing that her trial was unfair. Circumstances behind Ryder's 2019 FBI interview have also not been reported before. The FBI just came to Palm Beach at the former police chief's request to pick up 2 boxes of Epstein case files that were found in the home of Joe Recarey, the lead detective who handled the case. Recarey, 50, died of natural causes in May 2018, and his widow moved out of the area. Ryder notified the FBI after the boxes were turned over to him, the report said. He told the FBI that one of the boxes contained an imaged copy of a laptop computer from Epstein's kitchen counter that had phone messages on it that Ryder had not seen before, the FBI report said. The report did not say what else was in the boxes. The interview was 4 pages, mostly focusing on Ryder's summary of the Palm Beach Police Department's investigation into Epstein, which began in 2003 when the police received the report that young women were seen going in and out of Epstein's waterfront mansion at 358 El Brillo Way on the island of Palm Beach. The police set up surveillance at Epstein's house, but upon checking the identities of 2 of the women who were visiting, found them to be adults. The case was closed because the police found no evidence of a crime at the time. Then, in March 2005, Palm Beach police received a call from a woman reporting that her 14-year-old stepdaughter had been molested by Epstein. Upon interviewing the girl, she told them that other girls were being sexually assaulted as a part of an organized scheme in which high school girls were being recruited to give Epstein massages that led to assault and at times even rape, according to Ryder's account. which is also backed by the court files. More surveillance was done on Epstein's house, Ryder told the FBI agents. Some kids were observed, prepubescent with braces and backpacks coming from school. One employee said there were dozens of girls in one day. The Palm Beach Police Department then put together a case and brought it to the state's attorney's office. Ryder explained that he was upset with the state attorney, Barry Kreischer, rebuffed police efforts to arrest Epstein in 2006. After Kreischer declined to prosecute, Ryder took the unusual step of writing a letter asking Kreischer to recuse himself from the case. When Kreischer refused, Ryder then took the case to the FBI. The case was turned over to the Miami U.S. Attorney's Office in early 2007. Epstein hired a team of high-powered attorneys, private investigators, whom Ryder said followed him and other police officers assigned to the case and picked through their trash in order to find something they could use to discredit them. Words are hard sometimes. I didn't say they wrote the word that they wrote is wrong. It's supposed to be letter. Why are you guys making fun of me? They are the ones who wrote the wrong word. Look at the fucking screen. The article has a typo. What? I do mean to be annoying. When I say leftism is incomplete without feminism, this is why this case cannot be understood without the power discussion around misogyny and capitalism. Yes. A lot of people that weren't directly involved in the cover-up played a role in the cover-up by turning a blind eye to these atrocities because they thought, it's just boys being boys. It's true. I don't think anyone's arguing against that. I certainly am not. The case was turned over to the Miami U.S. Attorney's Office in early 2007. Epstein hired a team of high-powered attorneys and private investigators. They tried to discredit him. Epstein lived less than a mile from Mar-a-Lago. Jeffrey, who died by suicide last year, has said that Maxwell... who died by suicide? I thought Virginia Jeffrey was in a fucking horrible car crash and then succumbed to her wounds. That's interesting. Like, I thought there was a bus crash that took place. After saying, I have no plans to take my own life too, she also wrote a letter saying, if I die, I did not commit suicide. Anyway, has said that Maxwell approached her while she was working at the spa and offered her a job. Yeah, at the spa of Mar-a-Lago, Virginia Jeffrey. As a masseuse for a wealthy man, it was Maxwell who introduced her to Epstein. Palm Beach police, however, said no victim they had interviewed indicated they were recruited or abused by Maxwell, who by 2006 had largely been absent from Epstein's Palm Beach home. Trump has said that he banned Epstein from Mar-a-Lago after learning he was trying to steal his employees, but the president has consistently denied any knowledge of Epstein's crimes. He even went so far as to say Epstein was a terrific guy and noted it is said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side. In 2019, Epstein also wrote an email in which he said of Trump, of course he knew about the girls, as he asked GHISLAINE to stop. That email was contained in a cache of documents the House Oversight Committee obtained from Epstein's estate pursuant to a subpoena in December. Ryder told the FBI agents that by 2007, he became troubled by the fact that that the federal prosecutors still had not arrested Epstein, so we requested a meeting with the then Miami U.S. Attorney Alex Acosta to find why. Now, Alex Acosta told him that the defense attorneys had frustrated prosecutors and that there was a lot of interest from the higher up. Ryder told the FBI he felt there was a hurry to make this case go away shortly after meeting with Acosta. Now, you might know Alexander Acosta, not as the young upstart federal prosecutor, but as Trump's labor secretary. Yet another guy that was deeply involved in allowing Epstein to roam free, who then was elevated into a position of prominence under the Trump administration. So it's not just Howard Nutlick. It's not just Howard. It's not Howard. It's not just Elon Musk. It's not Steve Bannon. Alexander Acosta from the previous administration was also connected to Jeffrey Epstein. So was Bill Barr, who happened to be the head of the DOJ at the time of Jeffrey Epstein's assassination, under the watchful gaze of Bill Barr. Bill Barr's dad was the guy who gave Jeffrey Epstein his first job. Okay? Peter Thiel, another Trump affiliate, deeply entangled with Jeffrey Epstein. Just interesting. Here's Yashar Ali saying, a reminder that former Trump Labor Secretary Alex Acosta, the former U.S. attorney who negotiated the highly controversial 2008 non-prosecution agreement with Jeffrey Epstein, now serves on the board of Newsmax. The 2008 deal allowed Epstein to plead guilty to 2 state prostitution charges, avoid federal sex trafficking prosecution, serve a lightly supervised 13-month jail sentence, secure broad immunity for unnamed potential co-conspirators, which effectively shut down a larger federal investigation into his abuse network. Acosta resigned as labor secretary after his Epstein deal received renewed scrutiny. It's also weird that the department adjusted a statement on Jeffrey Epstein's death a day prior to him actually fucking dying. So there's that as well. August 9th is when these guys actually had a statement. August 10th is when Jeffrey Epstein died. I don't know how that works, to be fair. I'm sure there's an explanation for this. Very strange. Is that confirmed, chatter? This is literally from the files. And it's not just like I mistyped 10 as 9. Okay, then why is it Friday? Isn't August 9th a Friday and August 10th a Saturday? Let's look it up. What day was August 9th, 2019? Yep, it was a Friday. So if it was supposed to say August 10th and they messed up and typoed it and they wrote August 9th, then it would actually say Saturday, August 9th, 2019. Don't you think? If this was a misclick in the way that they are presenting it, it would say Saturday, August 9th, 2019, as opposed to Friday, August 9th, 2019, because August 9th was a Friday. So they mistyped Friday as well on top of August 9th as well. Could be a time zone thing. Brother Jeffrey Epstein was killed in the Southern District of New York. It's the same fucking time zone. What are you talking about? Why would there be a statement announcing Epstein's death dated for a day before his body was found? Also, Sans reference to suicide. Here's the official statement. Notice the difference in the body of text of an apparent suicide. It certainly could be a typo, but there's a difference in the bodies of the text as well. Epstein's body wasn't found until August 10th, 2019 at 6:33 a.m., and he was pronounced dead at 7:36 a.m., according to their own records. What we do know from the timelines constructed by news orgs like CNN is that the last time anyone officially saw Epstein in any capacity was prior to 10 p.m. on August 9th. The 2 guards on duty skipped their required checks. It certainly makes the recent CBS News article about someone moving towards Epstein's tier circa 10:39 p.m. far more interesting. The officer that discovered Epstein's body also seemingly misplaced the noose Epstein is alleged to have used. I don't recall taking the noose off. I really don't, he told CBS News. I don't recall taking the thing from around his neck. So was there a noose at all? Interesting stuff. Especially with all of the inconsistencies or all of the perfect mishaps that took place around Jeffrey Epstein's untimely demise, you have to be the biggest dumbass to assume that he actually killed himself and that the state did not actually assassinate him. No, they did not move him to Israel. Oh my fucking God. Oh my God. I do not believe that Jeffrey Epstein was moved to Israel and he is alive in Israel. You don't know that. Okay. I think the higher likelihood is that they killed him. The higher likelihood is that they killed him and his dead man switch was supposed to be GHISLAINE. And GHISLAINE clearly did not use the dead man switch and leak information after Jeffrey Epstein's death. This is part of the reason why Ghislaine Maxwell is not dead right now and very much alive. Either because they haven't figured out what her dead man switch looks like, or because they're keeping her alive to play the role of principal witness in creating a narrative around all of these powerful people not being affiliated. Wasn't his Fortnite account active? Yes. There's a higher likelihood that that Fortnite account belongs to possibly one of Jeffrey Epstein's many children. Epic Games made a statement as a name change that is triggering people. No, because that account was still active though and did not go through a name change. As far as I understand, when you say one of his children, yes, I'm saying one of his children. It is not a secret that Jeffrey Epstein was obsessed with repopulating the planet in a way that is not dissimilar to Elon Musk. These guys were eugenicists. They were massive racists. They were obsessed with IQ, and they were obsessed with declining birth rates. There's enough evidence to suggest that the New Mexico residency that Jeffrey Epstein had under his name, also known as Zorro Ranch, which, by the way, Bill and Hillary Rodham Clinton has visited, for the record, just so you know, was an operation for breeding people. Like there is a testimony from victims that Jeffrey Epstein had an OBGYN come to the Zorro Ranch in New Mexico to go through the process of making children through coercion, through rape, forced inoculation. Yeah. The New Mexico forced insemination. Sorry. Yeah. The New Mexico Ranch, also known as Zorro Ranch, Dude, I know. And they deleted the fucking community wrote. Fortnite GG Rap shows the account's current name with stats from 2025. This account changes the username a few days ago to Little's Jeff 1. So that's the only one that is visible on the Wrapped. You are just speculating? Yeah, that's what people said about all this other Epstein shit, including that he was not fucking, including that he committed suicide. When I was like, he didn't commit suicide. Yeah, wait a couple years until you fucking arrive at that truth too. Also, this is not speculation. Jeffrey Epstein did hope to seed human race with his DNA. This is real. It's from 2019. And Zorro Ranch was used. Zorro Ranch was fucking used as a breeding ground. Dumbass. Found another email exchange between Epstein and Bishop. Epstein, I like implant embryo. Wait 9 months. Great ending. Epstein appears to have had multiple meetings with biohacker Brian Bishop about cryptocurrency and designer babies, genetic engineering. Animal testing in a Ukrainian lab. More on the Ukrainian lab in the MIT Tech Review article. The lab was connected to Ukraine's Academy of Medical Sciences in Kyiv. Research on agrobacterium for DIY gene editing. Saying it's probably for child playing video game in Israel is pure speculation. Oh. Well, it's either that or the account is a fucking meme altogether. That's not evidence that Jeffrey Epstein is alive in Israel. What the fuck are you talking about? If Fortnite GG 2025 Rap shows the current username as opposed to the old username, and there was a username changed, and Fortnite is actually correct, then that's still evidence that Jeffrey Epstein is not alive in Israel. My argument is not that this is an account that belongs to Jeffrey Epstein, chat. You don't understand. I'm saying that if there is an account connected to Jeffrey Epstein that is active in Israel, it's more likely that it is not Jeffrey Epstein himself that's alive in Israel, but instead like one of his many children. Do you understand? It could very well be. Why would it be his children? It's more likely that it's more than likely a girlfriend. Okay, fair. But again, sure. And yet, once again, it fucking means that it wasn't Jeffrey Epstein himself that's alive. So we're not even in disagreement. Now you're speculating, dummy. Mr. Streamer, you're only speculating that Epstein trafficked victims to the wealthy elite after all the FBI said there's no list. Yeah, these chatters are papega. You can write off Epstein is alive, but it's not out of the realm of possibility. I just don't think it's likely. I don't. Like, what is the purpose? What could be the purpose of Jeffrey Epstein still being alive? Still being alive rather than dead right now. Like, when you're looking at the realm of possibility, you have to think about his dead man switch. Don't you think it's more likely that his dead man switch was in the hands of Ghislaine Maxwell? The elites worshipped him. Why would they not try to hide their guy? I don't think the elites worshipped him. I think the elites worshipped the access that he had. I also love the idea with a guy with insane OPSEC backing that somehow was escorted out without a single trace, but he still goes like, you know what? I'm going to fucking play Fortnite on my old account tied to my compromised email. Yeah. You said he didn't kill himself, so this is the next logical fallacy. He's alive. Yeah, I'm saying he didn't kill himself. I'm saying he got murdered. Tying off loose ends is not that crazy, especially considering that another Jeffrey Epstein affiliate, Jean-Luc Brunel, died under similar circumstances in a French prison. Hello? This is like the oldest thing that the FBI and the CIA does to their assets. And so does the Mossad. I mean, Ghislaine Maxwell's father also died under mysterious circumstances, fell out of his boat. And if you look into the details of what took place with Robert Maxwell, you'll see a lot of inconsistencies there as well. He was off in his yacht, no signs of visible struggle whatsoever. Doors were locked from inside. A government that runs an international sex trafficking ring at the behest of Israel and its own intelligence agencies is probably also not shy about killing some of these people. And Maxwell's own dad was retired by the state of Israel, and Epstein admits to it in an email. Yes, Robert Maxwell. It's a known secret. It's not really a secret at all. I mean, he got a hero's funeral in Israel, even though he got killed by the Israeli state. Epstein was a conversant in frontier research on AI models nearly 2 decades ago, which he also sought to apply to his interest in eugenics, in part by recruiting cryptography experts to apply the same methods to human biology. You know? The movie Looper is a documentary. Epstein killed himself like in the movie Law. Sure. When intelligence comes to kill, they don't even bother to create a consistent crime scheme anymore. They know it doesn't matter anyway. I mean, they did their best on this one. Can you explain what a dead man switch is? Yes. A dead man switch is if you are like a serial blackmailer, or if you're like an agent and you have access to like incredibly compromising documents. A dead man switch basically goes off when you're killed. In the event of your untimely demise, it automatically mass distributes like all this classified information, and people usually know that you have a dead man switch. So that's basically your leverage, so they don't fucking assassinate you, they don't burn you. It's insurance. In One Piece, Vegapunk had a dead man switch. Yes, it is likely that Mossad could have figured out what his dead man switch was and neutralized it. Or what's even more likely, in my opinion, is Ghislaine Maxwell is the dead man switch for Jeffrey Epstein, and she did not trigger it. I mean, Ghislaine Maxwell is his life partner, his partner in crime. Okay? It makes sense that he would have thought that she would not betray him in the end. And she could have totally been like, she could have totally just kept the dead man switch for herself, as evidenced by the fact that she's still alive. This doesn't mean that that switch can't be neutralized. It certainly could.
Okay, so Jeffrey Epstein, he was also obsessed with bioengineering. So he had all of these scientists that he would donate money to their charities, and he would have them work on things and stuff. But what I heard, and this is completely unsubstantiated, but I heard it and I thought it was fascinating, was that he also had these same guys, because they were disease specialists and everything like that. He had them design a novel coronavirus that was his kill switch. Basically, like, that was his trump card, which is like, I don't go to jail or I release this shit. And like, it's like one of these things where if I don't keep entering in a thing every 30 days, I die. In like October or November, his kill switch went off, and that's when the disease got introduced into the world.
I don't believe that, because that would mean that Jeffrey Epstein is like directly connected to the Chinese government. Now that's a real conspiracy theory, though.
Until it became what we do today. I don't believe it.
I don't. I'm with you. I don't believe. And of course, Mao can do no wrong. No, dummy. No. What we have readily available as far as Jeffrey Epstein's connections to foreign governments, if you think that he had any fucking connection to China, you think the American media wouldn't be exhausting that to oblivion? Hello? There's no evidence. It's like one of the few governments, one of the few major powers in the world that he wasn't deeply connected with. Unless he's trying to say that coronavirus wasn't released in China, in Wuhan, but instead was released in America or something.
Believe that for a second, but that's a goddamn great conspiracy theory.
I love it, and I'm going to spread it as much as I can.
He did die after this, to be fair, under mysterious circumstances. Trevor died after falling off a balcony while engaging in outdoor masturbation. I don't know if he was engaging in was he actually engaging in outdoor masturbation, or is that made up? I can't tell, because like people say he died in a self-sucking injury or something. Anyway, speaking of sex trafficking conspiracies that are happening in the real world right now, obviously the federal government doesn't just kidnap people through the Jeffrey Epstein network. They kidnap people through ICE. And it turns out a man who does ICE background checks was arrested in a prostitution sting.
This is the most disturbing arrest that we've had here. He is a backgrounder for ICE, Homeland Security, and federal agencies. So when you're getting your security clearance, this is one of the guys that does your backgrounds, which is kind of scary. So we locked him up. And I think if you're going to be, these people get access, they get a high security clearance, right? Because again, for all the ICE agents, Homeland Security agents, and people getting security clearance, this is one of the people that does the backgrounds. And you come here trying to purchase sex. We locked him up. I don't think he's going to be passing a background check no time soon.
Ha! That's what you think, big dog. Let's keep it $150. They probably hired him for that reason. Okay? Let's be real. I mean, this is not even a conspiracy. It's just it's in broad fucking daylight. ICE does this, you know? How many people have gone missing under ICE custody so far in Alligator Alcatraz? ICE straight up is kidnapping children. We already know. A lot of these people that talk about like the international sex trafficking rings, including but not limited to that Sound of Freedom guy, have also directly contributed to the international sex trafficking rings. For ICE, sex trafficking is a feature, not a bug. So not exactly certain as to why this would be far-fetched. Anyway, it's been 8 days since ML Calderon and I broke the story, saying CBS News would cut ties with longevity expert Peter Attia over his Epstein ties, updated with the fact that Barry Weiss was pushing back on corporate pressure to do so. She still has not commented, nor has anyone at CBS. Yeah. Anyway, if you want to know what our pedocon administration is doing, by the way, let's take a look at what our pedocon administration is doing. That's right. Deepening the blockade on Cuba.
Of Havana, coal cellars are everywhere. Amid power outages lasting up to 10 hours, and as shortages of fuel, food, and medicine begin to bite, hard-pressed Cubans are having to be resourceful.
We did this by first doing the regime change. That's not really a regime change at all, but like a more pliant administration under Delcy Rodriguez's lead in Venezuela. We kidnapped Maduro. We told Venezuela no more fucking oil to Cuba. Okay. This is also on top of the, massive blockade, this embargo that has existed for half a century. Okay. Delcy is not more compliant than Maduro. That's American propaganda. Really? So why is Venezuela not sending oil to fucking Cuba right now? The fuck? I mean, there's a reason for it. It's because she has a gun directed at her head, literally. But let's be real. If I'm going to say the same thing about Claudia Sheinbaum, I'm going to say it about Delcy Rodriguez as well. Venezuela is now instead selling oil to Israel, for the record. Yeah, Venezuelan ships are now exporting oil to Israel as a first. I, too, would like to maintain optimism that these countries are still engaging in the righteous act of anti-imperialism, but they're not. This is terrible, but deliberately misrepresented. Right now, U.S.-approved intermediaries, Vitol and Trafigura, lift Venezuelan crude and then resell it to whoever they decide. So it's not accurate to say Venezuela ships crude to the Zionist entity, but is a consequence of the U.S. taking control at gunpoint of Venezuelan oil exports. Ultimately, in simplest terms, America put a gun to the head of Venezuela and said, you're going to fucking sell oil to Israel, and you're not going to sell oil to Cuba. It's that simple. They put a similar gun to the head of Mexico and said, you're no longer going to sell oil to Cuba. That is the reason why Cuba has run out of oil.
The situation is getting even more complicated than it was, so we're out looking for coal. Our budget doesn't stretch to an electric generator or an EcoFlow battery, or anything like that. Charcoal is the most affordable option. It's not exactly cheap, but at least it solves the problem.
No foreign fuel or oil tanker has arrived in Cuba in weeks, meaning many are resorting to cooking with coal. Those who can afford it, meanwhile, have been turning to solar panels. Installers have seen demand go through the roof.
These last few weeks and months have been incredible in terms of the sheer level of demand.
Since US President Donald Trump severed the island's access to its primary petroleum sources in Venezuela and Mexico, the Cuban government has brought in emergency measures to ration what fuel is left and ease blackouts that are affecting everything from homes to hospitals. They've shuttered universities, reduced school hours and the work week, and slashed public transport, leaving Cubans stranded and worried.
I've got a trip to make and everything's been canceled. There's nothing. We're stuck here, and what's worse is the helplessness about what's going to happen, the uncertainty.
The crisis also threatens to cut Cuba off from another vital economic lifeline, that of tourism, which looks set to continue its plummet after Cuban officials warned airlines that they wouldn't be able to refuel their planes on the island for at least a month.
Congresswoman, we broke some news at Dropside today about Marco Rubio cutting President Trump off in negotiations about Cuba policy. He's been telling him that they've been in negotiations for a while, but in reality, it's been multiple weeks where that actually hasn't been the case. What's your reaction to that divide on foreign policy within the administration?
Well, I think, I have to read the reporting that you're talking about, but this is what we've seen with Gaza, right? This is a new kind of era of depravity opened up where there used to be, or there was this stated commitment on human rights that innocent civilians were almost exempt from the rules of war, from blockades, and what has transpired is that now it's kind of become acceptable that the entire Western world will look the other way as they starve and deprive a people because they find political actors or political regimes in that country to be objectionable. And so what we are seeing here is the possible precipice of hospitals running out of fuel. You know, we're talking about innocent children, women that could be put in harm.
This was a really, really good take. She is one of the first in Congress, with the exception of like one or two other people, that has even talked about it. And not only is she talking about it, but she's also tying it back to the cruelty in Gaza. I do not give a fuck about all of the other instances where people are upset at AOC or whatever. You guys need to lock the fuck in, okay? This is reporting coming from my friend Noah, who was in Cuba and talked to the leadership there, okay? You can be mad at AOC all you want, and you can recognize that she is meeting the moment, okay? I can't fucking stand people that do this shit. Open world, open presence. Thank you for another 100 gifted subs. Okay, this is literally the best possible take that you can hear from a fucking elected. It's unfucking bearable when people yell at electeds when they're doing the right thing. Okay.
Way. And so, again, I have to look at the details of the reporting that you're sharing regarding Rubio specifically, but I think it's incumbent upon all of us to defend human rights, no matter where they are. Okay, thank you.
Trita Park says AOC is correct. Gaza was not just a genocide. As I pointed out at the time, Israel's goal was to destroy much of the international law and the norms around the use of force in order to make increasingly inhumane use of violence and coercion against civilians permissible. It's something that America has done as well. I won't hear her. I'm tired of these fucking people. Sorry. I don't really give a shit if you won't hear her. It's the same with like the Graham Plattner chatters. I think at a certain point, you guys are going to understand. Hopefully, at some point, you will understand that your perspective, unfortunately, is utterly irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. Okay. And so is mine, really. Maybe mine to a lesser degree because of the platform that I have. But like, it's just like you just have to still look at politicians and recognize when they do right things, when they do good things, that you have to fucking cherish that moment and you have to defend them. Okay. Like, it doesn't matter. It's the same principle behind the Graham Plattner shit. Like I said it over and over again. The things that you hate about Graham Plattner literally are not even in the minds of the average American. Okay. So if you want to understand why Graham Plattner is so popular, you should stop yelling at me when I cover why Graham Plattner is popular. Okay. That's just it. Remember DSA's Aber Kawas, who you interviewed? AOC just endorsed her opponent, but it's the pressure her to run for state senate instead. Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez just endorsed Brian Romero for assembly over DSA endorsed Albert Kawas. Peter Stern has the news. In some context, Kawas is likely to run for state senate instead. After state senate deputy majority leader Michael Gianaris announced that he will not run for re-election, progressives are already moving to clear the field for Albert Kawas, a Palestinian-American organizer with the Democratic Socialists of America, who's currently running for an assembly district that overlaps Gianaris' Western Queens district. In a statement praising Gianaris' career, bro, you want to know something? AOC voted to keep funding Israel's Iron Dome. I know. I covered it at the time. I was very critical of it. Okay. Ro Khanna also funded Israel's defenses. I've been talking about how Ro Khanna's doing a wonderful job with the Epstein files release, and not a single one of you came in to fucking turn around and go, oh, but Ro Khanna did this, Ro Khanna did that. Shut the fuck up. Okay. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Yes, they're politicians. They do bad things and then they do good things. Okay? Jesus Christ. No, you weren't. You gave the mildest critique. No, that's not true. No, it didn't meet your standard because you're a fucking moron and have no capacity to understand that, like, criticism is criticism. Same with Zoran. I'm not going to fucking launch a crusade and attack AOC and Zoran as though those are the fucking number one villains in Congress, because I've been very clear about my assessment. Okay? I grade politicians on a fucking curve. You don't. And that's fine. We have a disagreement there. We have a CIA Panada occupied a chat. No, it's just like, this is the age-old problem the way people approach politics. Okay, it's anti-electoralists who want to posture as the most morally righteous people around, even if it's shit that I personally recognize and shit that I also rail against. They're like, well, you didn't rail hard enough. Okay, I've made it very clear. I've made it very fucking clear. Okay, I do not engage in the same calculations that you do when it comes to politicians. You might think that there's a cynical purpose for it, even though I have revealed this position over and over again. And it's not cynical at all. It's purely pragmatism. It's purely pragmatic. I give credit to fucking politicians like establishment Democrats when they do shit. Okay? I even give establishment Democratic politicians credit. And I spend a good deal of time criticizing them as well. Why do I do that? You have to work within the confines of permissibility. If you think that your arch villains in Congress right now are people like AOC or people like Zohran Mamdani, the Bernie-crats, you're just not, like, you're not invested in elections at all. And that's fine. You can have that position, but don't come in here to yell as though you are actually interested in the elections process or interested in holding electeds into account. You already assume, understandably, that this is a bourgeois democracy and that given that its primary interest is to maintain the liberal capitalist order, that these politicians are always going to fall short of your standards. Okay? But if that's your assessment, don't act like you're, making a reasonable analysis around how some electeds operate. You're not. Your analysis is that all electeds are going to behave in this predictable way. A predictable way that defends capital and the interests of capital. They're always going to fall short of your standards. So why the fuck are you critical in this moment? You already have made your position be known. It's like that one person being like Bad Bunny is not a real anti-imperialist, anti-colonial actor because he hasn't fucking taken up arms against the American government and started doing terrorism. Yeah, bad EMP Bunny. It's fucking ridiculous.
Jesse?
We do have a real issue with like ultras and LARPers in this fucking chat. I urge you to be a little bit more adult in your analysis. If you think I'm sheepdogging for the Democrats, I don't give a shit. What I care about is results. If statements like this move the needle and get the word out on what the American government is doing to fucking Cuba at this moment, and maybe even create a pressure valve or create a pressure point against the administration and allow us to save lives, and the same calculation that existed for Israel too, by the way, for the record. I never shied away from openly revealing that either, which is ironically enough the reason why many people tell me I'm not a real anti-Zionist, right? And we joke about those people because they're fucking stupid. The same goes here as well. I don't give a fuck. I will ally with anyone that will take action to stop the starvation and strangulation of the Cuban people. I will ally and align with anyone that stops the genocide of the Palestinian people. If you're not invested in that and you're instead invested in maintaining some moral purity, then, we're going to have a disagreement there. It's that simple.
I was walking rookie today in my neighborhood, on my street.
On a leash?
Yeah, and this...
Is that your boyfriend?
This car comes throttling down, and he looks me right in the eye. He was already angry. And he sees me, and I give him a wave, because he was a neighbor, I thought. And all of a sudden, he passes me, screeches on the brakes, rolls down the window, and says, F you, fascist!
Whoa, really?
Really? Is that real?
In my neighborhood.
Oh my
For real?
gosh.
I swear to God, this happened this afternoon, and I'm thinking to myself, like, he doesn't know I'm a fascist.
Yes, he does. You're on TV.
Do I come across as a fascist?
No.
Jesse, I was walking rookie today in my neighborhood, on my street.
On a leash?
Yeah, and this...
Is that your boyfriend?
This car comes throttling down.
That's awesome.
Allegiance to Wall Street, UAW. We don't pledge to a nation, our nation, the United States of America, to the betterment of all. Because when you organize UAW, when you strike, when you stand together for each other, you pour meaning into that flag. You make it mean something to everybody. Stand up strike showed us the way forward. UAW is showing us the way forward, and solidarity is the way forward. And as you all line up your contracts nationwide, May 1st, 2028 is the way forward, UAW. You are showing all people of this nation that the only way to change the tide in an economy that is built for the 1% is if working people of all backgrounds and difference come back together and take it. It needs to be ours because we have no other choice but to win. Thank you so much, and I'll see you out on the street.
You were supposed to pick a side. Pick a side. Whose side are you on? Were you team Bad Bunny? Maybe you were team Turning Point USA. This is what the kids are terming goy slop. I am not, nor have I ever been, a conservative stereotype when it comes to the Super Bowl halftime performance. I notoriously defended Rihanna back in 2023 when she was literally just wearing red. I'm also a Shakira stan, so I thought her and J-Lo had a fun halftime performance. I'm not really one of these people who are naturally averse to culture. I also like and listen to Spanish music, as you guys know, Mark Anthony. That's why I had to come out for my boy. I like the old school stuff, Aventura, the old Mark Anthony music. Hasta ayer.
This is literally why she is the GOAT on the right. A lot of you will look at this and go, oh, who cares? Like, this is basic shit. Yeah, conservatives can't even fucking clear that basic bar. This is her advantage. You need to understand that. She has the capacity to present herself as a human, a mission that many conservatives fail spectacularly and have failed spectacularly.
I grew up listening to all of it. So when Bad Bunny was announced for the Super Bowl, I was like, okay, let's see what he does. I do not know one Bad Bunny song, just like I don't know any of Sabrina Carpenter's music. The pros of his performance, I'm going to say something good about it. I actually thought the set design was really cool. I loved that it looked like a little pueblo, a little Spanish town, that the mercado, the bodega. And to be clear, I think it felt obviously very authentic to him and how he grew up, but not just to him and how he grew up, but also in America. If you guys don't know that, this is how a lot, that looks familiar to me and the way that I grew up. Like, you know, the corner bodega. It's a real thing. And I actually quite enjoyed the little electrical line thing that they were doing. I thought it was clever and it was fun. Now, the downside is that it was not in English. And if you were not a Spanish speaker, you could not emotionally connect to that performance. It was really all in Spanish, save for Lady Gaga's portion when she was sort of doing the bad salsa, which was very American. You know, she wasn't exactly hips don't lie. And I was like, okay, now, is that Bad Bunny's fault? Obviously not, because he was booked. I agree that it would be nice to have an English-speaking halftime. That makes sense, because everyone actually in America should speak English. But he didn't book himself. The person that controls who gets to perform at the halftime is Jay-Z for some reason. Jay-Z doesn't speak Spanish, but Jay-Z booked him. And for a very long time, it's been clear that Jay-Z's got some sort of a relationship with the feds. I tend to believe a lot of the stuff that Kanye said. And so, like I said, this feels a bit like, let's get both sides warring with one another. Bad Bunny, objectively, whether you like him or not, he had a successful Super Bowl halftime performance in terms of the metrics. This means that the, I would say, unnecessary Super Bowl political lines that were drawn by Turning Point USA was not successful in terms of drawing people away from the NFL's viewership.
So one of the points that I've made a number of times on this show is that
I need to ask a question for you guys, and it's possibly going to be really embarrassing, and it will reveal something about me that might make a lot of sense as to why I don't usually listen to music. But when you guys hear a song, do you just like automatically understand all the lyrics? Like in English as well? Because I've never heard a song and immediately knew the lyrics. Like I have to look it up. Okay, everyone is saying no. Okay, thank God. I thought this was going to be really embarrassing. Everyone's going to be like, oh yeah, no, I totally do. Like you look up the lyrics or you listen to it again, right? Like that's when you find out what the lyrics are. So what fucking difference does that make for Bad Bunny speaking in Espanol? Like, this I did not understand at all. For me, like, do you listen to a song specifically to understand the lyrics instantly? No, you listen to it because it's, you know, it's nice. It makes you feel things musically. Otherwise, nobody would listen to classical music. People would not listen to opera. People would not be able to listen to songs from a different language. Maybe I'm the weird one, and I am definitely the weird one because I don't really listen to music that much. But like, when I do listen to music, I don't give a shit if it's in English or not. Half of the music that these guys love, like butt rock, is also indecipherable. What the fuck's the lyrics to that? That shit is unintelligible. What do you mean? Oh, dude, this is peak performance for the Super Bowl halftime show. It's like, okay, I don't know what the fuck the lyrics are, you know? So I don't really get why people were just, I mean, I get why people were saying like, oh my God, I don't understand the lyrics. What the fuck? They were saying that because they're stupid. They're stupid fucking hogs that wanted to complain about something, right? They wanted to feel something. This halftime show break brains. Nick Fuentes says he no longer identifies as a part of the white nationalist movement. I know, we're going to talk about
Nick Fuentes reminds me of Jimmy Dore circa like 2018. Because Jimmy Dore was basically doing the whole routine of like, I'm the purest leftist. I'm the leftiest of the leftists, and I will spend all of my time bashing the Democrats and bashing even the people in theory who are closest to me on the spectrum, like AOC, like Bernie Sanders, and basically give the Republicans just a complete and utter pass, right? And functionally, I think Jimmy acted as an op for the right. In reality, he's more of a useful idiot, but he acted like he was an op, like a literal infiltrator.
As someone who rails against the Democrats with regular frequency, including people who are closest aligned with me, people who I've like helped get elected, right? When I feel like they've done something that I consider to be like a tactical misstep, whatever. Have you ever seen me give a pass to the right? That to me, I think, is the most important part of this story. Glenn Greenwald did this for the longest time too. He would shit on the Democrats, which is fine. I shit on the Democrats too. But then he would give a pass to the right, and so did Jimmy Dore. And now we know exactly where they've landed, right? I guess Glenn Greenwald is in a little bit better of a sphere now. But with Jimmy Dore, he became a reactionary. That, I think, is completely unacceptable. I do not allow people to give a pass to the right. If they're centrist Democrats, I cook them. If they're right-wingers, I cook them all the same.
From the right to undermine left-wing movements and the Democrats more broadly, right? And Nick Fuentes does the exact same thing. He mirrors that on the other side. He mirrors that on the right. So he comes in and he says, I'm the most right wing of the right wingers. I'm the most pure of the right wingers. I'm the most far right of the right wingers. And I declare that the Republicans are the biggest enemy and that Donald Trump is not right wing enough. And so I'm going to beat up on Trump. I'm going to beat up on Vance. I'm going to beat up on the Republicans 24/7 and make you feel disaffected and disenfranchised and try to get you to not support Republicans and barely, if ever, hardly lay a glove on Democrats in the same way that Jimmy Dore hardly ever laid a glove on Republicans in like 2018. Now, you know, the jig is up with Jimmy. He's out of the closet. You know, the shine has worn off now and people know he just leans right. He's like a right-leaning conspiracy guy now, right? But there was a time where people would argue, like, no, he actually is the most left-wing.
Oh my God. It was fucking unbearable. It was unfucking bearable, dude. So many of the same, and it's always the same people. The people who are like bad empanada stands that come in here and are unstoppable wreckers were the exact same people. They were the Jimmy Dore stands back then. Oh my God. Yeah, forced to vote disclosure, discourse. Everyone coming in here to be like, Hasan, you have betrayed the revolutionary cause, unlike my king, Jimmy Dore. Forced to vote, forced to vote, forced to vote. You are just dick eating. AOC, forced to vote, forced to vote. And now it's the bad empanada guys. It's so funny that all of those guys that said I was a fake revolutionary are all right wing now. Okay? Every single one of those guys. Every single one of those guys, with the exception of Brianna Joy Gree, obviously. She's fine. She's all good. I don't think Bad Empanada will go reactionary. No, I don't think he will either. I think he's just insane. I think he's not going to turn right wing. He's just the ultra. Brianna Joy Gray. My point is, a lot of those guys were charlatans and careerists, and they landed on a fucking right wing pivot while still saying I was a fake, phony, right? He has already said he doesn't care about socialism. He just wants the first world to suffer. Actual LARPer, Lamount. Yeah, I don't really care. Anyway, I don't really care to talk about Bad Empanada.
So Nick Fuentes is doing the mirror image of that. He's the purest of the right-wingers, and he's here to say the other right-wingers are not right-wing enough, and therefore abandon politics. Or, waste your vote on this dumbass right-wing party that's going to get 7 votes in total and, siphon your votes away from the actual right-wing party that has a chance, which is the Republicans. That's what he's doing here, right? So here's Asmongold, who's also...
Yeah, the person who, by the way, famously left this community was Jackson Hinkledink, because I kept shitting on Jimmy Dore. Old lore drop here. Jackson Hinkledink left the community, even though he was top of the hour ad break danky spammer. He left because he was a Jimmy Dore stan. And now he's left the States. Yeah.
Another giant content creator on the right. And they're going to go full nihilism mode here. They're going to go full, fuck politics, fuck voting, fuck Trump. Like, it's all a waste of time. And I love this because of the implications of this. But let's take a look and then we'll break it down. Here we go.
Go fuck yourself.
Is it respectful to talk about famine in Cuba while eating and licking your fingers at the same time? Am I talking about the famine in Cuba? Do you think either of these guys are Cuban? Maybe Cuban American from Miami. What's going on? Are you trying to fire off a clip, but you failed to do so because I'm not talking about you've been eating for a while? Anything they can find to pick on you, I know. What happened? Why would I want to fire off a clip? Oh, so you're just fucking medically stupid for fun. My mistake. I thought you were at least like doing this for a purpose. It turns out you're just fucking stupid. Hey, I don't know if you know this, but Cuba also doesn't have electricity. And here I am sitting in a room with electricity. Also, not only am I certain of this 100%, but I feel like our Cuban comrades in Cuba would not care whether I'm eating or not while covering their plight. For them, it's more so about, it's a matter of life and death. And for them, it's more so about getting the word out to begin with. But notice how I'm not talking about Cuba right now, and I'm eating right now, and you're trying to complain about that? Do you feel like this is the most productive way of criticizing the coverage? I was just asking if it's respectful or not to eat while talking about issues like that or genocide. Do you think what you're doing is respectful and complimentary to the coverage here? Be honest. You just wanted to be heard, right? It gets a little lonely. You get a little bored. Maybe you got bored of the coverage and you wanted to let your voice be heard. Stir the pot a little bit. Why do people get so stupid when you eat on stream? I think part of it is because they're just like unaware of how Twitch live streaming works. Maybe. That's probably what it is. Sometimes I feel like that is not respectful. No, it's not. I think this one might just be stupid. Has there ever been a stream where someone has not mentioned you eating? No. People always love bringing it up.
You told us when we wanted the Epstein files, we don't need your votes anymore. Yeah. Hey, wish granted. Remember that? Sure. Remember in July of 2025 when Trump said, if you want the Epstein files, you're not a real supporter. I don't want your vote. Hey, wish granted, pal. Wish granted. You wanted it. You got it. Fuck you. You want to get it back on track? Good luck. Paul Netanyahu. That's the part that I
TikTok
love.
Algorithm.
They sell us out. H-1B visas galore.
See?
Student visas galore. No mass deportations.
See, the thing Nick is advocating for that I agree with is that you should not accept to be slowly boiled. You should say that if you're going to boil me, let's just get it over with. Let's get it over with. And if you're willing to do that, then maybe something will change. And so that's it.
It's so funny. He just has no personal opinion of his own. He's just literally responding to whatever Nick Fuentes says and goes, yeah, based. And then we'll turn around and respond to whatever Trump is saying and goes, yeah, based. That's it.
No, and here's the thing: is that he just like JD Vance? He's not right. Well, I'm saying that this is really the issue, right? It's such an outtake. I don't think so. And let me explain. This is really the reason why setting people on fire, accelerationism, exactly. And so, really, if you let the people that let's say you have basically. I'm trying to think of a good way to say it. Let me finish the clip and I'll talk about it.
Hey, guys, we need your help. President Trump needs more seats to keep the agenda going.
Yeah.
You know what I have to say about that? You're worried about your majority in 2026. You're worried about losing the House. Why don't you ask Bill Clinton for his vote then? Ask Bill Clinton. Ask those 600,000 Chinese students. Ask the H-1B workers. Ask the Israelis. Ask Netanyahu for a vote. You gave Netanyahu $20 billion. Ask him to vote for you. You gave Wall Street the corporate tax cut extension. Why don't you ask them for the vote? Ask them. Go and bother them with your campaign ads. Don't bother us, because we still have illegal immigrants in our cities. We still have rampant crime in our cities. The job market still sucks. We're not richer. Our purchasing power has not increased. Go ask somebody else, because we are not interested. We do want to burn it all down. Correct.
So you see what he's doing? What he's doing is divide and conquer on the right. What he's doing is, well, what's even the point of voting for Trump? I mean, we didn't get everything we want, so even if you're a hardcore right-winger like I am, like, don't waste your time with him. Now, by the way, I love this because the impact...
Bro's the bad empanada of Nazism, dude. Respect. He's literally doing... He's the ultra. He's the ultra for the right, which, once again, I love that shit. You know, give it to me. Inject it directly into my veins, right? Now, of course, the way that the right wing works, unfortunately, they love their ultras. They will hug and kiss their ultras, and they will try to lean into their ultras, right? The problem with Nick Fuentes in general, though, is that he's difficult to pin down, and by that I mean he's just like a charlatan. Like he changes his attitude on a daily basis. On the one hand, he wants to be an endless contrarian. That's where his bread is buttered. He knows if he says like increasingly insane shit, he's going to get more prominence, at least in the circles that he wants to get attention from. But also on the other hand, he kind of wants to be a part of this larger movement. He wants to be the regime's guy. So that's the reason why you constantly see him flip-flop on these positions over and over again. One day he'll talk about how he hates the Jews and Israel. The next day, he will beg Benjamin Netanyahu to assassinate me, and how we'll go and kiss the wall if Benjamin Netanyahu assassinated me. One day, he'll say he likes the Super Bowl halftime performance. The next day, he'll be like, it was still, too Hispanic for my taste. Sometimes he'll say it in the same fucking sentence. He doesn't have like a decipherable worldview, because he's more so an opportunist, and so is Asmongold. But their goal, I think, is to capture the attention of as many people as possible, rather than... as many people on the right, at least, as possible, rather than move this country in the direction of whatever kind of like discernible vision that they have, a political project that they have. Asmongold certainly doesn't have that, right?
Fact is, take all the groypers, take all the far right wingers, take all the white nationalist types, and tell them, hey, politics is stupid. Don't even bother. Don't vote for Republicans at all. And sometimes he even flirts with, if anything, voting for a Democrat is better. And sometimes even flirts with that position, right? But I love this because he's telling this massive audience of right-wingers who are very politically engaged and involved, like, definitely don't support Republicans, which, again, to me is hilarious because the argument is, hey, they're not right-wing enough. They're not fascist enough. They're not anti-immigration enough. And I mean this sincerely. What the fuck else would ICE have to do? Like, how can they get further right on immigration? Mass murdering literally everybody they arrest? Because right now, they're doing mass kidnappings, they're doing abductions, they're doing human traffickings. There's no due process. They got rid of that shit right away. There's over 4,000 people literally missing because of ICE. Many of them missing from Alligator Alcatraz. Remember that? There's about 40 people who've died in ICE custody, including a guy who may have been lynched. There was evidence he was lynched. At these ICE facilities, there's accusations they do slavery. Literal criminals are joining ICE. They're assaulting 84-year-old liberals. They're shooting a priest in the face with pepper balls. They're tear-gassing babies, running over people with cars, tear-gassing journalists and cops. They're zip-tying naked kids. They're deporting 4-year-old American citizens because they're fucking brown, okay? They're raiding 7-Elevens and meatpacking facilities. Like, what else would they have to do for you to go, you know what, that's right-wing enough? Like, I genuinely mean it. Like, they just have to mass assassinate everybody? Mass execute everybody? Like, fire...
Yes. Yeah, no, that's that. I mean, even then, he would probably find a way to say it's not good enough because he's, like I said, he's rudderless, right? Like, if Nick Fuentes was my diametrical opposite, right? If Nick Fuentes is right-wing Hasan, outside of the periphery of the party, but trying to actively change the way the party behaves on the Republican side, he would be a major advocate for Donald Trump. He would be talking about, like, guys, politics is the art of the possible. We want to do Holocaust. We'll get Holocaust light. And, as much as I want full Holocaust to happen, Holocaust light is also just fine, right? Because, like, if he was operating in a similar way, because I have a political vision, right? I have a political vision. I have an agenda. I have a world that I want to move in the direction of. And in that world, it's like, I want a nationalized healthcare system. I want socialism. Okay? I want socialism. But in the direction of socialism, if I get like modest social democratic gains, I'm not going to cast that aside. I'm not going to turn around and say, oh, we're not moving in the right direction here. The expansion of social safety nets is simply a continuation of capitalism. I'm not going to say that at all, right? Nick Fuentes, on the other hand, on the right, is doing that, where he's like, I want full Holocaust. You're only giving me like, a fraction of the Holocaust I wanted. By the way, notice how his vision that we are trying to identify is the Holocaust, and mine is, socialism, socialized medicine, jobs guarantee, people no longer being victim to exploitation, people getting all of their output back, or at least having some sort of democratic organization around the means of production and simultaneously like all the productive forces that they contribute to. They get to have a say in how that's dished out. And his is just murdering people. That's for all the centrists who think these are the same. They're not really. I think there's a pretty big difference there, but that's besides the point. So yeah, my point is, God, horseshoe theory is so fucking stupid, by the way. I can't, it's unbelievably dumb. You have to be the dumbest person on the planet to believe it. And there are unfortunately many people who are that dumb. The point I'm trying to make is he is the ultra. He is the sweaty fucking loser in my chat that's like consistently being like, it's not enough, it's not enough, it's not enough. And if that's your moral center, that's fine. But it's silly. It's silly for any sort of political engineering, because you're not going to advance anything. You're not going to advance a cause at all. You're just going to sit around and wait for a spontaneous revolution to take place if you're on the left, or a spontaneous holocaust, okay? That's why it's silly.
Up the gas chambers immediately in order for him to say, okay, I think that's right-wing enough. I don't know the answer. It's so crazy to me that this can resonate with anybody, that like, oh, Trump is not fascist enough. Like, this is the most fascist shit we've ever seen in our lifetimes. And it's like, nope, not enough. Okay. But again, I love the impact of this, because what it does is it makes these people disengage. It makes them not vote. It makes them not actually get involved in politics. And that's good. Every right-winger, every fascist, yes, go take up a different hobby. Fucking go get interested in pogs or yo-yos or Pokemon or anime or comic books or whatever the fuck you want. Just not this. Not this. So thank you, Nick. Thank you, Asmongold. We appreciate this shit.
You don't want our vote? Wish grants.
Well, I can't speak for Nick Fuentes' audience, but Asmongold's audience can't vote because they're not American. They're just fucking annoying.
You're not getting it this time.
I think that there's a lot of young men and young people in America that are sick of a managed decline. That is what Nick is talking about.
By the way, how would, if Trump was more right-wing and was more fascist, which is what both of these guys want, how would that fix the managed decline? It would only speed up the decline. And by the way, Asmongold goes on in this clip at the end to say, he didn't even...
That's why I always say, like, right-wingers are the true right-wingers are the true first world genocide, unlimited first world genocide party in this country. If you are from the third world and you understandably have developed resentment towards American empire, that our neighbors have come to your neighborhood and killed your family members, and you vow revenge against the United States of America, and you say, hey, America deserves all the death and destruction, you should be boosting Republicans every day. Okay? That's it. Because there is no better terrorist entity that will inevitably yield the complete and utter death and destruction of the American empire than the Republican Party. Now, the problem from my calculation is, well, one, I don't want like random Americans to fucking succumb to this. And two, I understand that death is not going to come quiet, and it will be a lingering sequence of ultra violence that America dishes out to all of the countries in the periphery, as we are seeing right now, whether it be Venezuela, whether it be Cuba, whether it be Gaza. This is all a part of the grand design that America has. But the reality of the matter is, if you are vindictive, if you are vowing vengeance, if you want to terrorize America, vote Republican. Republicans are the greatest terrorists that the American government has ever seen. That's it. That's it. And it's ironic that if you were to ask the average American, do you think someone like myself, who is called a communist all the time, socialist communist, Hamas defender, HasanAbi Piker, who is a bigger threat to America? Someone like me or someone like Donald Trump or the average Republican politician? They would probably say someone like me, because most people are deluded into thinking that Republicans are just a normal part of the duopoly and not a real, ever-present domestic terror threat. They don't understand it, right? Says the terror supporter. Yeah, if I was a supporter of terrorism, then I would rep the Republicans every fucking day. If I was a supporter of terrorism, that's what I would do. I would fucking straight up, I'd be like, I love Republicans, brother. Hell yeah. Oh my God, a little bit of pedophilia ain't too bad. At least he's getting the Mexicans out, you know, that kind of thing. I would do that every day. That's what Asmongold does. And I'd have a larger audience, and people would never fucking make hay about how much money I make. They'd be like, hell yeah, prosperity gospel, baby. You deserve it. Please take my firstborn. You know, you also glaze the U.S. military. Yep. I'd be like, a little sex trafficking ain't too bad. I mean, who amongst us? I'd be pro-ICE, you know? This loser is a Ratman orbiter. Yeah. If you're pro-ICE, you're pro-terrorism. If you're pro-Trump, you're pro-pedophilia and pro-terrorism. If you're pro-Republican Party, you're pro-terrorism. You're pro-destroying the America empire. Sometimes I jokingly say that, you know, the sons and daughters of developed nations that have been hyper-exploited all this time have made their way into the American boundaries and are now assassinating the legacy American whites in the suburbs. They're doing J.D. Pond-style permanent first world genocide. There's a little bit of truth to that joke. Republicans destroy this country, okay? I don't usually get into like, I love America, I want to save America style narratives, because I feel like that leads to jingoistic sentiment, and I don't care for it. But the reality of the matter is, if I fucking hated this country, I would just leave. If I hated this country and wanted to destroy it from within, I'd be a Republican.
Fucking do regime change in Iran. Which, by the way, Fuentes has the opposite position on that. He doesn't want the regime change in Iran, but obviously Asmongold does. But the point is, hey, right-wingers, you're getting your way right now. But if you got your way anymore, we would just further be plunged into irrelevance and the destruction of the U.S. empire and the next Great Depression. Like, how do you not see that? The way to actually fix this country is to arrest the Epstein class, the corrupt fucking billionaires, lock them all up, tax billionaires out of fucking existence, take that money and redistribute it and make it so everybody has healthcare, everybody has education, raise the minimum wage, let everybody join a fucking union, right? This is how you fix this country. Medicare for all, free college, living wage, ending the wars, Green New Deal, right? End the corruption completely. Arrest the Epstein class. This is what you do. Give people freedom. Actually give people freedom. Like, stop fucking with gay people, stop fucking with trans people, be pro-immigrant because it's actually good for the country. We are literally a nation of immigrants, and this country is way better off.
Both of you. There's still a guy who's like, nah, both you and Nick Fuentes are bad for this country. It says hairy legs. True. It would be devastating if you had free college. It would be devastating if you had social housing. It would be terrible if you could have free healthcare. If you look at two different, diametrically opposite ideologies, where on the one hand, someone is saying, we have enough wealth here that we could spend it on ourselves, okay? And then on the other side, the other person is saying, America needs to forcibly excise all non-whites from its national boundaries. And, you know, even though he doesn't fully fit that bill himself, he wants to do it regardless. He's a white nationalist. And you look at that and go, I'm in the reasonable center here. I've realized that both of these ideologies are equally devastating. The only thing you're revealing to everyone, at least in this community, is that you're a fucking moron. Okay? That's it. You're just a fucking idiot. Think. Is there any equivalence between the world that I am championing, the country that I want this country to be, versus what Nick Fuentes wants? So you're saying both sides can't have bad traits? All I'm saying, no, there is a difference between good and bad things. Do you agree with that sentiment? You're not saying anything. All you're saying is both sides. Is the rallying cry of fucking morons who think they're saying something enlightened. Okay? Explain to me what the agreements you have with the neo-Nazi, or what the disagreements you have with someone like myself. He is racist swine. Great. So now What is the danger that I present to the United States of America? Unironically, you have swayed me. If the ultimate goal is the ultimate removal of the colonizers of the indigenous people of these lands, maybe the quickest path is right wing. Yes, because you're a fucking idiot and you're a fucking crank. Okay? That's the problem, Jeffrey Michael. Please, snap the fuck out of it, dumbass. Who the fuck do you think ICE kills? ICE is kidnapping indigenous people too, you fucking moron. God, I can't stand these ultras, man. Fuck me. Jesus Christ. Constantly. Like, there's a reason why you keep falling for it. There's a reason why a lot of people that have come into this community and left, just like you, were firm and committed believers in Tulsi Gabbard. Some of them became ACP dick riders. Some of them became Jimmy Dore fans. There's a reason. You're a crank. You don't have a serious worldview. You haven't really spent the time to really consider like what this vision looks like, how to arrive at this vision. You haven't done that at all. You're just like, you're reactionary. He's a racist swine. The hateful narrative, there's no love anymore. Yes, I have no love for pedophiles and those who protect pedophiles. I'm sorry. If you want to go hug and kiss pedophiles, you can do it elsewhere. You're not going to get it here. I have no love for genocidaires. I have no love for fascists. You just called one of them a racist swine. What's the difference? Was this a loving narrative towards Nick Fuentes? No. So not only are you wrong, but you're also a fucking hypocrite. But hating the common person is a narrative you push? What the fuck are you talking about? Hating the common person is a narrative I push. If you consider the common person to be firm and committed in their belief that like undocumented migrants deserve the death penalty unconditionally in the streets, then they're not a common person at all. And if that is the common sense that you envision for a future America, then I don't want to love that, okay? Who is the common person? I'm just watching for the first time. I haven't said anything toxic. No, you've just said stupid shit. The people that I hate, or at least like the ideologies that I hate, are fascist ideologies, racist ideologies, toxic ideologies that are devastating, damaging for the common person. But you are speaking for the working class, a trust fund kid? Yeah, I'm not a trust fund kid, but let's say I am, right? Let's say I'm a trust fund kid. So what? Do you have a disagreement with the things that I'm saying right now? If I'm a trust fund kid and I have billions in offshore accounts, why the fuck am I doing this shit? Why don't I just go to some pedophile island and hang out with Richard Branson? You know? Why don't I do that? Why don't I just go to Switzerland, go skiing, and just hang out with other wealthy psychopaths and freaks? Why is it that you have to envision ill-gotten gains in your mind in order to come up with a reasonable critique? What does that say about your worldview that you have to imagine something I am not? Is it because deep down inside you have no criticism of the things that I'm saying? So you have to like imagine a hypothetical, imagine an alternative reality where I'm actually a trust fund kid. You know, I think a lot of people have peasant brain. They can't comprehend someone advocating for the interests of the working class. They have no argument against it. They deep down inside understand that this is good for them. But because they're just not used to it at all, they just look for any alternative reason as to why I must be cynically saying this shit. No one ever wants to engage with my worldview. No one ever wants to have an intellectual conversation. I'm just watching. I'm being attacked for trying to learn. I'm just a hardworking man with a family who wants to push love in the world. All of you just hating. I don't know. You weren't being very loving about Nick Fuentes, the neo-Nazi. Maybe some are so used to wealthy people doing everything in their power to continue the same ways in which they maintain their grip on power, that when they see someone that they have fantasized about being this like super wealthy person, me, they will turn around and say, oh, he's probably doing the same thing. I called him a racist, did I not? Before you look to others, we need to look at ourselves. Man, shut the fuck up. Take an hour off. Jesus Christ, you're so fucking annoying. Nothing I hate more than a fucking self-effacing troll. Like, oh my God, I just came in here and said some dumb shit, and now people are calling me dumb for saying some dumb shit. Why can't I have this unvarnished, unchecked, centrist message where I just decide to say you hate the common man? Why can't I just get away with saying that in this fucking community without people being like, you're a dumbass?
With immigrants? So that's how you would actually fix the country and stop the managed decline. But what they're saying is, no, we need a faster decline. I know Trump already bombed like 7 countries. He should bomb 14. This is what he's saying. This is what he's saying. I know he's already, rounding up a bunch of people and sending them to concentration camps. He needs to send more of them and fire up the gas chambers. This is the argument, right? These people, man, they are fucking gonzo. They are gonzo. At least when Jimmy Dore...
You berating does not help the cause, Hassan. You don't need to defend yourself literally. What cause? I'm a Twitch streamer. Can we have actual discourse, please? Don't use these talking points. They hurt. Use actual malice talking points. Why argue? It's just polarizing. Preach your point with brevity and poise, and it will be better.
Or did his, like, I'm holier than thou shtick, I'm purer than all the other lefties. At least he was actually saying, like, hey, you guys don't fight hard enough for Medicare for all, right? This is like, no, I need gas chambers now. Where are the fucking gas chambers?
And I think that he's completely right about this. They are sick and tired of being told that they need to accept and they need to tolerate a managed decline whenever, a bunch of Chinese students are coming into America and going to universities.
Yeah, no, we got to stop the Chinese students from coming into the country. So literally everyone is fucking stupid. Let's not have our R&D carried by, brain drain Chinese students that are coming in that have the capability to advance American research, that also literally fund the institutes of higher learning, by the way, because they pay like double the price. But remember when Donald Trump was like, yeah, I think we should keep the Chinese students actually, and then Laura Ingraham was like, what do you mean? But they're Chinese, they're not French. And he was like, are you gonna pay double the price for tuition? Fucking awesome. China, love talking about this, as you guys know, graduated 7 million STEM graduates last year. 7 million. They graduated 3.5 million in engineering alone. Just the E of STEM. America graduated 350,000 engineering graduates last year. Go ahead. Keep talking shit. Keep saying, oh, fuck the Chinese. We can't let these guys come into the United States of America.
The Chinese students are the decline of America. Are you kidding me? What he's about to fucking find out is we're having brain drain like we've never had it before because of Trump's fucking cracking down on immigration, because of the saying, fuck you, the best and the brightest. What's going to happen now is you're going to get your way, bitch. There's going to be not many people from overseas coming into this country, and medical research in this country is going to take a massive hit. Scientific research is going to take a massive hit. We're not going to get the inevitable patents on the new drugs that cure diseases, all because your dipshit ass is fucking xenophobic and bigoted. So congratulations, you're going to get your way, and the result is going to be we're all going to be worse off for it, you dumb bitch.
Meanwhile, American students are being sent to trade.
This is why I said, if you want death to America, you become a Republican. Okay? That's it. That's it. There is no clearer death to America message than voting for the Republican Party.
Trade schools and McDonald's. This seems a little bit unfair. And
first of all, trade school and McDonald's, there's big differences there, right? McDonald's like a minimum wage job, which, by the way, no disrespect to those people. They should get paid more. But trade school that's legitimate. Studying to become an electrician, studying to become a plumber, this part of the problem is this is a snotty, elitist attitude. Looking down on somebody who goes to trade school, that's one of the few remaining ways to earn an honest fucking living in this country. And you're going to fucking sneer at them and be disrespectful to them?
So really, oh wow, we're doing mass deportations. Not enough. Not enough. Why did you let these animals in Minnesota run wild for over a month?
The animals are the fucking ICE Gestapo, you unshowered fuck. They're the motherfucking degenerates who are going around busting people up, shooting them in the face, fucking ripping families apart, not even destroying the Constitution and not abiding by the Constitution because they're not... they don't have the warrants they need to go into these houses that they're illegally going into. I can't believe he has the nerve to say this. The animals in Minnesota...
HasanAbi, my BD made you an Ontario health card. Look at it now. He drew it himself. What the fuck is this? This is so funny. Thank you. Can I use this when I come to Canada? Canada. Can I use this? Can I go and can I go to a fucking government facility and say wait, first of all, it's so big. Why is this normal size? I feel like this is so big. So you don't lose it? You can't put it in your wallet though. I don't even know if you can put this in your pocket. Do Canadians run around with tote bags just so they can fucking go to a healthcare facility? Wait, is it actually that size? Yes, pull me up. I have to explain. Can I explain? Oh my God. Okay, fucking explain, Hassan on me. No, it's credit card size. I don't even know what I can believe anymore. It looks too real. Okay, I don't even know what I can believe anymore because last time I didn't believe something coming from Canada. It was the milk bag thing. And y'all motherfuckers use bags of milk. So now I believe it. Like if you told me this is the size of the card and it like doesn't fit in a wallet or whatever. Yeah, that was you, HasanAbi. You told me about the bags of milk and I was like, ain't no fucking way people drink bags of milk. That's crazy. And then I found out it's the truth. And now I feel like this is the normal size of a health card in Canada. Oh, it would look too real. I had to print it off a bigger frame. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think it would have looked too real because it's drawn. I don't, but thank you. It's very convincing. Yeah, I'm gonna walk up. Wait, unless your IDs are actually drawn. You don't actually put a photo in there, you just draw it. It does. I showed it to my psychiatrist. So funny. What is this? That's a life sentence for him. Streamer Clavicular would be sentenced to 8 years in prison if he's convicted on all counts or receives the maximum penalties. Yeah, no, even if he were to get out on 4 on good behavior, he'd still be dead by then. I changed my mind. You're banned from Canada? Well, okay. Well, Canadian APAC is trying. So there is already an effort. You can push for it.
Minnesota are not the Minnesotans. The animals in Minnesota are not the immigrants. They're the good guys. The bad guys are the ones covering their fucking faces like little bitches as they do a terror spree and they illegally occupy the entire city. Fuck this guy, man. Fuck this guy.
Damage the public goodwill, get 2 Americans killed just because you were afraid of enacting the actual law. People voted on you to apply the law. Did you apply the law?
They're breaking the law on a daily basis. We've never seen a crime spree like the ICE Gestapo thugs have done. But he defines whatever they do as the law. And whatever the immigrant...
It's not even just the ICE Gestapo crime spree, but it's like just a naked corruption from this administration is also pretty crazy. Do you see this, Lop? This is it, the most Israeli post ever made. Chat understood the assignment. Damn it, dude. We were having such a good go at it, and you just reminded me that the state of Israel exists. Again, I was having a good-ass time. And then you reminded me that Israel exists. Stop doing that. I keep forgetting that Israel exists. And then I'm reminded.
Do as evil and bad and wrong because he's a fucking idiot. He's a dipshit. He's an authoritarian. He's a bootlicker. He loves the jackbooted thugs because they're not at his motherfucking door. But be careful what you wish for, son, because you open the door to authoritarianism. There's going to come a time when your people are not in charge. And maybe they'll be knocking on your door. Now, won't they?
Oh, that'd be
It's going to be at that time that you'll realize, oh, civil liberties. That's actually important. It's actually good to have constitutional rights. Rights. Jesus Christ. We don't need to watch the rest of it, but you get the gist of it. I shouldn't even be yelling at them right now because at the end of the day, they're helping us. They're helping us. They're telling all the right-wingers, all the young right-wingers, hey, stay home.
Hello.
Hey, don't vote. Hey, don't even be involved politically.
Hello.
I agree. Every right-winger in this country, motherfucking stay home. Don't do shit.
Hello.
Sit on the couch. Eat some potato chips. Watch TV. Pop on Netflix. Whatever you got to do, bro. Whatever you got to do. Go get a job doing something somewhere. Like, I hope you have an all right life. I hope you get your bills paid for and all that stuff. I hope, everything's fruitful from now until forever for you. But, yes, bitch, stay home. We don't need you to vote. We don't need your thoughts on anything. You can disenfranchise yourself, okay? Because, yes, you're the fucking problem. You are the fucking problem. If you can look at this landscape in this country right now, and your conclusion is, Trump's not far right enough. There's this thing called Thorazine. You should look into it.
Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out.
Nice.
Now to a CBS News exclusive on President Trump's immigration crackdown.
Who's going to tell him about Asmon's demo? I will. I like him cooking Asmongold, though. But I feel like if he finds out that most of his chat is just European, he's going to stop covering him and he's going to stop cooking him. Apologize to HasanAbi and her BDs right now. Okay, I'm sorry. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Wait, what do you mean apologize? I said it's great. I love it. I just wanted to do a little bit of fraud with it. You know what I mean? I wanted to do a little bit of fraud. I wanted to get a taste of fucking socialized medicine. I thought I could fool a doctor into giving me free healthcare. Beat him up right now. Nah, fuck his healthcare. You flamed my baby daddy. I did not. Wrong province. It's all good. Doesn't it work? God forbid a brother wants to commit a little healthcare fraud. Yeah, true.
Arrests are up threefold since the last year of the Biden administration. Publicly, the president says agents are going after the, quote, worst of the worst. But a new government document obtained exclusively by CBS News reveals who exactly ICE is going after, and it's not what we've been told. CBS News immigration correspondent Camila Montoya Gavaz is here to break it down for us. Camila, good morning.
Good morning. President Trump and top administration officials routinely say they're mainly looking to deport dangerous and violent criminals. But an internal Department of Homeland Security document shows that a vast majority of the people arrested by ICE over the past year have not been charged with or convicted of a violent crime. Here are the numbers. Fewer than 14% of the nearly 400,000 undocumented immigrants arrested by ICE over the past year had charges or convictions for violent crimes. That includes crimes like kidnapping, sexual assault, and homicide. And fewer than 2% were actually accused of being gang members. Nearly 40% of the people taken into custody by ICE under the second Trump administration did not have any criminal record at all and were detained solely for living in the country illegally or overstaying a visa, which are civil violations of federal immigration law. That means roughly 60% did have some kind of criminal charge or conviction, but again, the vast majority were not for violent offenses. We reached out to the Department of Homeland Security for comment and have yet to hear back.
Camila, your reporting on this is always
Dude, look at these fat
good.
rolls.
You have
Look.
so many scoops and new information like this one. So what is going on here? Because what's happening on the ground based on these numbers is not what the message is from the White House.
That's right. And guys, President Trump's promise of mass deportations arguably helped him return to power. But the numbers we obtained show that, statistically speaking, the U.S. simply cannot carry out the largest deportation operation in American history by just targeting criminals. And that's because the reality on the ground is that the vast majority of the millions of people here living illegally in violation of the law are not criminals, let alone serious offenders. Living in the country illegally, again, is typically treated as a civil offense of federal immigration law. And the millions of people who are here undocumented include very sympathetic individuals, including people who have been here for years, if not decades, people who have American-born children, and now asylum seekers who are being arrested when they're showing up to their court hearings, complying with the legal immigration process. That is a question, a difficult question, that our policy and lawmakers have to confront.
One of the most poignant things I've ever seen was
too heavy.
a woman was saying, we want him to get the hardened criminals, but I didn't know he meant Carol, who's been working in the grocery store for 25 years, who's been a law-abiding citizen, who has
The car forgot when you got home? Yeah, she did.
had her children here. I think people are very shocked when you get behind the numbers to see who's really being taken into custody and how they're being taken into custody.
Or when you see people like Liam, that 5-year-old kid in Minnesota, get arrested by ICE.
Camilo, thank you so much.
We are here for answers. We are here for accountability. And we are here because people are.
This isn't great, Hassan. Nick Sordor just in. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu arrived in Washington, D.C. for his meeting at the White House. Netanyahu's in a large Secret Service motorcade and security's incredibly tight with I-695 West being totally shut down and 2 helicopters overhead. Haven't seen this done for anyone but the President of the United States. They're not taking any chances. I mean, he is the real president, so it makes sense. It makes sense that the real president is getting the real presidential protection. This guy's on his 8th visit, more than any other head of state. I mean, yeah. Well, I'm going to repeat it again, but, you know, he is the head of state. He's the head of state as in he's the true American head of state. Are they going to attack Iran? Yes, I think so. Put some respect on it. He's the commander in chief. The Washington Institute, which was founded as an AIPAC spinoff and does not reveal any of his donors, testified to the House Foreign Affairs Committee 5 times in the span of 1 week about Middle East policy. Yeah, I saw Yair punched him. Benjamin Netanyahu's son is Hamas. Hamas. Yair Netanyahu is Hamas. Ay, ay, ay. Strange, he hasn't been back to New York City since January 1st. Okay, don't test it. Okay, I don't want to see that happen. I will be real. I don't think Zoran's going to do shit. Okay? We're living in a country that's run by literal Nazis and literal pedophiles who are literally working to make our planet uninhabitable. If they were demons sent from hell to destroy humanity, and that is good, and all that is good, I don't think we'd know the difference. I mean, what the actual fuck? It's true. Can you please cover the Fifth Circuit's decision on immigration law in the warehouse archipelago the federal government building is in? It's a critical development. The border is everywhere. I mean, yeah, it's just the expansion of the border is everywhere principle that has existed even before Donald Trump ever came to power. It was called the constitutional free zone according to the ACLU, and they've greatly expanded on that. I think the American government would assassinate Zohran Mamdani before they let Zohran Mamdani embarrass Benjamin Netanyahu. Not even like arrest them.
Thousands of Palestinian civilians in Gaza and their university.
Why do you think Zohran won't do shit? What do you mean? It's Benjamin fucking Netanyahu. What are you talking about? Look at the fucking police. Look at the police presence for Benjamin Netanyahu. Oh, also, I did want to cover Nick Fuentes' complaining that he doesn't feel like a white nationalist anymore.
The halftime show was in Spanish and all the performers were brown people. The message was, this is what America looks like. A mosaic.
I'm gonna grape sent $20 and said this.
Latin peoples. Clearly it was political. Clearly it was a middle finger to white people. Weird take. Are you even a white nationalist at this point?
Honestly, I don't.
The reason why he said that, by the way, the reason why he said that is because he initially had a take where he initially had this take.
And it's like, oh, we can't be who we are because the left is picking on us. Oh, we're being oppressed because the left is mad. They're canceling us for saying men can't be women. One is so hyper political and uninspired and sad and weak and basically just like a bitch fest. And the other is like, no, we are the world. Like, our message isn't even political. Our message is just the way things are. And so I said it on Telegram. This is my honest prognosis. If we embrace that, whatever that was, the Kid Rock halftime show, we're cooked. It's just over. Okay, Kid Rock sucks. Nobody under the age of 40 knows a single Kid Rock song. Nobody is listening to Kid Rock. And anybody that is watching that is pretending to like it because they're spitefully sitting out and self-ghettoizing away from the real halftime show. And honestly,
it's pretty crazy. I feel like he literally took, I'm not even kidding when I say this. I feel like he literally took my commentary and he's just verbatim saying the same shit. I said bar for bar the exact same thing in a critical way where I was like, the right is actually self-isolating. They come across as repulsive to the average person. They're deciding to like forego things that normies enjoy and things that normies consume in an effort to like, behave like activists.
Tending to be offended. It's literally fake outrage, self-ghettoizing, being overly political, pretending to like the things because of the values they purport to have. In other words, we have become the kind of far left in a certain sense.
That's true. Tucker, Reese, Jacobin, these guys watch you. I mean, I'm sure.
The same kind.
Maybe that's the reason why fucking Asmongold every now and then is like repeating things that I've said, but maybe months ago, because he gets it filtered through Nick Fuentes, because he just repeats whatever the fuck Nick Fuentes is saying. And Nick Fuentes, if he's repeating what I'm saying, then Asmongold ends up repeating what I'm saying, but, later down the line, like a week after.
Kind of behavior that I think alienated the normies from the left 10 years ago. So I thought it was a big L. I was watching that and just felt like depressed. I'm watching this show and I'm like, it's boring. The costumes suck. The production sucks. The songs suck. The lyrics are weird. The acts are weird. I'm like, if this is the best we have to offer, I think everybody's going to go with Latino futurism. If the white right, if the best we have to offer is this sad, dying gasp of white culture, it's like some white trash country hip hop artist from Detroit from the 90s. If that's the best we have to offer, people are going with liberal hegemony. And if liberal hegemony is not giving a middle finger in their face, people are going to go with it. In other words, white people are going to feel better being included in liberal hegemony and being included in Hollywood and included in the Super Bowl and included in the Grammys, as long as white people feel like they're not actually being like deliberately offended and oppressed, they're going to prefer that. So we need to come up with something different. The kind of Matt Walsh grumbling about the halftime show every year like it's the end of the world. It's just not attractive.
This kid doesn't know what he's talking about. No, he's 100%. I kind of copying the takes that I had about this already, but this time from a perspective that is trying to preserve whatever remains of like right-wing art or trying to create right-wing art, which is already a silly solution because there is no such thing. Okay. His interpretation here is 100% on the ball. It's correct. He's mad that the right has no real cultural output. They don't. The right oftentimes is far too mad to make something funny, right? They don't have the creativity to follow through on a project and make something that is noteworthy, make something that will cause people to feel emotions. It's just pure reactionary nonsense. And they never actually had any cultural cachet. I said it in the beginning when everyone was like, oh, the right is having its moment in the spotlight. Like, this is now, it's now their town. It's now their show and we're living in it. It was bullshit. It was never their show. There was a little bit of, corporate, there was a little bit of that, like, corporations moving in the direction of, like, anti-woke, but it was never going to have a long shelf life. Because what's the modern version of right-wing content? What's the modern version of right-wing culture? Tom McDonald? Really? That's the guy you're going to listen to? No, you're just going to force yourself to listen to that. You're going to force yourself to listen to that and feel like you're doing activism, which was one of the more annoying aspects of 2016 era woke anyway. Yeah, I can't wait to only consume Kill Tony, whose podcast is unironically carried by the guests that he has that aren't actually right-wing shitheads. This is their art, yeah.
They always said that Charlie Kirk was a Nazi, then they celebrated after they killed him. They tried to tell us that Black Lives Matter and that white people have always been villains. They burning flags in the streets and they scream at police, taking illegals to prison. They got rainbows on their bedroom walls and they swear to God that men can be women. They're scrolling through their TikToks to get the news. They heard that Trump's a fascist. They swear it's true. They set fire to Minnesota. We smell the fumes. They say that guns are dangerous. Guess they're the proof. They'll shoot that red hat off your head, then make a meme of your last breath.
You're really going to tell me you can listen to this? You can shake your ass to this? You can shake your booty to this shit? You can fuck to this? This is nothing. This is garbage. Okay? Yeah, Blink 1488. He's even got a fucking lower lip tattoo that says hog. That's it. And Nick realizes that, but he's still LARPing as though there's an alternative. He's still acting like there is some sort of cultural cachet that the right could develop. Some art that they could make. They can't. Anyway, here's him fucking getting mad and saying, oh, I prefer Zog now.
The halftime show was in Spanish and all the performers were brown people. The message was, this is what America looks like, a mosaic of Latin peoples. Clearly it was political. Clearly it was a middle finger to white people. Weird take. Are you even a white nationalist at this point?
Honestly, I don't feel like one anymore. I feel like, do I want America to be a white country? Yes. I'm pro-white, but the movement has just been captured by losers and idiots. I'm kind of just done pandering.
Yeah, says you, motherfucker. Like, yeah, no shit. Yeah, maybe it's because he's Mexican, bro. All it took was watching a little bit of Bad Bunny for him to have this reawakening of La Raza that spoke within him. He was watching the halftime Super Bowl show, and his hips started shaking a little bit, and he was like, "Oh my God, mi gente, what is happening? Representation matters, dude." Turns out that's what it was about. Turns out that's all this was. Te amo. I love Bad Bunny.
I fucking hate these people. When
Yeah, come to Jesus moment. Yeah.
I look at
30 seconds of Ricky Martin, you know? It's like when you play Egyptian music for your cat to see if they remember. Is that a thing that people do?
what the movement has become, like the kind of impulses that have captured it, it's just kind of depressing. And I've always been forward thinking, and I've always been heterodox, and I've always been progressive in a way. And increasingly, I don't feel like I fit in with that anymore. It used to be the case.
Dog, you're literally a neo-Nazi. That's so funny. His claim to fame until this last fuck Israel run was straight up comparing miscegenation to bestiality. He said a black person and a white person getting married or hooking up with one another is like a white person fucking an animal, straight up. They remember
case that if you were against white genocide, if you're pro-white, if you're against immigration, that is what it meant to be on our side. Now it's like you have to be a Republican culture warrior. I have to be spun up about the Super Bowl halftime show. It's just so
I did not hate
IQ.
it. What are you saying? I did not hate it at all. I thought it was cute. I thought it was wonderful. HasanAbi! Stop. No, I didn't. You're being ridiculous.
It's so low IQ. It's so monotonous, so
Yeah, I wonder why the purest form of reactionary sentiment led by a gay Mexican manlet neo-Nazi, which is already inherently stupid. Like, you can be a class traitor as a rich guy who advances socialism, okay? Because at the end of that isn't like death. But you can't be a Mexican Nazi because neo-Nazis want to eradicate Mexicans. Like, your entire identity is a contradiction. They want to eradicate the gays. They want to eradicate the Mexicans. You're both. And now he's like having this fake identity crisis. Don't worry. He'll fucking snap back into his whatever the most favorable position is tomorrow. But it's just funny.
Competitive. You're screaming at the halftime show because it's in Spanish. Am I supposed to do this performative outrage? Why? I'm supposed to get up out of my seat? Who gives a fuck? No, I don't think I fit in anymore because, I'm telling you this, we've reached the high watermark of that stuff. I've been doing this for 10 years. I was into this before it was popular, before it was mainstream, and now it's filled with a bunch of complete fucking idiots. It's really just turned into signaling that you're a part of an in-group. And we're all going to have the same take, and we're all going to have the same opinion, and we're all going to say the same thing.
He's like Kanye. He's a hipster Nazi.
And we're all going to engage in this elaborate performance. I don't know who it's for, why. We're all going to perform outrage. We're all going to perform and do the same jokes. And we're all going to have the same talking points. I don't know. It's no longer interesting to me. It's no longer interesting. It's not funny anymore. It's not edgy. It's really just become a drag. At one point, we were the trolls, and now we're the butthurt ones. There was a point in time when we were having fun and we were laughing and we were trolling and we were making jokes. And now our side are the biggest butthurt faggots of all time. The far right has become the biggest butthurt faggots ever. Everybody's mad all the time. You can't make jokes. Everyone's moral fagging about everything. Purity spiraling.
Guys, he can say that. Come on. We're not going to do this. Okay? We're not going to tell a gay man that he can't say the F slur. We're being too woke. We're being too woke. How many public dates with a man have you gone on? A man wearing cat ears. Because Nick Fuentes has at least been on one. And on top of that, he's had a public fallout with his college roommate that he was in love with. So I feel like at that point, if you cop Dome from Sex Pestiny on camera, you could probably say it.
At the end of the day, people don't even really have a vision for what the country should be.
Nazi defending liberal Twitter mob coming after you for this one again? Yeah, I don't give a fuck, dude. Those guys can chirp into the wind all day.
I mean, half the people complaining about the halftime show aren't even white nationalists. They don't even know what the fuck they are. They just have these grievances. They don't care if America... Do you think Megyn Kelly gives a shit if America's white or not? Megyn Kelly is bitching about it. Like, you think Megyn Kelly is based? Megyn Kelly's screaming, the Super Bowl should be unifying. It should be in English. You think Megyn Kelly's a white nationalist? She isn't. She's just pandering to, like, I don't know, this, like, really bitter, like, white resentment politics. I've always said...
That's literally white nationalism. He's just mad. Dude, yeah, I wonder. Wow, I can't believe Megyn Kelly is demonstrating bitter white resentment that is often performative and also completely indecipherable and does not move the conversation in a discernible direction. Yeah, that's you, dumbass. This is a WASP nationalist country, and you still constantly fucking complain about white people losing it. And they say the right doesn't have infighting. Yeah, I like it. I enjoy it, to be fair. I enjoy watching right-wing infighting. It's just kind of funny, though, because, you know, the reason why normally there isn't a lot of right-wing infighting is because they all kind of get it. They all kind of get that this is what they do. They just chirp into the wind about nonsensical bullshit. They turn around and complain about, you know, white people being under attack when no such reality exists. They oftentimes offer the wrong prescriptions or the wrong solutions to the problems that they're recognizing that, like, you know, white working class people experience as well. Sometimes it's deliberate. They know what they're doing. If they're, wealthy themselves, they're deliberately dividing the working class. It's really funny to watch him complain about this shit, though. To be like, wow, well, our movement sucks. Yeah, no shit, dude. It's a fucking... It's a bunch of Nazis. Of course your movement sucks.
Said this. I want to imagine a better future. I'm actually a progressive. And this kind of like Oliver Anthony, Matt Walsh, like knuckle dragging, like bitter ass face thing. We're all going to be grumpy and mad. I've never been on board with that. I've always seen it as defeatist and fucking pathetic and basically just...
Can we talk about the leftist version of what he's going on about? Bad Bunny is actually commodified cultural spectacle deployed by the NFL as bread and circus mass sedation for late-stage capitalism. Yeah, no, that's exactly what it is. That's why I said he's the ultra. He's the bad empanada of the right. That's what it is. Like, they're obviously not on the same moral playing field whatsoever. I'm saying they're diametrical opposites when it comes to their morality, when it comes to their their vision, I guess, of what a decent future would look like. It's just that their methods are identical, like utterly devoid of solutions, no interest in pragmatism whatsoever, just simply constantly in a state of critique, endless amounts of critique. And that's what this is. It's saying that bad empanada is actually sedating the revolutionary potential of the third world by giving them the culture of spectacle instead of taking up arms and rising against and demanding that the proletarian vanguard be developed against the imperial hegemony. Like, bad empanada should have blown up the Super Bowl stadium with weapons. Or not bad empanada, Bad Bunny. They both have bad in it. Sorry. A real Bad Bunny, if he was a real one, if he was a real revolutionary, he would have fucking blown up the Super Bowl stadium. He would have come out with a cache of weapons and distributed arms amongst the the Latin American population so they could go and storm the nearest military installation, But he didn't do that because he's fake. He's phony. That's what it would sound like if you were doing the critique from the left position.
This big loser mentality. The halftime show was in Spanish. Oh, I didn't know that. You're telling me for the first time. It's like, okay. The message was America is full of Latin people. Well, it is. Or do we live in reality? The message is America's full of Mexicans. Okay, America is like a quarter Hispanic. So, like,
I mean, he's like, it'd be really funny if he turned around and was like, I'm fucking Mexican for Christ's sake.
Like, I don't know, like, get real. It was clearly a middle finger to white people. I didn't really feel like that at all. It just, that message wasn't really there. But you see what you want to see, and you can go on fucking Oliver Anthony Island and be seething about it. All these various events over the past 6 months, it's just like, get me out of here. I'm a celebrity. Get me out of here. Charlie Kirk was a time traveler. Hands off Venezuela. Hands off Greenland. I support ICE, but they're being too mean. The Super Bowl's in Spanish. It's like, this is not something that I fuck with at all. Lunatics are running the asylum. People that 9 months ago were woke are now telling us what's based. I don't know. I'm not a part of it.
Anon 83 cent $20. The halftime show was in.
I can smell Nazi fans saying that you don't care because you're Mexican and read what you sow. I don't know. I mean, I think he has a cult of personality around him. Like, they knew he was Mexican before this, right? I don't think they're going to pull that ripcord at the first sight of, like, friction. But who knows? Chatter wasn't lying. That's so stupid. Coming from a lunatic is so funny. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The Candace Owens fan that called out Israel is now refusing to resign from Trump's commission. Oh yeah, I forgot to cover this.
Really?
Trump's Religious Liberty Commission was derailed by a fight over Candace Owens. The woman taking Owens' side here is former Miss California Carrie Prejean.
Appreciate it if you would stop calling Candace Owens an anti-Semite. She's not an anti-Semite. She's just a...
Okay, come on, dude. If Candace Owens is not an anti-Semite, who is? Like, I honestly, like, listen, I'm a clandestine operator, as you guys know, okay? I am a clandestine operator. I'm a clandinista. Like, I am a fan of Candace Owens. You guys know this, right? You know this. But, like, if Candace Owens, who was waving around a copy of the Talmudic Jew, is not considered an anti-Semite, then no one is. There's no such thing as an anti-Semite, okay? Like, come on. Come on. Avoiding every name except Klansman. No, I'm a Klansman as well. Candace has gotten into the giant of Kandahar theory recently. It rules. Oh, hell yeah. Talmud is what Jews invented to hate non-Jews. What's wrong with pointing the truth? Dude, I love when someone, I love when a dumb neo-Nazi comes in here and tries to spell. It's always hilarious. Okay? This and my new favorite thing is like Indonesian nationalist Twitter. Those are my two. This is so awesome. As a matter of fact, this guy might be an Indonesian nationalist saying this in the chat. I don't know if you guys have the same timeline that I have, but my timeline is comprised in almost entirely, when I'm scrolling on my phone, of like Indonesian neo-Nazis. They're so fucking funny. They're so funny because they're like, they try to fucking LARP as white supremacists, but don't realize that like most of the movements that they identify with look at them and despise them. It's like my broken algorithm. Yes. What is it? Talmud chatter. You added a letter in there. He's not suicidal. Why if I say Jiao, I get this auto mod? So bullying is only bad when it's towards Jews. Goyim are shocked. KKK was black. Why are there so many Asmongold chatters who just are like this? What's going on here? Anyone that, first of all, the Talmud was not invented to hate non-Jews. But if you consider the Talmud to be something that like every Jew follows to a T, then you genuinely don't understand what the Talmud actually is, because its method of consumption isn't even to just like read it. Okay, it's just endless amounts of debate from fucking 2,000 years ago. Of course, there's gonna be some fucking weird shit in there. Nobody cares. Nobody takes it seriously, and then people that do, well, you know, there's always gonna be some people who take dumb shit seriously. The idea that like, you know, Jesus is boiling in excrement or whatever the fuck people love to endlessly harp on. Like, oh my God, this is what every Jew believes. The thing that surprised me the most about that chatter's message is that Asma's chat has Jew auto-modded. How many Jews do you think are even in Asma's audience? Oh, I think there's probably a lot of right-wing Jewish people in Asma's audience because he takes like a weird position on Israel, remember? And he probably farmed a lot of right-wing Jews for a while because he was like constantly shitting on me. So every time he says like Nick Fuentes is based, they probably get like shocked a little bit. Also, what Candace Owens was waving wasn't even the Talmud. It was a neo-Nazi's interpretation of the Talmud and how the Talmud actually guides all Jews. Megaphonics said, how many Jews are in Asmongold's audience? Megaphonics forgot Ethan Klein is Jewish and is in Asmongold's audience. So there's at least one. Anyway, Jew here, 28 years old. I've learned more about it in this chat than in my life. Yeah, of course. Nux Taku, Jewish and Israeli Jew living in Israel. Also another Asmongold fan. Were you going on a Candace show and get her to platform you? I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. She's blocked me. But I do love her work. I mean, that much is clear. I think you guys know that. I'm a big fan of her work, obviously. Especially because it yields tremendous bounties such as this one.
For you. You described very painful experiences at UCLA, and I take that very serious. At the same time, many of the students who I've spoken to personally who created those encampments say that they were protesting the killing of tens of thousands of Palestinian civilians in Gaza and their university's financial ties to that war. So I need to ask you, in a country built on religious liberty and the First Amendment, do you believe someone can stand firmly against anti-Semitism, including what you experienced?
The International Religious Freedom Commission was created in the late 90s as a marriage of evangelical Reagan hawks and liberal human rights hawks against China and the Middle East. They tried to use it for domestic politics, and what they got was chutted out sectarianism.
And at the same time condemn the mass killing of Palestinians in Gaza, or reject political Zionism, or not support the political state of Israel? Or do you believe that speaking out about what many Americans view as genocide in Gaza should be treated as anti-Semitic? Because in my view, the United States cannot and must not make loyalty to a particular theology about Israel a litmus test for protected speech or moral legitimacy.
Charlie Kirk said that Jew hate is brain rot. Some people don't have brains. I'm not going to assist them in setting a double standard for the Israeli government and the Jewish people as they fight to defend themselves. These were students calling for intifada within days after October 7th.
Oh, shit, dude. Damn, we should kill them. How did she sneak into this commission? Because she's a conservative activist? I don't know. I doubt that they have any sort of checks on who gets to be a part of this commission. I mean, it's some sort of fucking interfaith council.
Before Israel had even entered Gaza, so it's not about them and their using Palestinian civilian death, which is horrendous and horrible. They're using it as a prop, and it doesn't matter. My religious beliefs are violated. You don't get to block me because I'm Zionist and a Jew.
Yeah, well, that's not what happened. So I guess you should shut the fuck up then.
You want to protest Israel? Great. 100% go ahead and do it.
Is it great? You want to protest Israel? Great. 100% do it. Except don't do it. And we're having this conversation because I don't want you to do it. As a matter of fact, you should go to prison if you do that. Oh, man. I fucking love this dumb bullshit. It makes a lot of sense that this found a home in the conservative movement. Because, like, the perceived victimhood, even though you're coming at it from a position of profound privilege, like, that is pure white supremacy, right? White people, white supremacists, love creating perceived victimhood narratives. Like, oh, my God. Oh, you're hitting me. You're hitting me. Oh, how dare you hit me? I put a fake target on my head and imagine that you put it there and now I'm crying about it. Why was this grown man trying to enter a protected protest space on a college campus anyways? I don't know. Probably not. I don't think he was.
But the university let them wear masks, even though there's a mask ban. They violated all time, place, and manner restrictions, amplified sounds. It went on for years. They kept doing this time after time again. And that's what the judge saw and said, that's not okay. They can protest, they can't block Jews, and you can't assist them in doing it.
I'm really grateful that we're having this discussion because I think this is a topic that is really affecting so many Americans. Rabbi Shapiro, he's based in New York. I invited him here today, but he's not here today. He says, and I would love your opinion on this, American Jews are increasingly treated as less fully American, our loyalty questioned, our belonging made conditional because Zionist ideology falsely claims Israel is the nation state of Jews everywhere and that every Jew is nationally tied to it. He says this framing is anti-Semitic at its core. It's just
they didn't even block them. It drives me insane that they can keep repeating this lie. Go to UCLA. I mean, I was there. I know they didn't do that, but it doesn't matter because the media totally went on board with it.
Strips us of our identity as Americans, recasts us as foreigners in our own country, and arms anti-Semites with accusations of divided loyalties and collective guilt for actions we neither
This Candace Owens fan is cooking right now, by the way.
chose nor control. No other foreign country does this. No sovereign state claims to politically represent an entire worldwide group defined by religion or...
There is one, white supremacy. It's just not associated with one country. Well, give it a couple years. It'll be associated with America. But, like, last time it was associated with, like, a couple countries. It was, Italy, Germany, that sort of thing. But the modern version of that probably is the United States of America.
heritage and bind its members to its deeds. Yet Jews alone bear this unique, unjust burden. That dangerous lie must be rejected openly and firmly. The remedy is clear: civic education that teaches unconditional American belonging through citizenship alone, not ethnicity, heritage, or any fabricated foreign tie. We are Americans, full stop, and we reject any doctrine that treats us otherwise. Would you say that statement is anti-Semitic?
What I'll say is that Natan Sharansky says there's three things that you shouldn't do with Israel. You shouldn't delegitimize it, you shouldn't demonize it, and you shouldn't apply a double standard.
Why? Why can I not delegitimize Israel? Why can I not shit on Israel? Well, first of all, we can, and we do. I like doing all three. I like hypocritically only talking about Israel, too. It's my favorite thing. I can do whatever the fuck I want. As a matter of fact, it's pretty funny that these guys will turn around and complain, and it's like, wow, why are you criticizing Israel? I mean, I don't know, bitch, because it's doing a fucking genocide. It's apartheid. And not only that, but it can't even do any of that without unlimited American tax dollars. And I find that to be really fucked up. But also, these guys are also the same that will instantly turn around and be like, Iran this, Iran that, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, virtually every country that dare defy Israel even a little bit, step out of line even a little bit. Like, how come you get to say whatever the fuck you want about any other country, but nobody else gets to say anything about Israel, and Israel gets to still take billions of dollars of tax dollars every year, and we can't even say, hey, maybe we shouldn't spend the money over there.
You can abide by those three things, you're not anti-Semitic.
So by not being...
Yeah, you can't put fucking you can't put boundaries on criticism of a fucking foreign nation state. It's that simple. That's ridiculous. That is fucking ridiculous. You can't say that to Americans in general. It is so dumb. No one is going to abide by that. I know this is the IHRA definition. He's like, he didn't expand on it, but that's like some of the IHRA definition. But it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter what the fucking definition is. It doesn't matter what boundaries you're placing on it. Why not? What do you mean, why not? You think Americans are going to fucking turn around and be like, oh, yeah, I guess the IHRA definition has decided that this is unacceptable. Why don't you criticize the IRGC? I'm genuinely curious because, unfortunately, my tax dollars are not going to the IRGC. If it was, okay, well, it depends on what they are doing with those tax dollars. Maybe I would be critical of that. You know what I mean? If they're you know, doing mass production of Shahed missiles, Shahed drones, that they're using to develop sovereignty and stuff like that, then I wouldn't really have an issue with the tax dollars going there. But so far, my tax dollars are not going to the IRGC. You know what I mean? I would love for Iran to be a secular democracy that still is anti-Zionist, right? They're killing its own people. It's a genocide. Why is it that you started talking about the IRGC as soon as we were talking about Israel? These are two totally separate issues, you know? If you criticize the IRGC, it's anti-Persian. Sorry, it's the only Persian majority country. Yeah. Why do you hate the Shia? Why do you hate Muslims? You're being quite Islamophobic. Why the double standard about the IRGC? You know? What's up? Yeah, you see how fucking stupid that is? You should go to prison for criticizing the IRGC. Stop Persian hate. Stop Shia hate. Okay? It's a talking point on pro-Israel Twitter, but it's laughable on his face. Where are your campus protests? How many Iranians must be slaughtered for you to be outraged? Why aren't American students protesting the billions that their government annually sends to the Islamic Republic in military aid? Why aren't they protesting investments that their universities have in the military economy of the Islamic Republic? Why? Yeah. Ironically enough, there is something that we can protest here in the United States of America about our actions that lead to the death and destruction of the Iranian population. It's called the sanctions. It's called sanctions on Iran. I very much am against the sanctions on Iran. So technically, I'm doing my part, I guess. You know? Also, I have criticized the IRGC for killing Iranian protesters in general. But that's besides the point, because that's not what this chatter wants. You know? It's the same as, why don't you criticize Hamas? Why are you criticizing Israel? I don't know, because Israel's the one that's doing a genocide with my fucking tax dollars. Okay? That's it. That's it. Shut the fuck up. Anything past that point is idiotic.
A Zionist, does that make you an anti-Semite?
I don't think you need to be a Zionist to support a country that defends itself and is free and religious in a hostile neighborhood.
So is anti-Zionism anti-Semitism?
1 second, Carrie.
Yes.
It is. It is.
Sorry.
Yes.
To take that point for a second. Let me back up. I didn't want to step over that answer. I didn't know you were still, both of you, still talking. So
just to be clear, is anti-Zionism anti-Semitism?
Yes.
It is under IHRA?
Rabbi, you're up next.
You're not sure? So what is the definition?
Yes, it is. Yes. No, it's not. Nope. It is. The IHRA definition. I mean, it's designed to make anti-Zionism be seen as anti-Semitism. So that's the whole fucking point. Yes. Also, who gives a shit? The guy who made up the IHRA definition doesn't even believe that it should be. It doesn't even believe that it's appropriate to be used as a form of legislative control. He doesn't think that it should be used as a mechanism of regulation. It's utterly ridiculous.
I'd love to speak to that. Undoubtedly, anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism, and undoubtedly, and one does not have to support the specific policies of the government of Israel, but to not support the right of Israel to exist, which is what anti-Zionists do, while not taking that same stand to the 28 Muslim countries and 13 Christian countries in this world, is a double standard, is hypocrisy, and is absolutely anti-Semitism.
Pretty good. I'm pretty good. How are you?
I think it's also important that we not make Islamophobic remarks while we're here today. I would appreciate that.
Not as many claps for that one.
I just want to say, God forbid was anything like that said. But if the Jewish people are the only people that you deny the right to have its own state,
to have its own Jewish state, kind of feels like that's the problem, don't you think, dude? The thing about this, obviously the cruelty, the punishment, the unlimited bloodshed is the main problem here. But the mealy-mouthed, like, whiny ways in which people defend Israel, I can't stand. It just, like, adds insult to injury. Where it's like, why can't I have an ethno-state? It's like, I don't know, because that's Nazi shit, man. Oh, don't call me a Nazi. You're anti-Semitic. Why the fuck? It's mind-boggling that it went along, like, this defense went on for as long as it did because of how fucking inconsistent and how stupid it is to begin with. But it's just so fucking annoying.
That is absolutely a double standard, hypocrisy, and anti-Semitism.
Well, as you know, I'm a Catholic, and Catholics do not embrace Zionism, just so you know. So are all Catholics anti-Semites, according to you?
As I said, anti-Zionism, by denying the right of the Jews to have their own state while not saying the same for any other peoples, that is a double standard, hypocrisy, and anti-Semitism.
So just to be clear,
It's not. It's not. Give the Palestinians equal rights and representation. That's it. No, that's anti-Semitism. Oh, fuck you then. That's it. My argument is simple. A one state already exists. A de facto one state already exists. It's just an apartheid state. Give the people equal rights, representation, reparations for stolen land and death and destruction. And then we can begin the healing process. Until you do that, you're a fucking piece of shit Nazi. It's that simple. It's that simple. Dissolve the apartheid state. It's that fucking simple. I know it's not very simple for everybody else, but that's the problem here.
Catholics, anti-Semites.
I don't think it's anti-Semitism, but I don't think any religious ethno-state should exist. Yeah, there is no religious ethno-state that exists in the way that Israel exists. You understand that, right? That's it. Like, all these other countries have allowances for other people to come in. And the ones that don't offer full-blown citizenship are heavily criticized, especially by myself, but by even like the average liberal, like the Gulf states, for example. And even then, these countries are not actively ethnically cleansing the indigenous population in an effort to overcome the demographic concerns that they have of maintaining a Muslim ethno-state, for example. So there is no comparison in the modern world, with the exception of, I guess, Sri Lanka and maybe a few others, to what Israel is doing. None whatsoever. You talk about Uyghurs in China and Xinjiang, not the same situation at all. Like, there are varying degrees of violence, like state violence, that states will subject others to, okay? But none of it compares to what Israel has done and is continuing to do. None of it. Like, the closest one I can think of is Sri Lanka, right? That's it.
Gary, excuse me. I'm going to interrupt the discussion. Our committee is focused on religious liberty taken from all people, whether they be Muslims, Jews, Christians, Sikhs. We've had all those witnesses here. This is not a commission on defining religion.
Cambodia under Khmer Rouge? No, guys, I'm talking about in modern day, right now. Imagine not realizing the Vatican was a theocracy. Dude, come on. The Vatican? We're talking about fucking real countries, man. The Vatican? Really? It's like fucking complaining about, I don't know, the apartment complex down the street. Like, what are you... Like, be for real, man. We're having a serious conversation among adults, okay? Yeah, the Vatican. The Vatican is engaging in the ethnic cleansing of what? Fucking Romans? Who is the Vatican is currently engaging in the indigenous genocide of Italians down the street? Who are they ruling over? It's one building, dude. Yeah, the HasanAbi Manor is an ethno-state. Yeah, they're sieging the Trastevere neighborhood of Rome. Dog, you're 34 years old. Stop burping. Wait, you think there's an age where you stop burping? What are you, crazy? The fuck? The fuck does my age have to do with it?
Not any theology, or this is not the commission for that.
Right, but we're talking about a foreign nation, so I want to be clear on what the definition of anti-Semitism is. If I don't support the political state of Israel, am I an anti-Semite? Yes or no?
They already answered. Asked and answered.
According to you on the record, yes? I don't support the political state of Israel?
I don't personally label people, but what I'm saying...
Yeah, you do. Going by this reaction, I thought the clip would be more contentious. When you watch it, Prigine doesn't even question the absurd idea that Frankel experienced as some horrific discrimination at UCLA. In response, Kestenbaum goes, Charlie Kirk said Jew hatred and brain rot. How are you supposed to talk to someone like that? You go out of your fucking way to say their preposterous stories are valid. Ask what is an acceptable parameter of disagreement. And this guy goes, our dead friend agrees with me. You have committed hate speech. Yeah, also, she's not exactly brilliant either. You know what I mean? Like, this person is coming across like a straightforward activist on this panel with academic pedigree because of how unvarnished the hatred that is coming from the Zionist side of this argument. Why is that when I tell people I watch this on, they always bring up shocking the dogs as being the only reason they don't like them? Don't worry. I'm sure they'll find something new next week. Tell them you love watching me because I shock my dog. See how they react. Be like, yeah, I love the way he shocks Kaya. Again, a lot of people who like to use the left as a punching bag are really going to miss when it's gone. Much less, I see you, I hear your pain, but let's think about the nuances and much more, shut up, you are my enemy. Anyway, this kind of stuff is unsustainable. My friend's little cousin mentioned Collargate to the family table when I said I watched you. You can't take this stuff seriously, chatters. It'll only look ridiculous. Just say you don't care that it happened. You know what I mean? Just be like, yeah, the Department of Homeland Security Secretary killed her puppy. Say you liked it. Who cares? The dog stuff is a filter for stupid. If you know someone who believes it, they're too dumb to be friends with. No, I don't think so. I think there's a lot of dumb people. Anyway, I'm done for the day, though. I'm tired. I can't believe I did 7 hours. I really thought I would actually pull the exit, pull the ripcord out at like 5, but I kept going. Someone already is aware of that I'm about to end the broadcast. I love you guys, and I'll see you tomorrow. Hello. Hi. Bzz, 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 bzz.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the dark.
Anyway, love you guys. See you tomorrow. Peace.
There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Review in the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sat in Discord at Chip Prop. Great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips. Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate. The Young Turks online show. 3 full